Thomas, born November 12, 1989, from the homeland of the great Papa Bird, was flying high in Bridgetown with a performance worthy of commendation. And a birdie from Blackrock shouted, Thomas's mastery was worthy of taking the 2 Senate seats available in the Barbados Parliament. It was a tremendous performance, and the scoreboard tells the story. You know what? When he came to the crease, his side was in a spot of mother, and by the end of the day, they're not doing badly at all. In fact, 294 for 7, 172 they made in the first innings, to which Barbados replied with 324. So the equation, as I'm joined by Lyndon Yard, 142 to the good. There are 3 wickets standing. And Lyndon, good morning to you. The first hour, I think, is going to be of great importance. How are you, my friend?
Yes, good morning to you, Andrew. I'm well. Good morning to listeners in Barbados and throughout the Eastern Caribbean as well. It's a wide world, and it's a overcast day here at Kensington, but a cool day for cricket, and a very competitive day is ahead of us. The first hour is going to be critical for both sides. First of all, let's start for the home team. Barbados will want to wrap up these 3 wickets very quickly and give themselves the advantage, a clear advantage in terms of what they're going to chase. But for the Leewards, the anchor man now has to be the captain, Jamar Hamilton, and he has to shepherd his flock. He would want to at least get to the close of the first session first. That's his first target, the first session, and then look to get himself in a position where he can throw the game open to Barbados, giving himself enough time, especially with Cornwall being his key weapon. He only needs 3 wickets to get a 227 and overtake Gavin Town as the leading Leeward Island bowlers, beg your pardon. And I think he, as in Jamal Hamilton, will be the key cog of the wheel here for the Leeward. The game is interestingly positioned. Either side, in victory, but I'm thinking if cricket is to be a winner here, this game should draw.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Oh, lots of time left. 142 to the good. 7 wickets gone, so there's 3 in the bag. And it's interesting that they're going to start with the rookie, the debutant, Simmons. Does that surprise you as Keith Holder gets ready to start the ball by ball? Are you surprised by the start?
Well, he got 2 wickets in the innings so far, and I think that it is not a bad move to give the young man the first go this morning. He will do his ability and his experience, the world of good. He's young, relatively young. This is only his first game, and it's a prime opportunity for him to open the ball, to give him the ball on the 4th day, the opening over of the 4th day. So it's all about a learning process for the young man, and he has a task ahead of him, which includes disrupting this pair and dismissing this pair and giving his team Barbados the advantage. I say good morning to my opening partner, Keith Holder.
Good morning to you, Lyndon, and listeners. Slightly overcast here at Kensington Oval. 2 slips and a gully. 3rd man. Point out on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, and the first delivery is wide off the off stump from Simmons, operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. That's at the south. Mid-on and a fine leg to complete. The batsman on strike is Jeremiah Louis, who at this level is considered to be an all-rounder. And with him, the captain, Jamar Hamilton, on 40. He has 14 from 22 deliveries, 294 for 7, leading overall by 142 on the 4th and final day of this first round CWI game here. And picked short by Simmons. He defends it down towards City Point. Louis, and there is no run. Recapping that the batsman out. Munch and Hodge caught by the keeper Dorich of Simmons for 5. His opening partner, Kieran Powell, caught by Carter of Simmons for 27. Casey Carty leg before wicket ball Braffett 55. Amir Jangu caught Carter, ball Braffett 1. Devon Thomas caught Dorich, ball Harding 112. Here is Simmons again into ball to Louis short, and he pulls it out through square leg. They've gone for 1 and will come back quite comfortably for the 2nd run. So the Leeward Islands on their way at the start of play on the 4th day the third delivery, a couple to Louis. He moves now to 16, 296 for 7. Raheem Cornwall was caught by Reefer of Harding for 10 and Terrence Ward leg before wicket, bowled Carter for 12. Here's Lyndon.
Yes, and not the ideal start for young Simmons. He's tended to pound the ball. 2 of 3 deliveries has hit down in the middle of the wicket. And interestingly enough, it's a plan, I understand, because there's a deep backward square and then there's a point on the boundary along with the 2 slips. And the gully, here he comes, Keith.
So Carter, the first slip outside of the off stump from Simmons, and picking up the line, Louis allows it to go through. The conditions, again, a bit overcast, but no threat of rain. And one anticipates a keen contest with the main interest as to how the first session will go. Barbados Pride looking to quickly take the last 3 wickets, while the Leeward Islands seeking to bat and bat at least until lunch. Simmons is in again, wide of off stump. No stroke from the batsman. He just needs to put the ball on the stumps, 2 slips and a gully waiting, but at least Lyndon made the batsman play.
Yes, the previous delivery to that one, I think that was his fourth delivery. Let me check the board here. No, his 5th delivery. His 4th delivery was on a nice length, a lot closer to the batsman, a lot closer to the line of the off stump. He did leave it alone, but at least he had a look at it. The others just haven't worried him, despite the fact that he pulled one down in front of square. And he just needs to make him play. You want to make him play. You want to induce an edge, a drive, make him force a shot.
Graves is at gully, wide of the off stump, and Dorich has to tumble between the first and second slips to make the take. The first over on the 4th day has been completed, and it's 296 for 7. The Leeward Islands from an overnight 294 for 7. The couple runs added by Louis, who is now on 16. Hamilton has 40. Let me take this opportunity to wish happy birthday to the match referee in H. Stephen R. Proverbs, age 64 years old today. I'm certain he's going to put on his jacket. I saw him walking in without the jacket, but he likes to have the jacket on, and I didn't want to put goat mouth, but I saw the drizzle in the distance and was hoping that it would just abate. But here comes the rain, and followed by the covers as the players jog off the field. So after just 1 over, rain has stopped play at Kensington Oval, and joining in birthday celebrations today, Milton Small, age 58, who came through the under 19 ranks for Barbados back in 1983. Let me put it in perspective. He was part and parcel of that formidable pace attack in Jamaica when Barbados swept all before them. The likes of Ricky Elcock, who then toured the Caribbean with the England team. Big time pilot now for Virgin Atlantic. And Henderson Wallace, new member of the BCA Board of Management, former chairman of the National Selectors. He was part of that much vaunted fast bowling attack. He was also Donville Braffett, old Princess Margaret boy. So happy 50th birthday to you, Milton Small, and the 64th for Stephen Proverbs. And Stephen, a note has come from one of your mates, Ryan Subram, wishing you a happy birthday as well. Lyndon, when is your birthday?
It isn't due until the 30th day of September 2022.
September, remember.
Yeah, during the rainy season.
Now, let's talk about the likelihood of rain having an impact on the outcome of this match. As it stands, with the rain coming across the ground and the covers still have not been fully entrenched, but the important thing is that they have done the basics, the initial question of having the square covered. Have you been following what has been going on with the big money in the Indian Premier League? A headline which says Kishan's day's most expensive as Mumbai fork out $2 million Hasaranga Pooran by 1.4 million each.
No, Keith, inform me.
Oh, you haven't been following.
I don't look at the price.
You don't look at the price.
I look at their contribution and how regularly they make the team.
Okay, well,
I think for me that's the difference.
yes.
Remember, if I look at the price, I remember a couple of years ago, Sheldon Cottrell was bought for a huge amount, and then he didn't finish the season. After he was written off, maybe 4 games in the season. So remember, it's a bidding war, and hence you can get a guy like Keith Holder going for a huge sum of money, when really and truly, based on what he's put out there before, you would estimate, well, Keith would probably worth 6 million. But because Andrew's so desperate to get Keith at all costs, you can find that Keith can go up to 43 million. Then Roland throws his hat in the ring, 47 million. So it's a bidding war. But I say for me, it's about the players getting that opportunity, especially when you're playing with senior players at the highest level, because for me the IPL is the highest form of T20 cricket tournaments, and it gives youngsters an opportunity. But for me, I think it's about making the side. I find a lot of players, they get into the team, but they don't make the final 11 or the final 13. So you get a situation where some fellas sit down on the bench, they don't get a game.
Yes, the updates, Lyndon, have been coming fast and furious. Earlier today, much earlier, before 7 o'clock, one saw that 8.5 CR Shimron Hekmar sold to Rajasthan Royals.
Break down the 8.5.
And well, I have to Google that. I don't know the calculation. So I'll try my very best to get that for you.
Okay.
But in a nutshell, then Jason Holder, 8.75 CR. The updates have been going and going. I have to scroll long to find. But you were making the point. The rain has started to abate here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah. I'll hand that while you search the internet. It's a light drizzle, faint drizzle. There isn't a strong breeze, but the drizzle is faint enough that we will have to play commencing. The sun is trying to peep out. It's a huge grey cloud hovering around, I would say, the Oystins to Wildy area. And if I look a little further to my left, which is, I think, the St. George Valley anyway, in that region, there's some sunshine. The cloud, there are puffy white clouds, if I could describe it that way. I would say, 3 minutes ago, you could not have seen through the drizzle. You can now see through the drizzle because it's getting extremely light. The ground staff remains on the field. The actual rain itself is abating, and I'm sure that we will have a resumption momentarily, maybe the next. It still has to stop fall first, because in cricket you can play in the rain, but you can't start in the rain, and that's the situation where the game is concerned. So the faint drizzle continues. As I said, if you can get a breeze, and there's not a very, very strong breeze, as they look out towards the south, the trees are slowly just swaying from side to side. No main heavy weather, high winds, though you're having hurricane winds. Hence, it's a matter of just waiting the rain to abate. If you have a strong breeze, then it obviously push the cloud over as they look towards the seaside, towards the wharf. It's a massive ship out there, and they see that the rains have more or less gone that way. But as I said, it's traveling rain, Keith. Put it that way. It's traveling rain. The sun is out. As I said, the sun is forcing its way out, and usually, as they say, the devil and his wife fighting. You come and heard that, Keith. You ever heard that?
Oh, from early when I knew myself. It's a saying which has been on for eons, for donkey years. Meantime, Lyndon, updates in the other 2 games where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are on their way to an early victory. Definitely, unless there are interruptions at the Brian Lara Academy, they will win before lunch. Jamaica having made 141 and 212. Trinidad and Tobago 273. They're chasing 81 for victory, and now 53 for 2. Keegan Simmons, the opener, unbeaten on 36. Isaiah Raja, 8. Joshua De Silva fell for 6. And Jason Mohammed is not out on not. Both wickets have been taken by Marquino Minley for just 3 runs from 8 overs, 6 maidens. So that one can easily be called. And then in the other game at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, the Windward Islands 339 and 177 for 8. Guyana made 327. And in the Windward second innings, Teddy Bishop 15, Devon Smith no score, Kevin Hodge 15, Ali Athenaeus dismissed eventually for 58, Keron Kotoy 12, Dennis Smith 4, Ryan John 11, Larry Edward is 38 not out, Kenneth Demba 14, Preston McSween is not out on 4, and the bowling shows Kimo Paul 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30, Niall Smith 7 overs and 3 balls, 2 maidens, 1 for 37, Clinton Pestano 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35, Versami Pomol 20 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 48, Gudakesh Moti 5 overs, 1 maiden, 21 runs, and Tej Narayan Chandapal 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs. The sun is coming back out here at Kensington Oval. One expects a resumption soon. To pick up on the discussion which was started in the post-tea session yesterday about a possible
Test 11.
West Indies 11. I got a couple messages last evening and again this morning, and let me turn first to Ikins Clark, who sent me a 14. Of course, he's a former BCA board member.
That's Ikins
President at Carlton Club.
Okay.
And the 14 which Ikins sent me, Craig Braffett captain, Shamar Brooks, Nkrumah Bonner, Joshua De Silva, Jermaine Blackwood, Kyle Mears, Shane Dowrich. That's an interesting pick. As a matter of fact, I had a fairly solid conversation this morning with Philip Nichols, the attorney at law, and I've invited him to join us in the post-lunch session on a couple matters pertaining to Dowrich, who's been out of the side for 2 years. A couple ticklish issues, I dare say, to be raised in relation to this old thorny issue of eligibility. So Ikins Clark's 14, we reach Joshua De Silva, pass him Jermaine Blackwood, Kyle Mears, he picks Dowrich, Jason Holder, Chase, and he puts a note as the spinner, Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals, Alzari Joseph, Shannon Gabriel, and then Jomel Warrican / Versami Pomol. And he sends a further note stating that Brooks, he is picked as his opening batsman. I think that's another dimension raised that can be debated.
It's an interesting side that he's come up with there, and it looks more or less a side that will be bordering on the side that likely will be selected for the test matches against England. And several places up for grabs. Interestingly enough, he's gone with Chase over Cornwall, and he's made the note that Chase as a bowler. Now, he reminds me a lot. I'm not going to compare him to Hooper. I'm talking bowling-wise, where his bowling is concerned. I like Chase as a batsman. He has gotten wickets. He has outbowled Rakeem Cornwall time and time after, and he deserves the pick. But I believe the fact that we are getting beat is because we aren't batting. That's the main purpose. We aren't batting. And if it means that he's being sidelined now to be a bowler, and I'm not speaking from a Western perspective, but generally, because his production of late has been taking wickets. And it really concerns me, because if you're going to use him as a bowler now, and he's losing the essence of knowing how to bat and how to score runs, then it means we have to find a replacement batsman. So, to use the correct term, a replacement batter. And batters aren't coming through plenty at all in terms of having the options of selecting someone who's had a good season, someone who's been having 3-4 good seasons. But it's early days yet in the West Indies Championship for 2022. And we've already seen a century here with Devon Thomas. His name has been slashed around based on a century. He's been around for maybe, 12 years. So the cupboard is not fruitful, not producing as we would like. So I would like to see Ralston Chase concentrate on his batting. His bowling is a plus, but his bowling has now superseded his batting. He just isn't scoring runs. And I think he's a much better batsman than a bowler. The simple fact that we're losing games is because we aren't batting. So if we're going to have him playing as a bowler, it means then we have to find a batsman. But the squad that I can put out there is a good squad. It's interesting selection. Notice he's sidestep Barry's Brandon King.
No, he says that should not even be a consideration. But each person has an opinion. As the covers are being removed,
You have more teams?
Well, not only 2 teams, but a bit of news, and which I'll follow on, which can be a bit disconcerting. Now, you asked me, and thanks very much to Elvis Howard, who's listening. He's always on the ball about the breaking down of the figures which I put for Hetmeyer and Jason Holder. And I'm looking at a Facebook post here.
So you're going to give us an encouragement?
By Hetmeyer, which says that, well, the left-handed batsman was snapped up for 8.5 CR, which is equivalent, you know figures well, 1,13 not, 5 not US. Have you worked out the million there?
I haven't worked it out.
Okay, just write down the figure.
I think you have to write it.
1,130,500 US.
Okay.
It's his highest IPL contract to date and the 3rd highest for a West Indian in auction history. During the last auction, Hetmeyer signed for 7.75 CR. And here's a quote. "I can't even express how elated I am to be part of the Rajasthan Royals. I am extremely grateful to be given this opportunity to be with the best, the team and the fans. Really looking forward to a splendid season with you guys," Hetmeyer said on his official Instagram. Thanks very much, Elvis. The covers are being removed. I'll catch my breath for 30 seconds while I search for some vital information here on a particular individual, Lyndon.
Yes. In response to what Hetmeyer has said, I remember him playing between Virat Kohli and A.B. de Villiers, and he simply did not make use of the opportunity afforded to him. I think he was given the opportunity to actually open the batting, or bat 3, in a couple of those games before he was discarded, and I think he only came back towards the end of that very season. Now, it's critically important for me, for those guys to garner valuable experience. You know, it would have been, definitely should have been an honor for him to sit among Virat Kohli and A.B. de Villiers, because that's a wealth of knowledge. That's an international game that you're sitting in, to put it into a game perspective. You're sitting between 2 of the world's greats, not only in the T20 format, but have made their mark internationally across all formats. So that should have served him the world of good. Now, since then, we haven't had much production from Hetmeyer to talk about. He remains a prodigy. He remains a talented player. And I don't like to use the term talent, because I believe everybody has talent. It's how you develop the talent. You know, his fitness remains on the tips of tongues throughout the Caribbean, and hence the reason why he hasn't made certain West Indies size. You know, he's as I said, he's a young talent, fresh out of the World Cup a couple of years ago, and he needs to get it together. He needs to not only, he's picked up by the Rajasthan Royals, which is a good buy, but for me, it's about production, because I said, when I watch IPL and I followed IPL, the consistent name you hear would be Kieron Pollard, Andrea Russell, Sunil Narine, Dwayne Bravo. And that's it. Those are the consistent names. You had Jason Holder, who's been in and out. He had a good season with Sunrisers Hyderabad when the tournament was played in Dubai. You know, so you want these players, these West Indies players, not only when they get in, but to be consistent members. And the key to being consistent members of any franchise in India is performance. You will value your performance. You will be paid per performance. You will only make the team on performance. And this is where their cricket can improve. Yes, you can gain valuable knowledge off the bench, but your cricket improves out in the middle.
Yes, and walking out to the middle now are the umpires.
I suspect they're going to come back and keep, because they're both bareheaded.
Yes, that is a tradition that they do nowadays, the modern day umpires, Gregory Braffett and Jonathan Blaze. But the rain has stopped, the sun is making its way back out. There's a little cloud in the south as we look towards Bridgetown. Just 1 over has been bowled so far on the 4th and final day here at Kensington Oval, and 2 runs added by the Leeward Islands, who resumed on 294 for 7 from 88 overs. Jamar Hamilton, the captain, was 40. And Jeremiah Louis, the fast bowling all-round, on 14. He's added those 2 runs. The over was sent down by the 20-year-old debutant fast bowler Ramon Simmons. 10 overs now. And he closed at 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 39. And now his figures reading 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. Now, I don't know, but it seems as though I am the bearer of sad news since this match started on Monday when we spoke of the passing of Hatton Callender, former captain of the Harrison College Intermediate Division team, and Tyrone Smith, exciting batsman for the Lodge. They both spent the latter or part of their lives, more than half of their lives, living overseas. Hatton Callender in the United States and Tyrone Smith in Bermuda, where he played for the Bermuda Police Force, senior member of the force. And now Freeston Hurdle has messaged me just a couple minutes ago. Thanks very much, Freeston, in terms of informing, although it's a sad occasion. And you probably will recall, Lyndon, George Rock, a gentleman who played for Spartan and also represented Barbados at the first class level. And Freeston tells me that George Rock passed yesterday, so condolences to his family. I met George Rock way back in the mid-70s, Lyndon. He was one of the coaches employed by the Barbados Cricket Association for the under-19 trials. And I remember we had practice sessions actually at Easter, during the Easter school holiday at Blenheim. And I found him to be an excellent, excellent coach in relation to how he talked about concentrating when you were batting, when you were bowling, what your focus should be when you were fielding. And that was about Blenheim. As a matter of fact, why we always forget it, why we always remember it is that when we left the practice sessions one afternoon and headed to Bridgetown, I got my first experience along with a couple of my foundation mates who were at the under-19 trials of the 3-card men. And we came into Bridgetown and met these guys, and they came over politely and said, youngsters, we want to have a little chat with you. And we decided to comply. And Lyndon, the rest is history. When we felt like the couple dollars and cents which we had, in a jiffy, we were left with our mouths open because the 3-card men robbed us. I will never, ever forget. Looking back, I can laugh, but we were stunned because we felt like we were clever enough to outsmart them. And when they came up with this trick that we could win. And when I look around at the other gentlemen whose names I'm not going to call, the couple dollars that we had after putting aside the bus fare to catch the bus back home. It was gone. Never again a 3-card game. I saw one of the guys a couple of years ago. He passed, and they say, yes, I remember that guy. When I was at school, he tricked me and ripped me off with this 3-card game. Have you ever tasted the 3-card game?
Yeah, I've had my dibbles and dabbles with them. It isn't something that I would do regular. On the Garrison, on the infield, that's where I came across them. And I thought they were too clever for me.
Too clever?
Too clever for me, yeah. The way they flick the cards and what's not.
Yes.
That wasn't me. That wasn't my speed.
Okay.
I think my money had a little more sense than that.
Okay, so you were smarter than myself.
I was watching for a while first before he decided to take a chance.
Okay.
And then when I thought I had the guy,
well, they caught us right across the bridge. I'll never forget it. And that was the end of that. So I mentioned that in talking about the passing of George Barton Rock. He lived in Bermuda for quite some time at the age of 85 years, 264 days. Born May the 24th, 1936 at Branchbury, St. Joseph. Right-arm fast bowler. Like I said, he was a Spartan man, a Spartan stalwart. And he played 8 first-class games, 12 innings, 3 not-outs, 59 runs, highest of 19, and he took 40 wickets at 18.7 knot. That is what they want to come to. As Barry Wilkinson comes into the press box, I'm certain that he can contact his dad, Sam, who would have known George Rock very well as an old Spartan man. Sam Wilkinson was. Good morning to you, Samuel. You can send me a note or two. I would appreciate it very much on George Rock, the cricketer who you would have known playing for Spartan. But let's look at those figures, because people would always say that to put it in inverted commas, he came at the wrong time, you know, with guys like now Sir Charles Griffith and Sir Wes Hall around in a highly rated Barbados fast bowling attack, albeit that Sir Wes played limited number of first-class games for Barbados. He played for Trinidad and Tobago and obviously made his mark at the international level, 192 test scalps, Sir Charles 94, but George Rock was a fine bowler, and I will repeat those figures just to underline that, Lyndon. In 8 first-class matches, 40 wickets at 18.7 knot, a best of 6 for 18, and he had 3 5-wicket hauls. Just to show the quality.
The 6 for 18 was against who?
I will have to look
okay.
at that particular scorecard.
Those are
and his first-class career spanned between the 60-61 season and 68-69. Just to further explain, in that period, the sort of fast bowlers you would have had, like Richard Prof Edwards. You know, Barbados over the years blessed so much in terms of high-quality players, batting, bowling, fielding. Good morning to you, Adriel Woody Richard. Yes.
Let me join in offering condolences to the family of George Rock on his passing. And that is indeed from the entire commentary team here at Kensington Oval. We can tell you that the outfield is being, what do you call this, Keith? Manicured, pedicured, roped. Woody says is the outfield is being roped, which is just trying to spread the water on the turf.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, thanks very much again, Henderson Springer, the former Spartan and Barbados player of a different era and different vintage, who is now the head of coaching here at the BCA, former coach of West Indies, assistant coach as well. And Hendy reminds me, thank you very much, Hendy, good morning to you, on a WhatsApp message that George Rock also hailed from Pike Corner in St. Lucie, and he's perfectly right. And I remember when he then turned ball, a very pleasant guy, George Rock. That's why I go back to having the privilege of being one of his students, albeit that I didn't go as far as making the national under-19 team, but it was tough in those days, and I just liked his style. Blending pasture, helping out during the Easter vacation, so condolences to his family and his mates. Sam, I'm awaiting a little message from you with a tribute to the life and times of George Rock, and if I don't see it soon, I will go to your son Barry and tell him that I need his daddy to get in touch with me. Lyndon.
Yeah, Keith, you see you got that message from Freeston Hurdle?
Yes, I got it from Freeston Hurdle. Freeston is a Spartan.
Former Maple Pacer?
Well, Spartan guy as well. You know what I mean? Comes from Carter's Gap. There's a group chat called the Gap Boys.
Okay.
Of which the chairman is none other than Joel Big Bird Garner. Guys like Dr. Michael Wharton, Ian Hogmore, who lives in Bermuda as well, like Freeston Hurdle.
Yeah, he had some gas, Keith.
Yes,
he had some gas.
Had some gas.
I encountered him once or twice and happened to be in the pavilion more watching him than anything else. He had some gas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you
played
know.
for Maple at that point in time.
Yeah, Spartan and Maple.
Good morning to him, where he is obviously following the coverage of this fourth and final day of round 1 of the West Indies Championship, Regional 4-Day Championship for 2022. Only one over has been bowled. Play has been interrupted by rain, but we should be restarting momentarily as the covers have been removed. The outfield is now completed of being rolled, and the action should be resuming momentarily with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in this second innings. 296 for 7, having been in deficit by 152 runs after they had only made 172 for 9 innings closed first up. And in response, Barbados Pride amassed 324, and as I said, giving them a lead of some 152 runs. Presently, the advantage is 144 to the Leewards, and that total of 296 for 7 has come up off some 89 overs, and it takes away a little bit of sting out of the game. It's still a cool morning. There's a high hovering cloud still hovering if you are au fait with the Kensington Oval hovering behind the Coppin, Cozier and Short Media Center, which is at the southern end of the ground, the Malcolm Marshall end. But that is slightly over the wharf here in Bridgetown. And as I peek to the east, the southeast. It's somewhat white puffy clouds, no threats of rain, high clouds, and I suspect that if you can get a little wind speed, that will help the clouds to make the rise and make their way over the oval. But it will be a cool morning for the players once they come back out, and I'm sure they will take this way. They'll feel happy this way, knowing that we're going to play in cool conditions where there's very little sunshine, because it's going to be a tough time for the sun to get beyond the
Well,
scores.
some information is being filtered to our scorer, Susan Bell. I heard clearly that play will resume at 10:40 and lunch is at now 12:30. The other details Susan will give me in a couple. Tea is at 3:10. And close of play is at 5:35. So resumption at 10:40, lunch at 12:30, tea at 3:10, and if necessary, close at 5:35. Well, I have to say if necessary. You never know how the weather goes, and whether Barbados will be begging 10 and 11 to be holding on for a draw. Updates in the other couple of matches before Andrew comes in.
Keith, if you look, Mr. Green has it up for you. You can see the
Yeah, that's
fantastic
lovely
work.
Yeah. They've really done a tremendous job, David Green and his team, throughout this game. All credit to him and Cricket West Indies for having the cricket streamed.
Yeah, this is tremendous. And this is the area where we was talking about, the area over the Coppin, Cozier, and Short Media Center. There we see that high puff of cloud. I'm going to play a weather forecaster here, and we'll need some wind to push it away. Now, that area doesn't really create a problem for us, because that's going to make its way down towards the west. But just to show you how it looks, a picture of how it looks, which is fantastic camera work, and you must commend the work here of David Green and his cast in not only showing the cricket, but showing you around the area and what we are experiencing here. As I said, we would resume at 10:40.
Yeah, I'll just give my two updates. And
then we have a double change.
Barry, are you coming or Andrew? Who's second?
I can start. I'll start.
Okay, so as I was saying in relation to the other two games, Jamaica 141 and 212, Trinidad and Tobago 273, and chasing just 81. They are now 59 for 4. Keegan Simmons at the top, still unbeaten on 37. Isaiah Raja 8, Joshua De Silva 6, Jason Mohammed 4, Jed Gooley no score. Yannick Correa is on 1. With Marquino Minley having 2 for 3 from 8 overs, Jimmy Merchant 1 for 7 off 6 overs, Patrick Harty 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. And in the other game, that one is being played at the Brian Lara Academy in Tarouba, and in the other match at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, one finds that the Winwards 339 and 182 for 8. Guyana scored 327. And batting at the moment for the Winwards, Larry Edward 41, Preston Maxwell 5. So Lyndon, that game is going almost similar to the one here.
Before you slip out, you know, we go on to the currency in terms of what the fellas were bought for. I wouldn't want you to leave without you completing your statements. The prices.
Well, I'm doing so much in terms of everything globally that you're beginning to get me exhausted.
No. See,
I sought the help with some initiative from Elvis. He gave me that equation. He's working on the one for Jason Holder. And as more information comes in, why do you all guys like to work me so hard? You know, there are two others, Barry Wilkinson. Barry, can you kindly message your dad, Sam, to get that tribute on the passing of George Rock, his former Spartan teammate who passed last evening in Bermuda? And that would be very much appreciated. And once he sends it, you can share it. And I know that you work out these equations very fast. So the question I'm going to leave you with, just translate, work out the equation for the amount of money that Jason Holder has
been purchased for
the IPL. That is your assignment.
And while Keith exit, Barry will come.
You've heard it, Lyndon.
Simple maths.
and you took half an hour to work it out. Okay, the players are back on the field. Another word for you, Lyndon, and then it's going to be Barry.
Yes, the players have made their way back out into the middle. Umpire Gregory Braffett just fitting the bills onto the stumps, and so too with Jonathan Blaze his associate for this game, and he is the umpire over at the Malcolm Marshall end, the end opposite to which Harding is going to open the bowling this morning. The bowl is second over, and he'll be bowling from the Joe Garner end, the end for which umpire Gregory Brathwaite is temporarily still fixing the stumps, making sure everything is good. He gets the approval of Jonathan Blaze that everything is in position, and the Barbados team out in the field. So too are the Windwards pair, who would resume after the early morning interruption. And as Keith Holder has exited, he's been replaced by my very good friend Barry A. Wilkinson. Good morning to you, Barry.
Good morning to you, and good morning to everyone on the broadcast. It's been a very kind of overcast and rainy day. I'm sure that everyone like Keith has been watching the IPL auction. Just saw that Nicholas Pooran also bagged a big contract as well. He's been bought for $1.4 million. So the three West Indians being bought on the big day was Jason Holder, Pooran and Hetmar. Those are the big three. Back here is going to be Harding now and bowls the first ball. That's driven beautifully out to the mid-on area for 4. So Hamilton has definitely got back from where he left off yesterday with a lovely on drive through mid-on, and the 300 comes up as well. It's now 300 for 7. The lead goes to 148. Hamilton 44, Louis has 16.
Yeah, straight on resumption, getting a juicy half volley on the line of center and leg stump, and Hamilton just easing it. He didn't even hit it hard, he just hit through the line of the ball and played it to the left of the fielder at the mid-on. Barry?
Here he comes in again, Harding and bowls, and this time he's cutting in the air. One bounce down to the field of that third man, and that's just going to be one more run. So we're approaching the lead of 150 quite quickly. It's 149 now, and Louis, of course, on strike on 16. Hamilton goes to 45. It's 301 for 7.
Yes, 2 aggressive shots there, especially the last one. He really threw his bat at that one. It went a long way in the air down to the deep third man on the bounce, and interesting approach. And I'm sure that the time lost momentarily, maybe 5-10 minutes ago, could be of some concerns to Leeward, because they would want to get back ahead of this game. They have gotten themselves right back into the game. The lead is just under 150, and I'm sure that they're going to throw the gates open to Barbados at some point in time, because with Rakeem Cornwall, I'm sure that he's going to be there link ping, and so in looking to come from behind and pull off a victory here.
Well, here he comes in and bowls to Louis, and Louis gets a delivery on the line. The off stump, defends it, back to the ball, and there's no run. We hope to see the last of the rain for the meantime. I don't think we're going to have any more showers just yet, but it seems to me it's going to be one of those kind of days where you expect to get some rain. The outfield is somewhat very damp.
Not what the commentators will want, but it's ideal for the cricketers.
Yeah, it's
no
cool.
They're playing the cool climate, yeah.
They like this kind of cool kind of breeze. But we've had 4 intense days of cricket. There's not been a one-sided affair. A fight back from the Leewards yesterday. Barbados would have won days 1 and 2 perhaps, but day 3 belonged to the Leewards, that's for sure.
And now day 4 is up for grabs.
And day 4 is up for grabs. That's how regional cricket should be. So it's going to be Keon Harding, the fast ball in again. Passes umpire Gregory Brathwaite and bowls to Louis, and Louis gets the delivery. That keeps it low. They're appealing perhaps for LBW. That one might have just grazed the pad on its way to Dulwich. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite says not out, much to the disappointment of Harding.
Looked to be outside the line.
Yeah, I think it was outside the line.
I'm sure that our good friend Mr. Green will give us that replay momentarily. And it wasn't a convincing appeal either.
Yeah, the bowler was convinced, but the other fielders were not as impressed with the appeal. 301 then for 7. We haven't seen the replays yet, but I'm sure when it comes it will show that it was just outside the line of the off stump. We'll resume as Harding continues now with 2 slips in the gully, a backward point, steams in and bowls to Louis, and Louis is beaten with a beautiful delivery on the line of the off stump. He played at it. He was beaten for pace and a little bounce too, and Keon Harding there coming with a really good comeback delivery as the total remains on 301 for 7.
Yeah, beautiful delivery there by Harding. And what I've picked up so far in the 2 deliveries that he's bowled to Louis is that he's not sure where his off stump is. Hence, he's doubled at 2 deliveries. The second one going past the back clearly. The first one he just stabbed at. And he looks the part yesterday, but he's yet to pick up where his off stump is.
Here he comes in again as he passes the umpire and bowls to Louis. And Louis this time is playing the ball defensively into the onside to a short mid-on. Still no run. The over ends where the Leeward Islands are leading now by 149. 301 for 7 with Hamilton, the captain, a very responsible knock. 45 from 102 balls, 5 fours. And Jeremiah Louis giving great support. In fact, the partnership has gone quickly to 28. And Louis is on 16. The biggest partnership we saw yesterday, of course, was that 128-run partnership between Casey Carty and the young Devon Thomas. But the 149 lead now, 301 for 7.
Yes, and one can't help but undermine and overstate the importance of this knock by Captain Jamar Hamilton. For me, I think it's the best knock I've seen him batted
in a long
while.
Very responsible.
I'm really impressed with the way he's approached this innings. His first innings was, without a shadow of doubt, something you want to forget quickly, especially the way he got himself out. But he's really been responsible here. He's really dug in. He's building partnerships, which is key to teams getting a good score. Hence, the Leeward Islands in their second innings, 301 for 7.
So it's going to be Archibald now and bowls to Hamilton. Simmons correction, bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton gets a delivery that he's going to drive outside the line, the off stump. Comes off the inner portion of the bat, inside edge, just to the left of Dulwich. He couldn't stop it, so they took a single in the meantime. Jonathan Carter just coming across from the slip corner to do the fielding, and there's just 1 run.
Yeah, I think
the 150 comes up in terms of the lead.
Yeah. I think that Hamilton will believe he missed out there. Was a delivery wide out center of the off stump, and he looked to slash it between in front of the field and the point boundary and the cover region, and his feet went more to the mid-off position and his bat was more towards backward point. Hence he ended up dragging it off the inner portion past the keeper, and he picked up 1, but I'm sure he would admonish himself that he missed out there. He moves to 46 from 103 deliveries. Louis is on strike. He has 16 from 31, and young Simmons will continue.
Here comes Simmons in again, runs in now, bowls to Louis, and Louis gets a wide delivery, very wide delivery of the off stump. Almost perhaps that you thought it could have been called wide. It would have been in a one-day game, but he gets away and there's no run.
Yes, a very wideish on the line, the off stump, and that has been the policy of both teams for this game. They just bowled the ball wide the off stump, as though that is the means of containing the batsman, or how do I say it, reducing the opportunity to score. But I think as a bowler, you got to give yourself a chance, and give yourself a chance means that you can pick up a good line, but you want to make the batsman play as much as possible rather than just leaving those balls outside the off stump. Here he comes.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery again is wide of the off stump, taken there by the keeper, no run.
Yes, and the operation for Craig Brathwaite is 2 slips of gully. There's a third man. The fielder remains on the point boundary. There's a cover mid-off. A fielder in front of square, keeping company maybe 10 meters to the left of Gregory Brathwaite. And then there's Harding down on the fine leg boundary. So Barbados trying to stay in this game, and Hamilton leading his troops. He's on 46 unknown strikers, and Louis 16 on strike, Barry.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Louis, and Louis this time gets another wide delivery, doesn't have to play at all. Taken there by the keeper, no run. What should be the attack here for Barbados? Should they be looking to make the batsmen play as much as possible? They want to try and minimize the lead, but they also want to try and get wickets. What's your thought?
Right, I think they need to get wickets. I personally would have started with Justin Graves. I think for the simple fact that he makes the batsman play. He bowls the ball a lot closer to the batsman than most of the bowlers I've seen in this game. He bowls the ball a lot closer to the batsman that if you leave it, it kind of like just 2 shaves outside the off stump, so it's not that far wide. But they need to get these 3 wickets out.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This one is pulled. Short ball down to the backward square leg region. Just 1 run there, but that had some pace, some surprise. Louis.
Yeah, good shot ball.
Louis played a pretty brave shot, I would say, because it got onto him much quicker than he might have thought, and he was able to control the shot. And he was able to get a single down backward square.
Yeah, I think he was undone there by the pace 1 and to the fact that the ball was on his body. I think that the other deliveries have been delivered outside the line of his body. That one's actually on his body, and he found it a little discomforting in the fact that the ball rushed onto him. And this is what you want to do. This is how you're going to get wickets. You have to bowl the ball at the stumps. Give the batsman the chance. Give yourself a chance to get a wicket. If you're not going to get the edge or hit the stumps, you have to give yourself a chance by forcing the batsman to play.
Here he comes again and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton this time is playing the ball defensively into the offside, and there's no run. The over ends. And it means now a lead is 151. This is really good cricket. You have to be impressed with the Leeward Islands fight back. Years gone by, the Leewards would have crumbled, they would have folded. What we saw yesterday from Devon Thomas, we haven't seen in regional, well, we haven't seen regional cricket in a while, but we haven't seen it in regional cricket when it has been played in a while. That kind of fight back, that kind of response is impressive for West Indies cricket, and you have to give the Leeward Islands some props. 303 for 7, great fight back. Hamilton has 46 and Louis for 17.
Yes, tremendous knock yesterday by Devon Thomas. He really took the fight to the Barbados attack, and I think that they played in his hand as well, because he came, he fought fire with fire. And rather than pulling back on your line of lengths, which is kind of keep him quiet, if you can't stop him from scoring, you have to. The form of stopping him from scoring is drive his run. They didn't do that. He took the fight to them and they went on the back foot, you know, and just he played well. Let's take nothing from him. Fantastic knock.
Harden now with the new over. Bowls to Louis, and Louis this time is defending into the onside to the short mid-on. There's no run. You've got 2 slips in the gully. There's a point, mid-off. Very whitish mid-on. Jamal Warrican is there. There's a short leg. Back whisker in the boundary, and there's also a fine leg. That's the field. The outfield is a little damp. We've had some rain. We had a stoppage for about half an hour. And the pitch, though, remains, I would say, pretty even. It's been a good pitch.
It's been a good cricket pitch.
Very good cricket pitch. So compliments there to the ground staff if they're listening. Well done, guys. You deserve some kudos. Here comes Harding now. Fast bowler. Passes umpire Gregory Brathwaite and bowls a full delivery that's driven beautifully through cover. That's a shot of a number 3 or number 4. It goes down to the boundary and is going to get there just about now, but not a good effort at all from Shamar Springer. I thought he escorted that ball into the boundary.
I thought he gave up early, Barry. He gave up early. And the fact that the outfield has a little bit of water on it, I thought he could have made a better effort in terms of getting to the ball, because the ball was what you call meandering. And he was just meandering behind it, you know. It could have been a lot closer. Maybe he could have saved 1. And in the end, 4 good-looking runs to Louis. An over-pitch delivery. And I think this has been the problem here with young Harding, is that at times when he comes off his length, he just goes foolish. And that's the second boundary he's conceded for the morning. 307 for 7, Barry.
As he comes in again and bowls to Louis, and Louis gets a full delivery. This one is more Yorker length, and he's able now to just defend it, play it straight to the cover area, and there's no run there for him. But well bowled, well played, good cricket again from both bowler and batsman, and I think good thinking there from Craig Brathwaite, because what he's done, he's now moved the short leg and he's plugged that cover position. So we've got the fielder there in Shane Mosey. He's wearing some very heavy pads. So I've never seen that Shane Mosey there wearing pads at cover. I guess he didn't have time to take them off. Hope he doesn't have to run for the ball. Here comes Harding now and bowls to Louis, and Louis gets the delivery that he's again playing to Shane Mosey at that cover position, defending, and there is still no run. What do you think if he has to run? He's going to be running very uncomfortably with those pads on.
Well, he have to run behind it. he didn't have time to take them off because he was feeling at the forward short leg position, and it will be a difficult run. Maybe he'll move maybe a little slower than Springer did just a short while ago. But this has been a good over in terms of the length. Now he's pulled back his length. Good. Young Harding. Don't want pace, Barry. You fine?
Yeah, he hasn't been expressed this morning. Perhaps just warming up. As he comes in again down bowls, or delivery that short, an off-of-me shot that would have gone straight into the hands of the short leg. Perhaps he might have played it like that if there was a short leg there, but they're able to steal a single.
Leg by.
It's actually a leg by, so it would have been, even if he took the catch, it would not have been out. So a leg by, but another sundry takes the total up. The lead continues to build. Anything above 175, I think, could be dangerous now. It's 156, with Hamilton in sight of a half century on 46 on strike, and Louis moves to 21, 308 now for 7.
But what I'm picking up, Barry, is that Louis looks a little uncomfortable with the ball on his body. Ball shortest on his body seems to have him.
As he comes in again now and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton gets a good short ball. Hamilton has to duck and take somewhat of evasive action. Well taken there by Dulwich. The over ends at the end of it. The Leeward Islands in their second innings, after making 172 for 9 declared, Barbados, of course, making 324. The Leewards 308 for 7. A lead now of 156 with 86 overs remaining. We still fancy a result in this game. and Hamilton is on 46. Louis is on 21. More from Linden Yard.
Yes, 92 overs gone in this innings, and a game where at the moment the Leeward Islands are being allowed to dictate the terms, and they can dictate the terms because it's been a tremendous comeback. You can't help say that over and over. It's been a tremendous comeback to be in deficit by 152, and now you are almost in the ascendancy where you've thrown the game wide open, and you can dictate the terms in terms of just manipulating the field and determining how much runs they're going to get and give Barbados a chase.
Simmons bowls again extremely wide of the off stump. Simmons is bowling really wide of the off stump. In fact, Dorrich is coming and taking that ball in front of almost a second slip, because the first slip in Jonathan Carter, he's very wide. He's not at a conventional first slip position. And then the second slip to me is at a more of a third slip. You've got a wide gully. There's a third man. There's a point on the boundary. There's a cover. There's a mid-off. And there is a backward square leg on the boundary. There's also a forward square. I missed him. So look, I'm not quite sure the line that he wants to bowl or the length, but it seems to be just a little bit wayward from Simmons at this stage. Let's see what he will do now. Here he comes in, passes the umpire and bowls to Louis, and Louis gets the delivery again wide of the off stump. That was a bit closer, to be fair to him.
Yeah.
That actually made him think he had to leave it alone rather than just watch it go by, which I think is a difference, because sometimes if you leave alone, it means that you could have played. But if you watch it go by, it means that you didn't have to play at all. But he had to leave that one alone.
And it could be a good plan in terms of bowling the ball wide-ish, because if they want to score, they'll have to go to score. But it tells me then if that's the policy you're using, then it means that Barbados is not looking to get the wickets. And I think that the key to preventing the score from going up is to get wickets. They need 3.
Here he comes in again now on bowls, and this delivery, he's driving at it. That one he went for a big, elaborate drive. He was on the front foot a la Desmond Haynes, like if he wanted to play a cover drive, and he missed it, taken there by the keeper.
Yeah, I think he was beating pace. He was late on that one, and the policy of not having to play too often, then he brings that one close. That's a beautiful delivery. You've got to give him credit. A beautiful delivery, foolish, and just shaving outside line the offs, and the batsman late on it because he's been so intent of just watching the ball go by that. And those balls he watched go by has also been on a shortish length. That one was foolish, and hence caught him on the crease.
You said that correct. Here he comes in again now, and bowls to Louis, and Louis this time is playing the ball in the air out to gully, but about 3 bounces to the fielder there at gully and no cause of concern. Young Justin Graves, who we haven't seen a lot of bowling. In fact, Justin Graves has only bowled, 11 overs done for 38, hasn't bowled a lot. Roland Butchers.
He's gonna come calling Barry. He just made a statement. I'm not gonna send it public.
Oh please. You don't want any trouble today. We want to keep the commentary on a professional level. I should say good morning to all of those listening out there in Barbados, around the world. Again, and a lot of persons listening on the stream. As he comes in again now and bowls to Louis, and Louis gets a delivery that's on the line of the off stump, defends it and plays it in an uppish manner out to the cover area, and there is still no run.
Yes, and the Leeward Islands doing exceptionally well. 308 for 7, with Simmons 2 for 43. It's a learning experience for the young man, so I'm not going to mark him very hard, and I think that he will gain valuable knowledge from this outing, especially on his home ground early in his career. Hope he has a long, fruitful career ahead of him.
Here he comes in again with 2 slips in the gully now. There's also a third man who's 3/4 way and bowls, and this delivery is driven straight to the mid-off area. Still no run. The over ends where the Leeward Islands in their second innings, 308 for 7 now, with Hamilton still there on 46. He's been on 46 for quite a while, and Louis is on 21. The lead is 156 here at Kensington Oval.
Yes, Barry, and by the time I return, I hope that Barbados will be able
Roland Butch is going to take over from you.
Dismiss this partnership here and bowl the Leewards out, give themselves a better chance of chasing down these runs. But if they don't and they continue the way they're going about it, I think that they could be very well much behind the 8 ball. So as they leave you in the capable hands of Roland Butcher and Barry Wilkinson.
Thank you so much, Lyndon. A job as usual well done. So hello to you, Roland Butcher, as Keon Hardin is going to continue now, and he's bowling to Hamilton, looking for his half century. Hamilton gets a short ball that he's punching just outside the line of the off stump, out to the cover point position. He'll get 1. He wanted a second, but very good fielding there. there in the outfield by Simmons, allowing only 1 run. Good cricket all told. Good morning to you for the first time, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, Barry, good morning to you, and slightly overcast morning again here at Kensington. I mean, we've seen that for a couple of days, but as the day has progressed, the sun has come out in all its glory, and the Leeward's making a good fist of this here. At this moment in time just as important as the runs.
Here comes Hardin in again and bowls a short ball that's pulled in the air down to the fine leg fielder. That's Simmons down there. I actually said Simmons earlier. That was actually Shem Holder. I'm trying to find who he's on the field for, but Simmons was the one feeling that one and was able to throw it back into the keeper. Just another single, but the runs keep compiling. 158 is the lead now. It's 310 for 7. Hamilton's back on strike on 47. Louis got 22.
Yes, and the sting really out to the pitch. That short ball, Louis was
I
able
think
to
I
pull
think
it
Hole
around
is on for
quite
Holder. As Hardin comes in again now and bowls to Hamilton. And Hamilton gets a short ball wide of the off stump. It dies on the way to the keeper, and he also fell down. Might call for some sawdust. Sorry to cut you, but I was saying that Shem Holder seems to be on for Shamar Holder, because I don't see Shamar Holder on the field.
Yeah, this looks as if Barbados right now, Barry, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Again, the whole protection thing of deep point and deep square leg. Runs are important, yes, but runs only become important after you've got the men out. If you don't get them out, the runs will not be that important. So while I can understand you're trying to save runs, the emphasis by the batsman now, as it has been since late yesterday, is occupation of the crease. So they're not going to want to take unnecessary risks. So I would really like to see the captain squeeze the opposition and force them to do something that they don't want to do. Bring that point up to save the single. Bring up the man at deep square by the square leg umpire and put a bit of pressure on them.
Yeah, I agree, but the pressure seems to be being taken off for some reason. Still seeing Shane Mosley in those pads at cover as he bowls again Hardin and drives as Hamilton missed, not timing that at all, taken there by the keeper. We've seen a different dimension to Hamilton's batting because he's usually more aggressive.
Yeah, obviously he's worked out that if you stick around on this pitch, it is possible to to bat time and make runs. And I guess he's also aware of the position the team is in and what is required at this point in time, which is a level head. That's all you need right now.
Here he comes in again and bowls to the captain Hamilton, who's beaten with a good delivery on the line of the off stump and is there taken by the keeper. This is good bowling from Keon Hardin, who got some wickets in the first innings. He's got 4. Now looking to pick up a couple more. He's got 2 for 61 from 17.5. Between himself and Warwick, and they both the lion's share of the overs. Simmons has bowled 13. And Shamar Holder has bowled 16, but he's off the field. So here he comes in again now, Hardin, the blonde hair man, and bowls this delivery that's short and is pulled, but not timed. It actually might have come off the pad, just to the left of the keeper, and there is no run. The over ends 310 for 7. Hamilton remains on 47. Louis on 22, and the lead now is 158 runs.
Yes, and what was very evident in that over, Barry, is that the lack of bunks, even when they banged the ball into the turf, even the delivery that went past the outside edge of Hamilton's bat, had to be taken below the knee by the wicketkeeper. So that can be certainly a bit of a problem later on in the day if those deliveries are going to keep low. And it would be even more important that you actually bowl at the stumps if the odd ball is going to keep low.
It's going to be Simmons to continue now. Bowls to Louis, and Louis gets a short ball. He's pulling commandingly, but that's going to go down to the boundary where there is a field there. Shem Holder, the substitute fielder. He does a good job getting around and actually limits them to 1. Very well fielded.
Yeah, good strong arm as well. Getting it on the full to Durridge from that square leg position. And slip taken out again. Just the 1 slip. Just trying to work out, Barry, where are we trying to get the batsman out? That's an important.
Here he comes again and bowls to Hamilton. Hamilton gets a delivery that almost again hits the stumps in terms of coming off of the inner portion of the bat. Yesterday we saw the most dramatic thing. Hamilton had to play the ball that came off the inside edge, rolled onto the stumps, and the bails didn't fall. And that was almost a similar happening.
Yeah, well, that's when the luck is going with you, Barry Wilkinson. Some people's luck would be it would go straight onto the stumps, hit the stumps, and dislodge the bails. So in cricket, you do need some luck as well.
Yeah, you do. You do. All part of the game. Say good morning to umpire Vincent Bullen. As this delivery is down the leg side and turned into the onside, and there is no run. So we've had a pretty interesting kind of morning, and it's you know, a situation where there was some rain. We went off, had a half an hour delay about. The skies have cleared. The sun is back out, not in all of its glory, but it's definitely back out now. And it's your traditional Saturday morning here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Roland Butcher's with me. Got scorer Susan Bell as Simmons bowls. And this delivery again is beaten with a good delivery on the line of the off stump. That's where you want to be bowling if you're going to make the batsman play. It was pitched just about the middle stump, moving away. He had to play, and when he did, it just moved like if he had a remote control. And luckily for him, he didn't get close enough to it. He would have edged it, but taken by the keeper. Good bowling there from Simmons.
Yeah, good carry through to the keeper. Seemed to get the rhythm right there, and with that, another change comes. Decide now to go with a second slip. Or more of a third slip, really.
Here he comes in again and bowls, turns and speeds away, bowls out to Hamilton. Hamilton is just right in this one, playing it into the onside, and there's no run. Still have 1 ball left in the over, 311 for 7. Lead 159. If they continue at this rate with a partnership now of 38, do you see them declaring perhaps if they get 220, 230?
I don't think so, Barry.
You don't think so? Dangle the carrot, make them go after it? They want to win too.
Yeah, but they'd be quite happy to start the series with a draw.
I don't know.
I wouldn't give the opposition a chance.
Here he comes again and bowls to Hamilton, and Hamilton is beaten with a good delivery on the line of the off stump to end the over. At the end of it, it's 311 for 7 with Hamilton on 47. Louis is on 23, and you have a lead now of 159. More from Roland Butcher.
Yeah, and that's that final delivery was the second good delivery that Simmons bowled to Hamilton in this over. It went past the outside edge on both occasions. Still showing a lot of energy, Simmons. First game, so he should be enthusiastic. Quite prepared to bend his back and put in the effort on what is still a good batting track. So a good effort by him so far. He can be fairly pleased with how he started his career.
Here comes Harden now with 2 slips in the gully and bowls to Louis. Louis gets a short ball. He's looking to pull. They're appealing for catch at the wicket.
Carry.
They're still appealing. Harden says, how is that? How is that? Umpire Gregory Brathwaite is on removed. He says, not out.
And nice to see a replay of that, Barry Wilkinson, but
yeah, well, that was a short ball that was perhaps hanging a little bit. I think the pace has picked up a little bit from Harden. They've brought back the short leg now. So Shane Mosey's back into action there at short leg. As he steams it again now and bowls to Louis, who's on 23, and Louis gets a full delivery that he's playing at just outside the line of the off stump. Taken there by the keeper, and there's no run. 311 for 7, a lead of 158.
Yeah, much better delivery, that one. Pitched up. Louis groping outside the off stump. Good carry through to the keeper. So a little bit too paced at the moment, which you'd expect. Fourth day pitch. It's not going to be as true as on day 2 and day 3. You would expect a bit of variable bounce. That's what we're seeing here. The short ball not really coming through with any fizz whatsoever.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Louis. Louis gets the delivery that's coming off the inner portion of his thigh as the ball just pitched on the line of the off stump. He came on the front foot, just hit him on the left thigh. That must hurt a little bit. He's just stretching. You had a lot of those knocks when you were playing, Roland.
Well, Barry, it's part and parcel of the game. You have to take them and get on with it. That's how it is. It would be good to go through a career without any knocks, but
impossible.
Impossible.
It's like a boxer going through his career without getting a punch. Here he comes in again and doesn't deliver. Just about to deliver, and then he aborted at the last minute. Perhaps he's been having some struggles there, slipping. I'm just wondering if that has hampered him again. I wonder if they should call for a little sawdust, because we've seen Harding slip and slide several times. Yesterday he did it about 4 or 5 times. This morning he's done it twice. And just on the point of delivery, if he was about to let go, he lost his run.
I wouldn't imagine that it would be wet, Barry. What I would think is that it would be shorn of grass.
Here he comes in again, Harding, and bowls to Louis. And Louis this time is on the front foot and defends, pushes the ball to the mid-off area, and there's no run.
What is most likely is that you're landing in dirt areas that has been worn away, and you would just literally slide across it instead of the stud actually taking a grip. You'll never have that problem in New Zealand, Barry Wilkerson.
Why?
Because everything is green. Everything.
New Zealand is one of the most beautiful places in the world. Here he comes in again now, and it bowls to Louis, who gets a short ball, and there he goes again. It's a wide short ball. That was like a bounce of that balloon. Then he slipped again. He fell down.
He did. It was an involuntary delivery. I don't think he had that in mind, but having hit the footmarks again, he just ended up having no choice but to pull that one down, and you could almost call that 2 wides, because that was so high, and immediately again kicking out the footmarks. Maybe he should try going around the wicket and see this should be less, and also it would help you bowling at the body of the batsman as well.
Again he turns, steams in, passes umpire Braffett now, and bowls to Louis. And Louis this time is out. Caught, is he at short leg? No, coming off the pad. You know that's not out when you don't hear anyone appeal at all. If you get such an easy catch, you know that it came flush off of the pad. And you see Hamilton there kept quiet on 47 for quite a while. He's only scored 1 run since the resumption. That's about 45 minutes ago. He's been really, really quiet.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Time is the important factor right now. Main thing, get to lunch first.
1 ball left in the over as he comes in again now and bowls, and this delivery is full, on-driven, but fielded. So no run again. So the over ends 312 for 7 with Hamilton 47, Louis 23. More importantly though, the lead is now 160 as the Leeward Islands continue to trek on. More from Roland Butcher, and then for the first time this morning, it's going to be Andrew Mason.
Yes, and the Leewards Hurricanes continue to fight it out. Not giving it up at all. I think this is a good second inning effort. Obviously, the first innings were not too good for the Hurricanes, but this second innings effort is a much better effort. They frustrated Barbados after Barbados got themselves a very handy. After they got a very handy first innings lead, they would have hoped to have got into the the side very quickly, but that has not been the case. There's been a couple of good innings played by the Leeward's batsmen, and also of late, you know, Hamilton's effort to take the sting out of the fast bowling. And good morning, Andrew Mason.
Good morning, and he's done well. Here is Simmons, comes in and bowls a ball which is, and he's bowled him. Oh my golly, the ball was short of a length, went off the bat onto the stumps. He was trying to kick it away, and Simmons gets the wicket of Hamilton, and he deserves it. He's really bowled very well this morning, and Hamilton getting a short ball, went across, the ball hit the bat, went back at his stumps, and he was trying to kick it away, and just one bail came off. So Hamilton goes, it's 312 for a loss of 8 now.
Yeah, he didn't play that one too well, Hamilton. You know, the face of the bat, instead of being a little bit more perpendicular, you know, the bat's face was back, so the ball actually went down into the ground. It bounced towards the stumps, tried to kick it away, and he either missed it or kicked it onto the stumps. But really well bowled by the young man, but really a technical problem, technical error by Hamilton, who had played well up to this point. And really quite a soft way to get out.
If my memory serves me right, it might have been him in the first innings. The ball actually went onto the stumps, but the bails didn't come off. That happened in the first. It might have been Hamilton, but a good effort on the part of this young man. He bowled well, cut out the short balls, he's pitched it up, he's angled the ball across the right-hander, and this has been a very impressive beginning to his career. So 312 for 8 now. And how do you see it, Roland Butcher? Talk to me.
Well, I mean, they would like to wrap things up quickly, but the first innings I thought Archibald looked quite organised with the bat. Obviously, he's coming in now. It's much harder to start your innings, but he looked quite organised in the first innings. So, you know, if he gets over the first few balls, you know, you'd have to work hard to get him out, because he looks as if, you know, he plays within his limitation. He's not one of those tail enders that come in.
No, he can bat a bit. He can bat. There's no doubt about that.
So you need to try and get him early.
Here's Simmons, the ball to left-handed. Archibald comes up now, in bowls to Archibald. Archibald gets the ball outside the off stump. It's full, a bit whitish, and the left-hander allows it to go by, to be taken by the keeper. And as you would expect, some aggression in the field. There are 2 steps of gully and a bit of a deepish forward short leg. They don't have them on your hip anymore. There's a man at backward point. There's a mid-off, mid-on, and there's also the backward square for the top edge and a long leg, with no Shamar Holder on the field. 312 for 8. Here is Simmons as he starts to move in again from the southern end to bowl to left-handed Archibald. He's in and bowls to Archibald. Archibald is forward, digs it out. Good delivery, bang on target. And that was full, looking to bowl him and looking to breach that defense. Comes from the bottom of the bat, goes up the pitch, and he picks it up. And his captain applauds the effort of this young man, who goes back to his mark. So the lead is 160. Lots of time available. Got to watch the weather, though. We've had a lot of rain this morning. It's given away to pretty good weather now. We'll see what happens later on. 312 for 8. Simmons again continues the attack. He's got, 3 balls left in the over. Comes in to bowl to Archibald. Into this delivery, Archibald is caught. Is he? Yes, he is! Caught at first slip by the fielder Carter. Outside the off stump, played it at the edge found. The catch taken. And this young man on debut continues to impress. A very good delivery, good pace, good bounce. And there was the batsman flashing. The catch is taken. And listen to this, the Leewards, 312 for 9.
Yes, and a good wicket there for Simmons. Archibald goes for a duck. More importantly, the 9th wicket goes down, so Barbados will be sensing that they will be bowling the Leewards out as soon as possible. And Archibald, who in the first innings looked a capable batsman, plays a very iffy shot outside the off stump to the left arm seamer, and just off the outside edge, straight to Jonathan Carter. He's not going to drop that sort of catch. Good height.
Yep. Made it look very easy. Yeah.
And the 4th wicket for Simmons, and he now will be eyeing a 5-wicket haul. Yes,
and he's bowled well, and I suppose would have gotten the opportunity to bowl this morning because Shamar Holder is off the field. I think he came into this game under a bit of a cloud, But, you know, I don't give marks away that easily. I'm sure that you know that. And from what I've seen of the young man, I like him, actually. I think he's got some ability. Don't want to talk about them too quickly, but from what I've seen of him, I think he is he's skiddy. I think in the first, I suppose because of inexperience, bowled a couple of short ladies, but he got it right this morning and actually produced a pretty good delivery to get rid of Paul. Remember that one that hustled him? And that was a very good delivery, pitched up, a little bit of bounce, and the batsman went after it and got the edge, and a very good catch taken by Carter. So Henry comes out to do battle. Every run is going to be of great importance here now. It's going to be interesting to see what the approach of Louis is going to be. He's got 23, but double strike in terms of this over from the young man, and we'll be looking to get a 5. Let's look at his figures. 14 overs and 4 balls, 2 maidens, 4 for 44. Ramon Simmons on debut, and this has been a very impressive start. He's going to bowl now to the right-handed Henry to 312 for 9. In he comes, he's up and bowls. A ball which is down the leg side, maybe looking to york him, and it goes down the leg side. Henry's looking to flick it away. Well taken by Dowers, who's looked very good behind the stumps. 312 for 9. Talk to me, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, I think what Simmons needs to do now is just try and bowl full and straight. Don't worry too much about the short delivery. Batsman tried to beat him for pace through the air.
But he's got 1 ball left in this over and would want to get 5 on debut. Let's see what happens here. This is his 15th over. He starts his run from the southern end to bowl to Henry's up and bowls to Henry. Henry is covering up, capably pushing the ball from the off stump into the offside, down to cover. The end of a fine over from this young man, an over in which he got 2 wickets. Firstly, he got rid of the dangerous Hamilton and then followed up with the wicket of Archibald. So at the end of that over, in fact, some 97 overs bowled now. The Leewards are 312 for 9, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yeah, I think Simmons can be quite pleased with the effort that he's put in this game. Got a late call, made his debut, and I think he's acquitted himself very well. He's been quite happy to run in and give his all. Even when the pitch appeared quite flat, he was still prepared to bend his back and try to get some bounce out of the pitch. So I think he deserves his reward. And, you know, it looks as if, you know, he could have a good future.
Well, it's going to be interesting, as I said, the approach of Louis. What do you think Louis should do, Roland? Talk to me.
Well, I think he'll try to keep the good balls out. And the short ball is going to, you know, he's going to go after it. I would prefer to have that man at square leg if you're going to have him there behind square.
Behind square, yes, yes.
I'm not expecting Louis to pull in front of
No,
square.
I'm not either. Here is Harden, comes up now in and bowls to Louis, and Louis is getting a ball short of a length and pulls it, but instead of going through the wicket, the ball comes off the toe end of the bat and goes down to mid-on, and there's no run. Quite interesting, before Harden produced that delivery, he told Warrican to go back to mid-on, and now the mid-wicket is pushed back. Where is he going to go? Yes, he's almost conceding a single. That looks like Mosley. So there are 2 slips. He's going to even go further back. Can you tell me what's going on here? Is he going to go to the boundary? Maybe they're looking to give a single to Louis. They don't want to concede runs. And now, as you're right, the backward square has been put in now. So Reef has gone from forward square to backward square. Here is Harden as he comes in again to bowl to Louis. He's up to the wicket and bowls to Louis, and Louis is turning the ball away neatly. Runs here. It will go for 4. Yes, it does. It was a badly lined delivery just on the leg stump, but he just clipped it fine. Simmons could not get across in time. That goes for 4. And there is the bowler just kicking the earth because he realized that he's infringed really with his line there, and picked off really for 4 to carry the score to 316 for 9. The lead goes to 164.
Yeah, double bluff there by Harding. Ended up pitching that one up, badly lined with his natural in swing.
When he comes in again to Louis, who goes to 27 now. He's up to the wicket and bowls to him outside the off stump off the back foot and looks to force the ball away. Goes by with a bit more pace, taken by the keeper. His eyes open wide as that was short, looking to flash it to backward point. And then it goes into the gloves of the keeper. Of course, the keeper, the man who's returned, got a big write-up in the local papers after making 86. Adrian Woody Richard would have written that story, said he's back with a bang. 316 for 9. Good to see Dorridge back. And it's a situation where Louis is 27. Henry hasn't scored as yet. The lead 164. Barbados would love to keep it under 175, I would think. Here we go. As it's going to be Harden. Comes up now on his way again. He's in bows to Louis. Louis gets the ball, pitch up and drives into the offside. Out to cover for single. More extra cover. Cover comes across to pick it up. That's the other holder, that Shem holder, on the field for Shamar holder. And they get the run. How many balls left now, Miss Bell? There are 2 balls left. Let's see what the captain is going to do here. I would think he's going to have the forward shot again, put in another slip, and bring that point off the boundary to stop that single, yes. So I was able to get through to Mr. Bradford for the first time in my life. 317 for 9. So 2 slips, a gully, forward short leg. Here is Harden as he comes up now on his way to bowl to Henry. In bowls to Henry. Henry is driving quite nicely. Wide up and off. Runs for the Leeward's one to get a second. As he gets back for the second run. Pitched up and driven wide of that mid-off area for 2. These runs are important. The lead goes to 167. And Henry's off the mark. 319 for 9.
I don't think, Andrew, Henry's going to be hooking with any conviction. So
No.
the deep square leg.
Could you put him maybe up the cover, possibly?
Even at 45 on the leg side.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's see what happens here.
Catching position.
Well, here is Harden. Comes up now, bowls to Henry. Henry gets a short ball beaten outside the off stump. And the ball dies on its way through to be taken by the keeper. To end the over, at the end of it, it's Henry on 2. Louis is on 28. 319 for 9 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and survival there. Henry played quite a nice drive to an over-pitch delivery by Harding. Would have been perhaps expecting the short delivery, and Harding provided a double bluff.
Yep.
Pitched it up. But Barbados must try and make sure that this last period doesn't rally.
Right.
rally for too long,
No, you don't want that, do you?
because that will take time out of the game, and and today looks the sort of day, Andrew, that at some stage
Let me get up. Yep.
you could get
An interruption. Yes. That kind of a day. It's an English day, really.
sort of weather
It's
interruption.
slightly overcast, yes. And on the other hand, the Leewards would love this partnership to flourish and to get maybe a good 20, 30, or even more, and get them up to 200. That'd be psychological as well. So there are 2 steps, and there's a third man. There's a backward point on the boundary. There's an extra cover mid-off. And now there's a long leg and a man at backward square about 15, 20 meters inside the boundary. Here's Simmons, comes in the balls to Louis. Louis is guiding the ball outside the off stump down to gully for Graves, who seems to own that position now, to come across to pick it up. And there is no run. A look at the figures of the young man, and very good figures indeed. Before this over, 15 overs, 3 middens, 4 for 44, and must be a very happy man with his scalps. 319 for 9. Simmons goes back to his mark, looks up and sees that Louis is ready. Louis is on 28 as he comes in to bowl to Louis. Goes past the umpire, bowls to Louis. Louis is getting outside the off stump and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. A bit of bounce as the bowler angling the ball across the right-hander, and taken by Durridge, who's having a word with Carter at slip. Southampton played against Man United, your team, this morning, 1-1. Man United scored within the first 10 minutes. A lovely goal by, what was it, Sancho? Yes, scored. And then they conceded in the second half, 319 for 9, and the fans were leaving when the game was in progress. Oh, my golly. Here is Simmons, comes up now and bowls. A ball wide the off stump, no need to play at that. Louis happy to allow it to go by to be taken by the keeper. It's 319 for 9. What's going wrong with Man United? Roland, you're a Man United man.
Andrew, something has gone wrong for a long time, not just only this season.
Yeah.
For several seasons now. And you can almost trace that back to the rise of Man City.
Yeah.
I think when Man City became a force
Yep.
in English football,
Right.
it certainly affected their cousins across the board.
And Liverpool is doing pretty well. Yeah. Here is Simmons, comes up now, in bowls to Louis. Louis is getting a wide ball outside the off stump, no need to play at that. Goes by to be taken by the keeper. How many balls bowled now? 4. So Barbados will want, I would think, to try to cut out the single. On the other hand, the batsman Louis would like to pinch a single and just try and keep the strike here. Time is going to be important as well. 167. Pitch has played pretty well so far. We haven't seen any spin this morning, but we'll see what happens. Maybe Cornwall would have a big say in this. Here is Simmons, comes up now, bowls to Louis. Louis is getting the ball pitched up and whips it down towards the position as the return comes in. They get a single. It was played away down towards that backwards square area. And Mosey's return was very strong unnecessarily. In fact, it had that's Graves scampering across to the cover area to stop it. Well, it was not a lob. He really fired it in, and they got the run. So 1 ball is left, 320 for 9. So 1 left in the over, and it now exposes Henry, who is on 2 with that single. Louis goes to 28. What will Simmons come up with in terms of the deliveries? He starts to move it again. On his way to bowl to Henry, in bowls to Henry. Henry is getting outside the after. No need to play at that. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. So the end of another good tight over from the young man who's picked up 4 wickets. At the end of it, it's Henry on 2. Louis is on 29. The Leewards 320 for 9, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and I think Simmons has put in a good effort. Obviously the captain, in giving him the opportunity to try and get his 5th wicket, he may have to contemplate a change, maybe Warwick or someone.
Warwick is coming now.
Yep. So that.
Would you have gone with Warwick or would you have gone with Carter? What if you were the captain at this stage? What would you do? Would you bring your spinner in, or would you?
I mean, Warwick should bowl. I mean, he's played Test cricket. He's you know, you want to tempt the batsman to do something
right
out of character. So, you know, just put it there and
yes,
build a bit of pressure, and then
see what happens. Yes,
throw one up and then get some men around the bat. And
yes, I think this is exactly what he's going to do here.
With a split field, you know, you have a couple of men in the deep, a couple of men around the bat, and hope the batsman loses his head and has a go. But as you getting back to what you were talking about, you know, the 2 teams really struggling on Merseyside right now are Everton and Man City,
and Man
United.
Oh.
One red, one blue.
Yeah.
The other red and blue are doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, yes. What's going wrong with Everton? Oh my golly, they're losing to some teams that they shouldn't lose to.
Good progress in the last couple of years.
They've fired a couple of managers too.
Well, they've fired quite a few in the last 3.
Yes.
The last 3 years, they fired everyone.
Well, as Warkan comes up now to bowl to Louis, into this delivery, Louis is forward, capably pushing the ball away. Up the onside of the pitch, the bowler comes across to pick it up. I would think Louis is going to be calculated here. He's going to try to maybe wait for that ball. There's a long off and there's also a long on as well. Although the long off is good 10-15 meters inside, here is Warkan. Comes in and bowls to Louis. Louis is forward and drives. The bowler makes a good stop. Had it gone past him, it would have gone down to long on for the run, but he is conscious of that and he really came across quite nicely to pick it up. So no run, 320 for 9. Louis is on 29. Warkan comes in, bowls to Louis. Louis is forward, beaten outside the off, and appeal for a stumping. As the bails came off, Doris has looked very, very good behind the stumps. More of an inquiry. Umpire Blaze says no, and walks in to put the bails on, but Doris says no, I'll do that job for you. Now the long on is going to come up to mid-on, so they're maybe going to try to tempt in here. That's Harden coming into the conventional mid-on position. Here is Warkan, comes up in bowls, given some air, driven up towards that mid-off area for a single. In fact, it was up towards extra cover. The captain got his hand to it and parried it down to long off for 1. Shem Holder came forward to collect it. So 321 for 9. The lead has gone to 169. And I suppose they will think they've got to have something to work with. It's going to be an interesting afternoon, I would imagine. Warken has got 2 balls to bowl here to Henry. And I would think that you would want to be aggressive. Yes, so there's a slip. There's a silly point. There are 2 slips now. So there are 4 men round the bat waiting. Warren has got 2 deliveries left in the over. The mid-wicket on the boundary will come into mid-wicket, it would appear. There's a mid-on, a deepish mid-off, short extra cover, and a man at squarish cover. Here's Warren, comes in to bowl to Henry into this delivery. Henry's forward, and the ball goes back outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. That was thrown outside the off stump, and he just kept the bat inside the line as he came forward. Here is Warren with the last ball. This over comes in and bowls, and he's forward and drives up, and the catch is not taken by the field up at mid-on. I got the feeling that he moved rather late. It was hit in the air up to mid-on, and Harden was not able to come up with a catch. I just got the feeling that he moved late, and the ball hit his hand and dropped out. Well, that could prove costly. It was thrown up, he went for the drive, and Harden could not hold on to the catch. So Henry survives, he's on 2, Louis is on 30. 321 for 9 is the latest score here at Kensington Oval. And it's a situation where had an opportunity to take the catch, and it was floored. As I said, Harden, I think he might have just moved. He's a good athlete, but the catch not taken. And as I said, you never know. Could prove costly, another 10, 15, 20 runs.
Did it actually carry?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did carry, yes.
I was right behind, so it was
didn't carry?
to see. I wasn't sure. I couldn't see properly.
Okay, well, it looked as if it carried to me. Here is Simmons continues his in bowls. The ball which is on the line to the legs. I'm going to take the single as it comes maybe from the pad and goes away down to square leg. So Louis says, look, I'm going to take every run here. I'm not going to shield you. So it means now that Simmons has got, what, 5 deliveries.
He wouldn't be saying that, Andrew, if he gets out next ball.
No.
It seems a crazy thing to do off the first ball.
Yeah, off the first ball, yes. A leg by.
To expose number 11.
Yeah. And there was a little hesitation initially about the leg by, but he went with it. So, would he may be crucified if he gets out here. 322 for the loss of 9. The lead has gone to 170. Here is Simmons. Comes up now on his way and bowls. The ball pitched up and driven up towards that mid-on area. The bowler sticks his hand out and makes a stop. Had that gone past him, it would have gone away down to the down. It was pretty well hit. And I just got a little note from someone in Antigua who said to me that this guy can bat a bit. Not to worry about it. Henry can bat. He's slightly better than Keith Holder, who comes to call in next. 322 for loss of 9, who I think brought Malcolm Marshall into prominence. Have you heard that story?
Well, no.
Here is Simmons. Comes up now on his way to bowl to Henry into this delivery. Henry is getting outside the off, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. 322 for 9. So this has been a very good spell.
Andrew, they said Henry is the rabbit.
Yes.
But they said Keith Holder is the ferret.
Oh!
He goes in after the rabbit.
Okay, he does. Okay. All right. Well done. 322 for 9. He comes a call in very soon. And it's going to be Simmons, who's bowled well this morning. Hamilton leg before bowled by Simmons for 47. And Archibald Carter Simmons. Here's a delivery, which is outside the off stump, bowled by Simmons. Good length. He's really been impressive. Left arm angling the ball across the right hand and just plays inside the line. It goes by to be taken by the keeper. Archibald caught Carter slip off the ball enough. Simmons for duck, and Hamilton played the ball on to his stumps. In fact, he came forward. The ball hit the bat, then went back to us. He was looking to kick it away, and he might have kicked it onto the stumps. And one bail came off. How many balls left now? We got 2 balls left in the over. Brathwaite at mid-off comes across to have a word with his young buck. And is he going to go around the wicket? No. Let's see what happens here. Okay. So Brathwaite has said to him, look, why don't you go around the wicket? What do you think about that?
Yeah, he's probably told him to go full as well because he's reinforcing the...
Yes, the third step has come out to mid-off, and there's a mid-on now. So he's going to bowl round the wicket. In comes Simmons on his way to bowl to Henry, and Henry is speeding outside the off-stump. That's very well bowled indeed. Good pace as well, and he pushed at that. The ball went by to be taken by the keeper. I would think that Brathwaite would be quite impressed with the bowling of young Simmons.
Well, he should be for a young boy.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks good.
He has shown no nerves.
No, not at all.
He looks as if he's been at this level for some while.
Yeah. He looks like Wagner, you said.
Yeah.
A little bit like Devon Smith as well in terms of height.
Even walks back to his mark with a bit of purpose.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's bowled well. His length this morning has been good as well. Tended to be a bit short, but of course that's inexperience. But he's going to continue round the wicket. The last ball of the over comes in to bowl, and the batsman's whipping the ball in the air. Will the catch be taken? No. Down on the boundary, Holder was coming in. He was, I'm not quite sure what he was doing. He was coming forward and he stopped. And then he came forward, down that long leg, and the ball dropped in front of him. That's Shem Holder, and the catch was not taken, and they got a run. So 323 for loss of 9, and with that, Henry goes to 3.
Yeah, and Andrew, I think we're probably being a little bit harsh with Shem there, because while it carried a long way in the air, I don't think he was ever in a position to take the catch. He ended up diving, and the ball bounced and hit him in the chest.
So you didn't think he moved slowly?
Well, I mean, listen, where he was, I mean, sometimes you don't pick, you see the shot.
Pick it up, right.
You don't always pick
it
the
up,
ball
right,
up
right.
until it's literally cleared the stand. And, you know, Shem is usually a good fielder, so had he seen that earlier.
He looks very fit too as well.
Yeah, I think he would have made a better effort. But in the end, obviously, he still got his body behind it.
Yeah, let's have a look at that.
And prevented it from going for 4.
Okay, well, we're going to have Warrican with men round the bat. Comes in to bowl to Henry. Henry is swiping, and the ball goes outside the line. The off-stump taken by the keeper. Isn't that a swipe? Yeah, big old cow swipe like Blind Elder there, really. Looking to hit the ball down to the port. Let's see what happens here. Here's Warrican, comes in to bowl to Henry, and Henry is forward, allows the ball to go outside the off-stump taken by the keeper.
I think Henry might be better off swiping, Andrew.
You reckon, yes. Let's see what happens here.
The way he gropes there
he may burst the clouds too as he comes up now. This is Warrican and bowls to him, and he's on the back foot, plays it capably. That was short. Maybe Warrican doesn't want to give it some air after the first ball that he went for the big swipe. And now Reefer comes across to have a word with Warrican. What do you think Reefer's telling Warrican?
Get it up
there.
Get it up above his eye line.
Okay,
I mean, if he hits you for 6 and you get him out the next ball,
okay, fair enough.
You've done the job.
Let's see what happens here. As he comes in round the wicket, Warrican on his way to Henry. Into this delivery, Henry is swiping, and the ball goes outside the off-stump taken by the keeper. I don't remember when last I've done commentaries to say in an over that batsmen are swiping, and they are swiping. Now, Louis comes on to have a word with him, and there's, I think, going to be the mid-wicket, right on the boundary.
2 awful shots, really.
Yeah, 2 awful shots. How many balls are left in this over? We've got 2 left in the over. Reefer is going to go up on the boundary. So let's see what happens here. Is he still going to go for the swipe? He may come forward and just prod the ball back pad to the forward short leg. In he comes, Warrican, he's in, and bowls given some air, and he swipes again. And that's not a swipe. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper.
Same result.
Same result. He was looking to drive it through cover, really. I've been unkind to him on that occasion. Last ball of the over. Can he survive?
Surely he'll block this one.
Here is Warrican. Comes up now, bowls to Henry. Henry is on the back foot and blocks it. As he was on his leg stump, I think he might have been a little bit disappointed with that last delivery. But it was outside the leg stump, maybe on the leg stump, just worked away to that position of forward short leg to end the over. And of course, it's time for drinks, and of course, time for change of commentators as well. Keith Holder comes a call, and 323 for 9. Henry is on 3, Louis is on 30. And let me tell you quickly that the batsman to go, Hamilton bowled by Simmons 47, and Archibald caught by Carter off the bowling of Simmons for a duck. Louis has batted very responsibly. He's got 30. He's found a good little partner in Henry. And they've already added 11. And the context of this match, it's an important partnership as well. It's carried the lead up to 171 with Louis on 30. Henry is on 3, 102 overs bowled, and the bowling figures for you before Keith comes a calling. Shema Holder, who's off the field, maybe with an injury. 16 overs, 4 middens, none for 58. Harden, 20 overs, 3 middens, 2 for 69. Simmons has been the story. 17 overs, 3 middens, 4 for 46. Shamar Springer, who hasn't bowled today, 1 over for 11 runs. Carter, 4 overs, no middens, 1 for 9, to make that 1 for 14. Warrican, 25 overs, 8 middens, none for 50. Reefer, 3 overs, no middens, none for 23. Graves, 11 overs, 1 mid, none for 38. And Brathwaite, 5 overs, 1 mid, 2 for 7. So we brought you up to date The Leeward's 172 innings close to which Barbados replied with 324, batting the second time, in credit by 171. They're 323 for 9 with Henry on 3. Louis is on 30, 102 overs bowled. More from Roland Butcher, and then after the break, when the players come back out to continue the action, it's going to be Keith Holder.
Yes, and Leeward Hurricanes still fighting on. They're certainly showing a little bit of fight in the second innings, and you got to credit them for that. Barbados hoping to wrap this up as quickly as possible, Andrew, as we look away to our left to see the weather seem to be closing in. It appears as if it's raining in the distance, and there's probably some rain behind that. So the Barbados will have to be mindful of that it is possible some more time could be taken out of this game for rain and taking the covers off and whatever. That shortens the time that Barbados would have to chase any total eventually. So the weather could play a very important part in what takes place this afternoon. To date, obviously Louis has done, he's on 31 not out. He's done a good job there, and Henry has played the last over 3 or 4 swipes, as you would say. Didn't make contact on any occasion, so he is certainly looking as if he's going to give the bowling attack an opportunity to get him out. And welcome back, Keith Holder.
Good morning to you, Roland. Just spend a little time with me. I'm going to change my name from Keith Holder to the Rainy
Keith
Man. No, not at all. That is not applicable.
Right.
There's a guy who used to commentate on CBC by the name of Richard Bino. Andy Thornhill called him the Rainy Man, Richard Bino. I had some rain just after 1 over this morning, and it's inevitable. The ground staff already in readiness, and you can see the clouds building and a bit of drizzles in the distance heading towards Kensington Oval. 1 match already completed, and a 3-wicket victory for Trinidad and Tobago over Jamaica at the Brian Lara Academy in Tarouba. But they made a heavy meal of a target of 81 for 7. Bottom line is that they win. And then we look at the other game in Port of Spain at the Queen's Park Oval. But play about to resume in overcast conditions, and looking for a 5 for Simmons from around the wicket outside of the off stump. Louis doesn't have to play. 323 for 9 with Louis 30, Henry 3, and the overall lead 171. So as you have quite rightly said, I think that the weather more than likely will be an important element in the outcome of this game. The outfield is in excellent shape. There are 2 slips and a gully. Point is out on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, deep backward square, fine leg, and a third man as he was about approaching the stumps just behind umpire Jonathan Blades. Simmons stops and heads back to his mark. And he has the fine figures of 4 for 46 from 17 overs and 1 ball, 3 maidens. Now he goes in again. Left arm fast from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end. Pitched up, and that's a fine drive through the unprotected mid-on, heading out towards the boundary, and will get there as Braffett, the mid-off, just jogging back to pick up the ball from the boundary. Louis showed us here a few years ago that he is an accredited all-rounder, and he now moves on to 34 with his 5th boundary, 327 for 9. Henry has 3. That was a fine shot, Roland.
Yeah, lovely piece of timing, authentic on drive. There's nobody in the mid-on position. Simmons is bowling left arm around the wicket, so that ball was slanted into his leg. Played it with a very straight bat. Not an easy shot to play, particularly for a tail ender, but he played it quite beautifully.
So now there's protection with Braffett placing himself at mid-on. Solitary slip and a gully, one of the slips being removed. Shapes to turn it down the leg side, misses. Taken by Dorrich. So at the Queen's Park Oval, the Windward Islands 339 and 190. Guyana 327 and set 201 for victory. Yes, the lead on first innings by 12, and therefore having made 190, that's 203 for victory. There are 32 without loss, and of that 32, Hemraj has 31. He's partnered by Tej Narayan Chandapal 1. This next delivery is pushed up to mid-off. Roland, you've been around for a long time and you know cricketers all over the world. We spoke this morning about the passing last evening of George Rock, the former Kojan Parry, Spartan and Barbados fast bowler. And at the age of 85 in Bermuda, where he lived for quite some time. And I'll just have a few words with you in relation to what you would have known of George Rock. Here at Kensington Oval, Simmons is around the wicket and a big drive comes off the inner portion of the bat and goes down behind square. Mosley is the fielder running to his right as they take a single, and it's now Louis 35, Henry on 3, 328 for 9.
Yes, Keith, and first of all, condolences to the family of George Rock. Yes, I knew George very well, obviously from his time here in Barbados, and also knew him in Bermuda, as I was the national coach there for a while, so I got to know him pretty well. A very good cricketer as well, and obviously, you know, a sad day for his family and for Barbadians.
With Henry on strike, 2 slips, and again he cannot restrain himself. SA is a big drive outside of the off stump, misses. Dorich takes the end of the over from Simmons, his 18th, 3 maidens, 4 for 51. And from an overnight 294 for 7, the Leeward Islands 328 for 9 in their second innings, leading overall by 176. Louis 35, Henry 3. Here's Roland.
Yeah, and Henry's showing caution to the wind and not making contact. He's just hitting that fresh air against the spin and against the faster bowlers. You know, Louis talking to him, but it doesn't seem to make any difference when he gets on strike.
Yeah.
He wants to do what he wants to do.
Roland, what were some of the attributes of the late George Rock?
Well, I mean, obviously George was, you know, he was a good cricketer. I also thought he was a very funny guy in terms of humor.
Yes.
And, you know, he always had a story to tell, but he was very funny.
Excellent memories, yes. He always had a story to tell. I like how you put that. And he talked pretty, in inverted commas. Here's this first delivery from Warwican, who has been starved of wickets really in this game based on his prolific wicket taking over the Leeward Islands at this level. 40-odd wickets, including 4 5-wicket hauls. In one game alone, he got 13 wickets, with an 8-wicket haul in the first innings outside of the off stump. And a cool head of Louis, 35, 328 for 9. He's saying to Henry, if you keep my company, I can show you that you don't have to swipe once, twice, and a possible third time and an over. A couple changes here, at least one for sure, in that Springer comes from point into a second slip. There's a silly point, and the mid-wicket goes over to point where Springer was flighted, and that's a big drive out to extra cover. Diving attempt by the extra cover cannot pick up, and it goes down to the long off as they're able to go through for...
Yeah, Keith, I can remember, as I said, George, he was very, very funny. I remember during the time when I was here in Barbados, around the Barbados setup as a player. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Yes, 329, that single, taking Louis on to 36. And it seems as though Henry has picked up a little understanding of what should be the case. So let's get it right. 2 slips, a silly point, and a short leg forward and turn down towards fine leg. 2 easy runs here in the making as it's chased back by Carter now onto the ball, and a couple runs. So 331 for 9. Louis 36, Henry 5. So Henry on strike, 2 slips, a silly point, and the forward short leg, working with his left arm spin from around the wicket, and he's forward and beaten. And the end of the over, Warkins figures 26 overs, 8 maidens, none for 53. The score is 331 for 9 with Louis on 36. Henry has 5. A bit of clearance as far as the clouds are concerned in that area where the rain normally comes from here at Kensington Oval. And talking about the late George Rock, I have a tribute here from Richard Austin, former police officer in Bermuda from 1982 to 2019. And he says that he went there at the same time as my close buddy, Ian Hogmo. Good morning to you, both Richard and Ian Hogg. Bowling from around the wicket, Simmons ill-directed down the leg side, shaping to turn it. Louis misses, goes through to Dorridge, 331 for 9. So, yes.
What I remember with George Rock is that he always had this movement. His hands were always
busy.
He was busy. He was always doing his hands. And I'll tell you a story. When I was around Barbados cricket at the time, and Richard Straker was also playing at the time.
Yes.
And someone said to George,
after this delivery from Simmons with a slip and a gully from around the wicket, and Louis forward just pushes a couple meters in front of him, and there is no run. 331 for 9.
So Straker was probably one of the better players. You know, he was up and coming player. And somebody asked George, "What do you think about this guy Straker?" And George, you know, with his hands, he said, "Mr. Straker, I find he's a very talented player. You know, he plays very straight, etc., etc. But he says there's one thing. I just find that every ball could be his last ball."
Slip in the gully. This is a drive now through mid-off, fine stroke, heading out towards the boundary, and that's another boundary for Louis, who continues to show his all-round capabilities. Goes into the 40s on 40 from 79 balls, 111 minutes with his 6-4, 335 for 9. This last wicket partnership rolling now realizing 23, and the lead goes up to 183. Could be a bit worrying for Barbados pride. I like that story. And Richard Straker, a Christchurch man who now lives in St. Lucie. Morning to you, Strix. And Richard Straker, who went to England as one of 4 Barbadians in the first ever West Indies youth team to tour England way back in 1970. The captain was this guy, Dunaf Ramkasoon. I don't know if you recall, but there was a period for about 10 or more years straight where on every occasion a man of the match award was given in a test match or ODI at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. The adjudicator was Dunaf Ramkasoon. Yeah. I think he has a record for that. No one has ever given so many man of the match awards or being appointed. But then you had the likes of Richard Straker. Here is Simmons again from around the wicket, and it's pushed out on the onside. There's no run. You can continue a bit while I go back to this tribute by Richard Austin. That's a well-known name, but obviously the one that we would have known very well is the late Jamaican West Indies off-spinning all-rounder.
Daddy Germs.
Yes.
Richard Austin.
Danny Germs.
I did actually. I went on a a World 11 tour to Pakistan with Richard Austin. Back in the 80s.
Yes.
And he was also a very funny guy too.
Danny Germs. Yeah. Roamed the streets of Kingston after his career ended, quite sadly. Flicked down to fine leg for a single, fielded by Shem Holder, the substitute. And with that run, Louis goes up to 41, Henry 5, 336 for 9, 1 ball left in the over. But Richard Straker, a very proud cricketer, I dare say. He had the likes of William Bourne, David Murray and Winslow Ashby on that first ever West Indies on the 19-team tour to England back in 1970. That was a very strong team. Roland, you then would have been where?
In 70?
In 1970. When did you migrate?
I was in 67.
In 67? Yeah. So you were now learning London and Lords, or you'd become accustomed to how you should actually train and what time, etc., and traveling around busy London. This one is turned down to fine leg for a single. And
I didn't go to London until 1970. That was my first experience.
So you left here in 67?
Yeah.
So where were you residing then in England?
I was in Stevenage in Hertfordshire, a garden city town in very quiet area, and my first saunter into London was in 1970 when I was a MCC Young Professional.
Okay.
So I started 70 and 71 MCC Young Pros, based at Lords, and then really after that I was in London the rest of the time.
Okay. And I guess that's where you met your wonderful wife, who keeps you busy when you are here. I know she works extremely hard. She's an employee of the Barbados Cricket Association, driven down to the deep mid-wicket for a single working bowling from around the wicket. This last wicket stand now worth 26, 338 for 9. The overall lead is 186. Lunch has been rescheduled for 12:30. Not sure if that will happen unless one of the batters gets dismissed very soon. Ill-directed down the leg side, searching for a sweep. The rain is getting closer to Kensington Oval.
And it is raining there, Keith. It's, I would say within a minute,
Yes.
those covers will be, unless the wickets fall, but even if the wicket's taken.
A drive into the turf, back down the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. Louis 41 from 83 balls with 6 fours, 338 for 9. And now there's going to be a discussion. I don't understand how this guy, Nino Henry, could be calling Louis down to have a discussion, if only based on that stroke, when he was slugging at the same working a couple overs ago. But a little advice is good, and Louis head over the ball, pushes it out to the short extra cover, and there is no run.
I think Keith, I'm sure they'll be discussing that. You know, the rain is nearly here, so let's just hang in here.
Reefer was coming off the mid-wicket boundary and was told to stop and retreat and go right back to that position. Slip, silly point has now been placed forward the short leg, and a very short, straight extra cover working is in, head over the ball again, bat and pad very close together, and Louis pushes it down to that short, straight extra cover in the captain bracket. There is no run. He has the orthodox cover, extra cover, long off and mid on, and now he drives it powerfully down to long off. Shem Holder, the substitute, knocks out the stumps at the strikers end. They're appealing to the square leg umpire, Mr. Jonathan Blades, who was on his knees and had a good look and says, no, the rain is here at Kensington Oval. The members of the ground staff in their coats, the late Beaumont, Monty Maynard would have said, in their ponchos, about to come onto the field. They want to tell the umpires, we want to come, and umpire Gregory Braffett at the Joel Guyana end now removes the bails as the players head to the Garfield Sobers Pavilion. So the second time rain has interrupted play on this, the fourth and final day, after just 1 over this morning with 2 runs added, having resumed on 294 for 7. 2 runs were added. The rain came. Play resumed at 11:40, at 10:40 correction. Lunch had been adjusted to 12:30. It's now midday here in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, so I think we can safely say that this will be lunch taken with the score 339 for 5. And today the wickets going down of the captain, Jamar Hamilton, who was bowled by Simmons for 47, having resumed on 40. And Colin Archibald caught that second slip by Carter off Simmons without scoring. Those wickets fell at 312 and again at 312, 3 balls later. Yesterday, Monchin Hodge 5, Kieran Powell 27, Casey Carty 55, a wonderful 112, his 7th ton at the first class level by the Antiguan Devon Thomas. Amir Jangu 1, Jamar Hamilton 47. Where am I going? Yes. Cornwall 10, Hamilton today 47, Ward 12. And at the crease, Jeremiah Louis on 42, Nino Henry 7. They've put on 27. The overall lead is 187. And the bowling shows Shamar Holder 16 overs, 4 maidens, none for 58. Keon Harding 20 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 69. Ramon Simmons, the 20-year-old on debut, 19 overs, 3 middens, 4 for 57. Shamar Springer, 1 over, none for 11. Jonathan Carter, 4 overs, without a maiden, 1 for 14. Joe Melwarkin, 27 overs, 8 middens, none for 55. Raymond Reefer, 3 overs, none for 23. Justin Graves, 11 overs, 1 maiden, none for 38. And Craig Braffett, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 7. The cover is about to be fully entrenched. And rolling before you run away, just let me get back to that tribute from Richard Austin, former police officer in Bermuda, 1982 to 2019. Says he went there at the same time as my old buddy Ian Hogmore. So here we go from Mr. Austin. My condolences to the family and friends of George Rock. My first contact with George was as a teenager at Courage and Parry School, and seeing George Rock from one end and the late Keith Boyce from the other bowling in the annual Old Boys game in the 1970s. Seeing George when I went to Bermuda, he still had some spice in his bowling. The outstanding thing about George Rock was his willingness to mentor, coach, share his knowledge and time with anyone. He always said it was important to always remain a student of the game. He lived a full life, a great character, and a gentleman. May he rest in peace. Thanks very much, Mr. Richard Austin, former CP boy and former police officer in Bermuda, 1982 to 2019. I think what he has stated here in this tribute mirrors some of what you were telling us, Roland, about George Rock.
Yeah, I think he was a very well-liked guy. I think people like being in his company because, you know, he would make you laugh with his stories, and you know, I think people tend to forget also that he was a decent cricketer. But as I said, you know, condolences to the family.
Yes. There's a mention here by Richard Austin of George Rock playing in that Old Boys game at CP with Keith Boyce at the other end, the late Keith Boyce. Another lively cricketer, died on his 3rd birthday in October.
You know, Keith Boyce was an excellent cricketer. Batsman, bowler, terrific throwing arm from any part of the ground. He could get it into the keeper flat. You know, fantastic athlete. Played many times against Keith Boyce when he was with at Essex. You know, and again, you know, another fine cricketer who left us too soon.
Indeed, but in that era, I was making the point earlier this morning to Lyndon, the era when George Rock played and had a fine first-class career, albeit limited. You would have had the likes of Sir Wes Hall, Sir Charles Griffith, Richard Prof Edwards, and Barbados always blessed with outstanding fast bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, he was around at the time where, you know, Barbados had West Indian fast bowlers, so he was competing with some of the very best. In another era, he probably would have played considerably more games, and obviously would have been much more successful. But, you know, a nice man. I thought he was a very funny guy. I always enjoyed his company. You know, and he loved the game of cricket.
Yeah. How many years did you actually spend in Bermuda coaching it?
I was there for 1 year. I didn't finish my contract. I had a young daughter in England who didn't really want to go to Bermuda.
So you would have also met the late Tyrone Smith?
More like yeah. I mean, I was there with quite a number of other Barbadians in the team, actually. People like Wendell White.
Yes.
And Archer.
Former Maple player,
Archer. Winston Reid was my assistant coach.
Yeah, not to be confused with the local Winston Reid. Yeah.
But another Barbadian, Winston Reid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and there were a couple of other Barbadians in the team at the time.
Yeah. Your lawyer, Rob Thorne QC, is reminding.
No, that's Andrew's lawyer.
Yeah, and Barry's, and also mine. It's okay. But he was one of our guests yesterday. He's reminding me that yesterday we predicted a target of between 180 and 200 The overall lead now is 187. Thankfully, the rain has abated. Lynch being taken the covers on the square, and we will expect to get the time for resumption at 8 minutes after 12. I think based on what we see here, that must be the case. A target of around 202 sessions roughly rolling. And would you say it's likely to be challenging?
It's going to be challenging. It will be difficult because, if you look at the Barbados lineup, you haven't got that many aggressive players. I mean, Craig is going to bat how Craig bats unless he. So he's going to take his time.
How will Mosley bat? Because listening,
Mosley can't be too free and fancy because he hasn't scored any runs. So he's going to be careful. He's going to have a look at it, and what you're going to find is that you probably wouldn't get to you're going to lose overs at the end of the day because of possible light situation.
Yesterday, Roland, we didn't call Mosley's name. Those who had the privilege of determining who would be the likely opening partner for the Test series for Craig Brathwaite against England starting in March. But the last of two interviews I did with the chairman of the Barbados selectors, Henderson Broomsley, into this tournament, he spoke strongly and reckons that based on his last 2 years, albeit he missed out after his first two tests being dropped Mosley, that he thinks that Mosley should be put in the equation. At that time, just recently, that is what he said, Henderson Brooms. He seems to have this belief that Mosley is the sort of player can again rise to the occasion. What is your take?
Well, I mean that is possible. I don't think he's gonna get in at this stage because there's nothing really to suggest that he will get in. If anything, you're going to have to look at someone like Salazano. I mean, he was the obvious opener for the last series, who got injured and couldn't play. So,
well, are we to assume that he's still on the injured list, though?
Is he not playing in this game?
Well, let me look back. But something is telling me. Let me quickly look on that because there's a guy whose name you're going to have your lunch, You go with the special individuals. I wish that you leave a certain individual behind today. Look, Trinidad and Tobago won that game. But I'm going to ask you about Chandra Paul Hemraj, and for a particular reason, his name wasn't called. When I looked through the Trinidad scoreboard, this guy didn't appear in this game. The openers were Keegan Simmons, and in the second innings, Isaiah Raja had De Silva Mohammed. So he was missing, and I do not know what is the story on him. Perhaps Andrew can contact his Trinidadian counterpart to find out why he didn't play. So let's suggest that he either wasn't picked or he's still injured, which should be for quite some time.
His chances are being reduced as well if he doesn't play.
Now, there are two guys who opened for Guyana and who are opening now. Shiv Chanderpaul's son, who's like a blocker, a poker. You shake your head in the negative, you don't want him. What about Chandra Paul Hemraj, who is on 37 out of a score of 40, chasing 203 for victory against the Windward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval. 40 without loss from 11 overs. This guy, Chandra Paul Hemraj, has been there or thereabouts before. He's fairly attacking. Can he be also in the equation as a serious contender, Roland?
I would say so, because really you don't have a lot of contenders right now. So, his record of late, has been reasonably good. So, if he's able to get a score in these two matches, and Salazano doesn't play at all, I would say that he would have pushed himself probably ahead of most of these other openers if he can do that.
But what do they require, though, Roland? As one who played at the highest level, you've seen a lot of cricket. Who would be, in your opinion, the quote-unquote perfect partner for Craig Brathwaite, who's considered to be a joker?
Well, you're asking me a very difficult question, because right now, I don't think we're blessed. We're not blessed with opening batsmen who you can say would be the perfect for it. I think right now it's an area of our cricket that needs to be worked on. finding opening batsmen, because, as you know, opening batsman really sets the tone for what happens after. And we really have been struggling for. If you go back, you persisted with Campbell for a long time because, as the same but before him. So really, right now the cupboard is bare. It looks as if Kieran Powell's not gonna start at this moment in time. But outside of that,
well, Barry stirred up an ant's nest yesterday evening by first saying that Brandon King should be given the job.
Well, he may be one for the future. I can't believe that he would get the job right now. But who knows? I mean, Shamar Brooks. Brooks.
Well, that was mooted by Aikens Clark. He sent a 14, and I think Do you recall when Lawrence Roar was transformed from a number 3 into an opening batsman? In fact, you will very much recall when he got the 100 here against England back in 73, 74. And something I always believe that if you are a number 3 with the right technique, etc., number 3 always the vital position. Do you go along with the theory that your best batsman actually comes at number 3, or that is just an old-time saying? Do you believe that when you look at lineups around the world, that number 3 really says that's your best batsman?
I would say generally your best batsmen are 3 and 4. And I guess when they say bat, it's usually a player who can not just only stay at the crease, but also a player who can dominate attacks.
Right.
So history will tell you that the sort of players who were those top players, would have been the likes of Viv Richards and Greg Chappell and Ricky Ponting. Guys who, if you lose an early wicket, capable of dealing with a new ball.
Yes.
But then guys also who get in and they can destroy attacks. So that's where the saying come from, that you're best player because he straddles, both of those.
Yes, Roland.
And Keith, I think we're talking we're freely here, and the people in the box are enjoying it. And you may somebody
but I know people are still following and listening to the stream, and especially you get a lot of messages from Bermuda and New York and England, like my friend Matthew Atkins, who when he was at Queen's College made his debut. Gujarat,
I do, yes.
And your mate Dexter Toppin, the veteran BCA coach, actually has sent me a message saying that Solazana has a finger injury.
Right. Okay. Well, that's his situation right now.
Yeah. Well, it's time for you to get into the lunchroom. No, Roland. It is official lunchtime, and the lead commentator producer is saying it's time for us to take a break. Well, I believe he has special reasons for that too, if you want, so that's okay.
All right, well, let's do just that. And, could be an interesting afternoon, Keith.
Yes, and thanks very much, Reds, for your message, but we will discuss that after the break. Oh, no, he comes back and says we should remain for 2 more minutes. Look, Roland, hold on, share this one, because you were talking about George Rock and Reds Perez listening, but he tends to send me messages by way of Windows and some strange ways, messenger. I'm not a big messenger man, Reds. If you need my number again, you can call your friend Susan and she can give you the WhatsApp. Good afternoon to you, Reds. He says that George Rock had spells of 26 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 86, and then 4 for 28 versus Jamaica. And against Guyana, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 56, and 10 overs, no maidens, none for 40 in 1961. Thank you very much, good old Reds. Hope you're enjoying your wonderful residence in St. Lucia, and say hello to your wife Sandra, who was a very good scorer in Guyana way back then, Reds, and Reds likes to dance. That's your friend, Roland.
He is. He called me this morning actually, but I couldn't get to the phone in time.
Yeah.
So Reds, if you're listening, I will try and get back to you this
So
afternoon.
hold on, you couldn't get to the phone in time, and you didn't even decide to call him back?
No, because I was getting ready to get on the road, you see.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I didn't call back.
Yeah. Just give you the recap. Then the Leeward Islands 172 for 9 declared, and in their second innings at lunch 339 for 9, leading overall by 187, and Barbados Pride 324. Thanks to Roland Butcher for prolonging it beyond lunch. The covers are being removed, so hopefully we will have a prompt start after lunch.
Hey guys,
and
I'm here in the beautiful
enjoy your
spice.
Saturday lunch. Someone has said to me, there's no pudding in sauce in St. Philip today, wouldn't call a name. So, Roland, thanks again. Until the post-lunch session when your first commentator will be Barry Wilkinson.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm here in the beautiful Spice Island of Grenada and I'm at the Players Hotel. But I want to meet West Indies' newest super fan. His name is Asher Ozana. I can't wait to meet him. We've seen his expressions of passion on our screen, and let's go meet him right now. I think I spot him. He got a cricket bat in his hand as well. Hey, newest West Indies super fan. How are you, man?
Good.
Did you enjoy the game so far?
Yes, please.
You did?
Yes, please.
Tell me about Evan Lewis, where you were cheering him on to hit that 6.
Just wanted him to get the 100, really.
You wanted him to get the
I was
100.
really excited.
I know you're here to meet the players,
Yes, please.
but before we do that,
Yes, please.
you want to have a game of cricket with me?
Yes, please.
You sure?
Yes, please.
I think we need a wicket keeper. Oh, Niall, can you join us, buddy? Do some wicket keeping, right? Okay, it's time for you to do my job. I'll go get the players, all right? Be right back.
To be honest, can you hear me? I was shouting like crazy.
After the knock, I actually saw the video with you shouting. It's something very special to know that you come to support and you're just backing me 100 to score that 100. So I really feel happy about it.
Who is your best friend on the team?
Actually, Skimo Paul.
Who's the most boring on the team?
Well, I would say probably Alzari.
You play with that goat and it must be heavy.
No, I definitely don't. I'm not really looking forward to losing any teeth.
How do you cope with the fame? Because now I'm becoming famous.
Because now you're becoming famous. That's a good one.
Surely everyone wants to be a batsman, don't they?
No, I don't think so. I think for me, it's more fun getting them out.
Come on and show me the salute how it's properly done.
Okay, do you know how to do the salute?
No.
No? You want to learn how to do it?
Yes,
Have you
please.
seen it before?
Yes, please.
Yes? After 3. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, stop. Salute. And
What's that Superman cheering all about?
Actually, it's Shepherd, the S for Shepherd. Everyone asks me that. They think it's Superman.
Don't lie to me, you were panicking the other night.
honestly, I've got to be honest here. This is a secret. Yes, I was a bit nervous.
Oh, you think you're standing next to Hayden at the wrong end?
To be honest, when I saw him stand up, I'm like, oh shoot. I just got to get back. That's all I was thinking.
Do you think Sheldon was going to hit the winning runs?
When the field got in, yeah, I think so. When the field was back, kind of 50-50.
I didn't know you could hit sixes.
Well, okay, have you ever eaten a 6 before? Well, as a fast bowler, we don't eat many 6s, right? I mean, there's 11 batsmen on the team, so you got to bat. See that smile? That smile will get you far and take care of mommy.
Yes,
Take care.
Nick, what's up, man?
Hey, buddy, what's up? Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, Maroon fans all around the world are tuned in and excited to hear you speak. As you know, we've been planning this live for a little bit now, myself and you, and we appreciate you being here. Firstly, how are you? What have you been up to?
I'm fine, man. The body is getting some time to recover. I'm just home, doing some exercise, trying to eat properly, trying to learn to cook a bit, playing some video games, watching every series on Netflix.
Every series. When we get off this call, you have to send me some recommendations, man. I'm starting to run out myself.
Oh, for sure.
And I know that you're a person that enjoys the team atmosphere, being with the team and being on tour. I know that that's your thing. You enjoy company. So I know it must be tough being home basically by yourself for this period. How have you been handling that?
No, well, my girlfriend is here with me, so she's lending her support as well.
Okay. So as I said, we took some questions from our fans on all three of our major social media platforms: Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So I'm just gonna shoot some of those at you firstly, because obviously they're anxious to hear your answers.
Oh, sure.
The first one is a very interesting one to me. Do you want to play Test cricket for the West Indies?
Oh, yeah, that's an easy question. Of course I want to.
Okay, okay. That was a question from a Facebook fan. You want to go any deeper into that?
Test cricket, growing up, I always watched Test cricket and I always wanted to play. I had an unfortunate accident that I had to make decisions and had to live with the consequences. But, now everything is all right with me. And, whenever I'm called to, play Test cricket, I'm ready to play.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Maroon fans are looking forward to that day also. Who is the toughest bowler that you've played against? Now, I'm going to give you two picks on this one because you've played a lot of cricket internationally. You've played in the IPL, and obviously you've played a lot of regional cricket also. So I'm going to give you one West Indies pick, and I'm going to give you one international pick.
All right. So first West Indian pick is obviously Sunderland because I remember when I was, 18 years, he bowled a super over to me, and I only hit one ball, and that I won't ever forget that. And every time I see him, I tell him I'll get him back for that. So I'm just waiting for that day again. So I can have a revenge on him. Internationally, I haven't really. I just started to play. I've been doing decent so far. I don't really have, T20 cricket is just a couple balls you might get a better person. So I never really had any, long spells. So I can see that it's someone is really difficult to get away. So I haven't got an international bowler yet who I found is really difficult yet because I just started to play.
Right. I'm sure with some experience, you'll figure out a few in the years to come. But the Sunil Narayan one, I'm sure that the Maroon fans are interested to see when that will take place. Yeah. Whenever the chance arises, that might have to come to Trinidad with some local cricket.
Yeah, I'll have to play against some softball cricket.
Next question from another Facebook user. What have you been doing in the off time to keep game ready? So training specific, what have you been doing to ensure that your skills and your fitness are up there when you do get back on the field?
To be honest, there's not much you can do now, to be honest. The only thing I'm doing right now is, working on my fitness, just trying to get, lose some weight, gain some muscle, just get fit, do some more running. When it comes to the cricket aspect of it now, just, I'm getting a break now, so mentally, I can start focusing on what mistakes I made in the past, what I did properly in the past. There's YouTube, there's internet, there's sports apps where you can go and look at your footage. So I'm just reassessing and you know, trying to just get better. So, you know, my mind is there, and I'm just trying to continue to keep it that way.
Right. And one of the admirable things about you, I remember I had a conversation with you during the Super 50, I think in 2018, and you were saying that you always try to remain a student of the game. You're always trying to learn. You're always trying to pick up good habits. So even when you go to the IPL, it's all about ensuring that you learn from the guys who have been there, have done that, so that throughout your career, you're not making a lot of missteps, and that's very admirable. So I just want to commend you on that.
Thank you.
Final Facebook question. Someone wants to know what goes through your mind walking from the dressing room to the crease if West Indies are 4 or 5 wickets down within the first 20 overs of an ODI match. It's a very specific question, but I trust that you can answer it.
All right. Well, to me, I don't like to be in the dressing room for long. I hate to sit and watch the game, and just be anxious knowing when I have to bat. So I try to, go out, try to run to the crease as fast as I can. Just get to the pitch quick. Just make sure the blood is flowing. If I'm not on strike, then that's fine. But if I'm striking, just focus as quick as possible. Bat a couple balls, get the nerves over with, and then afterwards, just let the process take care of itself. I've been working hard, so I back my skills. I back whatever I've been practicing to do, and it's just up to me now to execute my skills when I go to bat. And the key is just getting out there fast, get the blood flowing.
So once you're in that competitive mood, once you're ready to bat, nerves don't really play a part.
Now, obviously, when you now go to bat, you have nerves, but after a while, when the blood is flowing, and you get some deep breath in, start to get accustomed to the atmosphere, then everything is fine for me. Then you're locked on, you forget that there's a crowd, and you're just there, you're playing. Like, you're just happy to be out there and just enjoying what you do.
Right. So now we move on to 2 Twitter questions that we got via our mini request. And someone asked, which is your favorite shot to play? We know that you have a lot of shots in your arsenal. You're a player that can play basically all around. So they want to know which one is your favorite.
I think my favorite shot is probably a cover drive. Now is a cover drive. I find like when I play a cover drive, and you're taking a photo, that's the best shot. It looks the best. So yeah, definitely a cover drive.
Yeah, and the Windies senior man analyst is in the chat.
Yeah,
interesting question from Twitter. I'm not sure. This must have came from one of your former teachers. So be careful how you answer it. They're asking, who was your favorite teacher growing up and why? Think and be careful how you answer this one, because I want to believe that they're asking for a reason.
I have, to be honest, I have 2 favorite teachers, and I went to 2 different schools, right? So first was in Kuvasek, definitely the PE teacher, which was Mr. Maraj. And then when I went to NAPS, it was the next PE teacher, which is Mr. Naga.
The PE teachers?
Definitely the PE teachers.
Why?
That's my thing. My favorite subject was physical education at the end of the day.
Understood. So it's no wonder that you became a cricketer.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you weren't a cricketer, what would you be doing for a living, Nicholas Pooran?
That's a good question, because every time someone asks me that, I could never answer. Even in school, I could never answer. In school, when they ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? Right. In my mind, I really know I want to be a professional cricketer. But if I put that in the paper, the teacher will be like, no, seriously, what you want to be? So I don't know, miss. I really don't know. So no, I still don't know what, if I wasn't playing cricket, what would have been. But,
so that was your toughest question in school.
Yeah, for sure.
But are you into any other sports? Do you play any other sports?
I like basketball, I like football, I watch a lot of basketball. Yeah, that's it, me too.
Okay, so there you have it, fans. Nicholas Pooran is a real cricket man. If he wasn't playing cricket, he wouldn't be Nicholas Pooran. That's
right.
So Instagram questions. No, so our Instagram fan base who are obviously here with us. The first question is, who was your childhood inspiration?
Brian Lara.
Brian Lara. What made you stronger after being injured?
It was just my mindset, to be honest, because as the question you asked me earlier on, just now, what I want to be when I grow up, or what if I wasn't a cricketer, what would I have been? And to me, sitting on the hospital bed, sitting at home, I know my dream at the end of the day is to play professional cricket, be a professional athlete. And that was just my mindset, My mindset was so strong that, whatever happened to me, it happened for a reason. So I decided to use that. I decided to, every negative thing I decided to think positively. Some people might take that statement for granted, but it's true. And I just had to believe every single time I go to the hospital or I go to clinic and I see improvement in myself, I started to believe more and more that, I can make it possible.
Right.
Once I believe that, I will play cricket again, that was all. I trust in the Lord, and it worked out for me. And then everything changed after that accident. I had to be mentally strong. Every day waking up the same time, going to therapy, same time doing the same exact thing. That's difficult, and that helped me to be mentally strong as well. And it just worked out in a way. It worked out in a way that everything happened. I took positively, and 3 years later, I'm here sitting talking to you.
Exactly. And I know that there were points in time during that injury and during that hospital period where other people didn't necessarily have as much faith as you did. So that must have been tough to deal with also.
Yeah, and that's the sad reality, at the end of the day, you have to accept reality. But it was tough, It was difficult. It was a difficult period in my career. And, just at the end of the day, I believe you won't be at the ground for too long. If you want to get up, you'll get up. Simple.
Right.
I just had to go through that week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4, a month, whatever it is. And, just believe that next week things will be better. And every morning I wake up, go to sleep in night, wake up. I just keep believing that, the next day is going to be a better day.
So it seems like you went through that entire situation with a pretty positive mindset. But I want to know what happened within that period of time that would have changed you as a person. How was it played out in your life?
In that period, the biggest change for me was, I remember sitting in the hospital. I wasn't too big on, religion, right? And my girlfriend, her family came and, decided to pray for me, and they decided to teach me about the Bible and teach me about Jesus. And, from that day, the woman just asked me to believe. And, so I was just listening. And I started to believe, and I saw for myself that, every single day, every week, I was seeing improvement. And I felt it was because I was believing that, I could get better and just trusting in the Lord. And, that changed everything for me, to be honest. That's the most honest answer I can give you.
Yeah, that's amazing. Obviously, myself and the Maroon fans, sad that you had to go through that, but we're happy to see you come out on the next side of it and where you want to be as a professional cricketer. So that's pretty impressive. I'm sure that story gives a lot of youngsters throughout the Caribbean hope that although they may be going through an adverse situation, which may not even be as serious as yours, but they can come out. Although they may feel down now, they can come out and they can achieve. So thank you for sharing that with us.
No problem, buddy.
What is the key to playing spin so well? As all the fans know, you're the boss at playing spin, and they want to know what is it that allows you to do that.
To be honest, I practice a lot. I wasn't too good at spin, to be honest. I think what helped me a lot is playing windball cricket as well. Trying to pick what these guys throw off their hands. So, for instance, Sunil will do the same, and he's probably the best windball player in the country. And everyone started to play softball, windball game, so we started to pick up a hand. So that's an advantage for me because I have a better idea of what spinners are doing. I remember when I was playing for Trident, Robinson was the coach, and he helped me a lot, explaining certain things to me about batting spin. Paulie was there as well. He's a bowler spinner, so he have an idea of hitting the ball for six and how to do it. And Robin was teaching me how to get single. You remember in Queen's Park a year, Sun was there, Paulie was there, Bravo was there, and I was batting and I did everything with six. And Sun said, Pooran, we know you can hit six, but for the next couple of months, try to learn to get a single. Learn to get a single, and then you'll see everything will just fall in place. So I decided to try to figure it out. I spoke to Robs a bit, talked to Sun, decided to practice more about getting singles, hitting gaps, putting on codes. And, I went afterwards, I went to Mumbai. Robs was there as well. I worked with him. I asked a lot of questions again. Rohit, Sachin, everyone was there. So I keep asking a lot of questions, how to bat spin. And I ended up playing in Bangladesh for two seasons. And I remember just asking everyone about how to bat spin. And then I went to Pakistan Super League. And Shoaib Malik and Sangakkara was there. And I had conversations with them about how they bat spin so good. And they gave me tips, what they use, and I started to practice it a bit more. So it didn't come overnight to me. It came 2-3 years I spent practicing just to get better at it. Because I knew at the end of the day I could strike the ball decently. But that wasn't important. The most important thing was trying to get single, and I'm still trying to improve and get better at it. I'm seeing that I'm improving. But the key was definitely asking questions from players who do play spin very good and practicing it. Just listen to what I have to say, and just go and practice it, and then come and execute in the match. Because at the end of the day, if you don't practice something, you can't come and do it in the match. It won't work like that, unless you're you're a superhero, you're super talented.
Exactly. And that feeds right into what I mentioned earlier with your student personality, and you always being willing to ask questions, always willing to learn. And you've seen how it has worked for you thus far. So is that something that you would encourage all younger cricketers to pick up?
Yeah, it don't matter if you're young or old, the game is always bigger than you. We all know that as, sportsmen. So, every single day you can learn. You can learn from someone younger than you. You can learn from someone older than you. It don't really matter because, every day we get an opportunity to learn something new. And the most important thing, because I remember Ross Taylor telling me, I asked him for some advice when I was 17 in the CPL, and he said, the best advice I could give you as a youngster is shut up and just listen. And that was just simple. And then, a year or two after, I really understand what he say. And there's nothing like a stupid question, according to Dwayne Bravo. There's nothing like a stupid question.
Right.
Yeah.
How did it feel to score your first 100 for the West Indies at a World Cup?
To be honest, that 100 was purely based on hard work. Getting into the team, doing the hard work, getting some success, but not getting that big score. And it all happened in that game. We were struggling a bit. I came and got Hetty run out, so I knew I had to put down my head and bat. Getting Fabian run out on 99. I was on 99 and Fabian got run out on 52 or 53.
I remember.
But of course, to win the game comfortably. So right after he got run out, I got 2 runs in the wicket, and I couldn't really celebrate because it's my first 100.
That was still on your mind.
Yeah, Fabian just played a blinder for innings, and I couldn't really celebrate. So to be honest, that feeling at that moment, I wasn't too happy about it. I could have made up for it if I had won the game for the team. But I came out when there was out 20 runs a game. So that, to be honest, I felt a bit relief just to get that first 100, but it wasn't. It just didn't feel right because we lost the game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
To put the icing on the cake is just to win.
Yeah, I understand. So the team goals are more important to you than individual goals.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting to score that next century so I can celebrate a bit.
Yeah, we'll celebrate like it's the first one.
Yeah, for sure. I have something to too.
No, you mentioned early. Someone actually asked, who is your favorite cricket legend, right? But you mentioned that you got into the game basically because, well, Lara was your hero.
Yeah.
So I know that you've had the opportunity now to meet Brian Lara, speak with him. Is it What is he like as a person, and how has he assisted you in your career?
I now started to talk to him. Try to. He's open for questions, but at the end of the day, that's Brian Lara. So I ask him certain things. He give me a response, and the response he give me is he's just a genius. So the things he would say, you'll be, wow, this is why he was so good. I just started to speak to him about cricket, because I just started to understand the game a little more as well. Mm-hmm. So as time go along, I just keep asking questions. But I'm surprised that the way he answered how a genius would answer.
Right. There's always that moment when you're speaking to somebody that really know about what they're speaking about, that you go to yourself, this is why. This is why you are him. This is why you're Brian Lara. Yeah. Now today is one of your very good friends' birthdays. Our skipper for ODIs and T20s, Mr. Cairo Pollard. I was wondering if, for the sake of myself and the Maroon fans, and Mr. Pollard, of course, if you could please serenade him with a happy birthday song. That was a special request from the fans.
No chance, man.
I want 2 lines.
I'll call him on video chat and I'll sing to him.
You have to post it for us then.
No chance. I'm not good at singing.
I know if you send him a video, he will send it to me. So that's what you should do. Full thanks for chatting to us, man. Obviously, from a Cricket West Indies perspective, we are dying to see you guys back on the field, and the Maroon fans also are missing you guys very much. Every day we get hundreds of messages telling us how badly they want to see you guys play, and we have to respond and say, safety first, that type of thing. So if there's any message that you would like to give to your fans, could you?
Yeah, sure. I just believe it's a good time for us to meet our friends and family. This virus will be over in no time. We believe so. Let's continue to believe like that. Let's try to do the right thing, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who surrounds us. It's strange. It just happened from nowhere, but it wouldn't be here for long anymore, I believe. We will get back to our normal lives in no time, and let's just remember the things we're doing during this pandemic. So when our normal day life starts over, we just don't take simple things for granted. Yeah.
Thank you, Nicholas, and thanks for speaking with me, man. We'll catch up later. We're looking forward to receiving that singing video.
No problem, buddy.
Enjoy the rest of your day, man.
All right, buddy.
There you have it, Maroon fans. That was Mr. Nicholas Pooran, West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. And he is obviously missing Maroon and looking forward to being back on the field as soon as possible. Had some very valuable advice for you guys in regards to the handling this coronavirus situation and ensuring that we maintain the good habits that we're picking up throughout this period when it is over. Thanks for having me once again. I'm Dario Batley, the Senior Men's Team Media Officer. And please join us on Thursday for another broadcast of Maroon Hangout. We'll be announcing our guest for that session soon. And I'm pretty sure that you guys will be excited to see. Enjoy the rest of your day and take care. Stay safe.
I'm Kimar Roach. Shannon, want it. You will get this and want it, Shannon, please.
I'm Shannon Gabriel.
After me.
Take 2.
Oh, I can speak to him.
What's your question again?
Cut. Okay. Shannon, what's your nickname?
I think they call it Shango or something like that.
Why?
Not sure. Kima, what's your nickname?
Well, they call me Slider.
Why?
I don't have a clue. They say I'm slippery.
Kima Roach, once again, gone through the gap.
Who do you think has the best nickname in the team?
I think we have to go with the big guy, Jimbo.
Jimbo, yeah, that's a pretty good nickname, isn't it? Yeah. So you know why they give him that nickname?
I'm not too sure, but I think it has to do with because he's big.
Yeah, probably that's it.
Yeah.
Big guy.
A big smile from the big man.
Kima, unfortunately, how long do we know each other?
Way too long. I think it's way too long.
Yeah.
I think it's about 2014, 2013.
So way too long, ain't it?
8 years, yeah, it's way too long.
Applause for Shannon Gabriel, who fell like London Bridge.
So when we first meet, boy, I think we met, that was what, England?
Nah, party, boy.
Party?
Breaking, I went to party in Breaking.
Nah, I went to a party in Trinidad and met you too. And then I met you in England. First tour. Good times.
Wow, you're getting me in my feelings here, ain't it?
That man Kima Roach can't keep it off the action.
Some people say we're the complete opposite. Why is that in bowling and off the field?
I don't really think much of off the field. I think we are the same off the field, but in bowling we are opposite. You do what you do, I do what I do.
Pretty basic, yeah, pretty simple.
It's a nice wicket by Kima Roach.
It was straight, it was angling in. Shannon Gabriel was confident.
Off the field, yeah, I'm happy to be locked into being the same with Shannon off the field. I think we get along very well, spend a lot of time together. We're both into having fun, party here and there. But when it comes to serious business, we get on the field and we
First ball, Simmons bowls, and this delivery is just to the right of the fielder there, Graves. And that could have been a catch. 187 is the lead. 339 for 9.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Barry. Good afternoon to listeners. And still all to play for here. Simmons 4 for 57. Looking for a fifer. That ball dropping just short of a diving Graves, who's occupying the solitary gully position. Leeward's 339 for 9 in a decent position with rain. Hoping to have a say in the final outcome, Barry.
Well, yeah, it might have very much rain again. Here comes Simmons now and bowls to Louis. And Louis gets the delivery down the leg side, glances it. This is going to go down to the final leg boundary. Very well stopped. Very well stopped there from Shem Holder. And stopping what was a certain 4. In the end, they were just able to what? Pick up a couple?
Yeah.
Just one run. He saved 3 runs. Tremendous stuff.
Well, you call that not good running at all, Barry, because they really should have gone for 2. But
I think they thought it would be 4.
4, yeah. So 340 for 906 overs and 2 deliveries, and 43 to Jeremiah Louis, who was really batted exceptionally well, having lost his captain Jamal Hamilton, just short of a well-deserved 50. When he played on to Simmons, who's got all 4 wickets, or 4 wickets in this innings, and all the wickets today. Here he comes.
Simmons comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is again just glancing to the onside, and there's no run. You could say that it was loading for Hamilton because he had 3 chances to be played on.
Yeah. He was, and there were basically short deliveries that he was just riding, but the difficulty, Barry, he wasn't keeping the ball in front of him. He was dropping the ball either to the angles to his left or to his right, which means he was not definitely in control, which means he was too square on to the ball, basically. Hence, I think the 3rd one finally hit the stumps. He tried to flick it away with his boot, but it still managed to hit the stump, and then the bails were dislodged. 340 for 9.
Here he comes in again now and bowls, and this delivery is wide of the off stump, left alone, taken there by the keeper. What do you think, if there's no more rain, how do you see this game going?
Well, I was saying something yesterday, Barry. A total of 180 is going to be a very interesting total. And they've gotten in, at the moment, I think 188, 89. They would want to get as much as maybe 200, or maybe just a little beyond. However, I think then it's a case of 2 flips at the dice, because it is then up to Barbados what they're going to do about the game. It doesn't make sense taking the first innings just and then give away the entire game.
Simmons comes in on balls, and this delivery is skipping low on the line of the off stump. Played out to cover. There's no run. Barbados would want to try and get maximum points.
Yes, they would want to do that, but at the same time, you wouldn't want to throw the game away either, because you were in the ascendancy. They never really dominated the game. They never took full control. They won sessions and then allowed the opposition to crawl their way back in. And the opposition haven't sunk as deep as 152 behind our first innings, have been able to amass 340 for 9 and crawl themselves back into the game, and they will be fancying themselves looking for a white victory.
Here comes Simmons in again and bowls, and this delivery is short, defended, played into the offside. There's no run. The over ends 340, 340 for 9, 7 to Henry. Louis got 43. The lead now 188. More comments now from none other than Lyndon Yard.
Yes, and I'm very impressed with young Raymond Simmons, the way he's gone, Ramon Simmons, the way he's gone about. The workload has been handed to him. Captain Craig Bradford has entrusted him with the ball from the very first over at the Malcolm Marshall end this morning. And he's utilized both sides of the wicket, around the wicket and over the wicket, but he's gradually grinding into the work. And given the fact that he's basically relatively young, very young, this is his debut match to first-class cricket, he's been a wonderful performance. He's gradually improved his length, which earlier was a little on the short side and maybe a little too wide. He's now more attacking the stumps, and he has been asking questions, which is a good thing. So he's slowly grinding into his work, and he's improving with every over that I've seen him bowl, as Jomel Wardikan is going to pick it up from the Joel Guyana end.
Working his bowl 27-8, none for 55. Here he comes to down balls, and this delivery brings the batsman forward, and there's no run. Good move?
Yeah. I think that they will more or less like to think that the batters will take a chance with him. They have a deep mid wicket out, long on in, long off 3/4 of the way.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is again on the off stump, and there's no run. I think he's got a good field set, but he has to bowl to it.
But what I find, Barry, for the majority of this game is that he's not giving the ball a lot of loop. His trajectory is just definitely flat and straight at the batsman.
Here he comes in again and bowls. Again on the line of that off stump. Just not straight almost, very straight.
Which is just allowing the batsman to just lunge onto that front foot. So it seems like you can predict what he's going to do. I'd like to see him tease the batsman more.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This one is flighted outside the line of the off stump, and there's no run.
That's it. The only difference is that he gave him too much of a sighter, and you recognize well that he didn't have to play, so he's continued to go across the right-handed batsman, and he allowed it to go by.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is again turned into the onside. Thoughts of a single forward of square, but still no run.
And just pulling the line around a little bit too much today, more centre and leg, allowing the batsman to play it with soft hands into the onside. Thoughts of a single. Louis, who's on 43, would also deserve a 50. He's faced some 93 deliveries. Henry's on 7. He's at the non-circus then, having faced some 28 deliveries.
Here he comes again now and bowls, and this delivery is flighted. Played into the onside, no run, a maiden. I must ask you, what do you think the Leewards will be trying to do? Because I thought that they will come out after this interval swinging all guns, because 9 down, they want to get as many as possible. What is the tactic of the Leewards?
Well, I'm thinking technically they are still slightly behind the game. They're in the game, not far behind. But what I think they will want to do first thing first, maybe they just allow Louis to get his 50 and utilize some more time. I don't think it's about giving themselves enough time to bowl out Barbados without giving Barbados more than enough time to win the game. So you want to make sure that you control what happens in the game rather than just allowing Barbados to dictate. Look, we have 60 overs to get 180 runs.
Here comes Simmons and bowls, and this one is driven in the air, square in the offside. This is going to go out to the boundary. They'll get one, they'll come up for the second.
Yes, good delivery there from Simmons. I will say a victory to him as that one just spurted off the outside edge of Louis' bat, but it went square down to the unprotected cover region, and it came back for 2 as Simmons is now opting to go over the wicket, having gone around the wicket in his very first over. So he's employing different tactics to Louis, and we see how that goes. He's been afforded 2 slits of gully, a point, a cover. Mid-on, the forward short leg is going to give way to square leg, and I suspect that will mean that the square leg will now move to a long leg position, and the square leg goes 3/4 of the way back. That is Shane Mosley. 342 for 9, Barry.
Again, he steams in Simmons and bowls, and this time Louis is driving in the air over cover. This is going to go a long way towards the boundary. It perhaps will get there because it's just
they'll have to run
gone
it,
into
Barry.
no one's land. No, they'll have to pick it up because it just can't make it. And only 2 runs. They should have done better with that. The running between the wickets has not been good.
Yeah, this run has been poor, Barry. I was a little concerned there just now with Henry. He seemed to have hobbled for that second run. And maybe hence the reason why they didn't go fast. Because in the last 5-6 strikes, he was kind of hobbling. And not a good sign. And maybe hence the reason why they only took 2 and not 3. 344 for 9. And at least Henry is looking to score. He has 11 from 30. And we have a field adjustment. The mid-off is now coming into play, Barry, which I thought the mid-off should be in position for that delivery prior.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Henry. And Henry this time is turning the ball into the onside and jogs a single. Hobbles a single.
He looks awkward running, Barry. Nonetheless, he gets off straight. He's up to 12, 345 for 9. I was a little surprised that the mid-off wasn't in just now when he was using the mid-on. He was using a 6-3 field. And the 3 being a mid-on, square leg 3/4 away back and the long leg.
Start her back after one.
And just to bring listeners up to date, that the tea time remains at 3:10, and the extended period for play to finish has now been moved to 5:45. So ample time, Barry, for your results.
Yeah, I think once there's no more rain and the sun seems to be coming back out, ample time for resulting, and I think we'll get one. As he steams in now, runs in and bowls, and this delivery is beating him just on the line of the off stump. Good delivery there from Simmons. He's been very impressive in this second innings bowling, and I think that was perhaps one of the deliveries we've seen, the best delivery we've seen after lunch.
I think what is even more impressive, Barry, is how he's handled the workload. The fact that he's gone from the start of play today and has come back and start immediately after lunch, and this is testimony to Captain Craig Braffett having the faith in the young man in his first debut game. I'm sure Andrew Mason will reward Craig Braffett with that after when he comes on to entrust the young man for bowling well.
Here he comes in now and bowls again, and this time Louis is getting the short ball looking to pull, misses, taken by the keeper, no run.
And he hasn't shown any sign of tiredness. I mean, he's young, exuberant, has the energy, but you know you can get tired within a spell. But you always say, Barry, once you pick up 1, you pick up 2, it gives you the energy to keep going. Even though you are flagging a little bit, you're going a little bit on E, empty in terms of on petrol. But he's not showing that. 4 for 63 and 20.5 overs. And we'll get from Susan. How much overs he's bowled in straight today? Young Simmons.
Here he comes in now as Susan gets that infant together. And bowls now to Henry. Henry gets a short ball, pulling it. This is going to go down to the backward square leg area. Very well fielded again, just 1 run. Shane Mosley's the man there with those pads on.
You saw him moving with them, Barry.
So Louis at the end of the over gets closer to his half century, 44. 346 for 9. Henry has 12. The lead now moving up to 200 very quickly. He's 194.
And the Leewards continue to do exceptionally well, Barbados. Waiting for things to happen, because the only things happen at the end where Simmons has bowled and he's picked up some 4 wickets in a very long spell. Started at the break, was interrupted after that brief shower. Then we started after the break, bowled to lunch and comes back and start immediately after lunch. 346 for 9 with the Trinidad side defeating Jamaica, who's really gone off the boil in the last couple of years, Barry, the Jamaican side.
Yeah, they have, but they've always played erratic. They're the kind of team that would play poorly today, but then will come and surprise with 300 runs tomorrow.
Warwick to continue.
And Warwick comes in and bowls to Louis, and Louis is on the front foot, beat him with a good delivery and take him by the keeper.
And the field for Warwick is a slip, there's a silly mid-off, a short cover point. There's a sweet 3-man 3/4 in the cover. The extra cover is in position, long off and mid-on.
This one is flighted again, edged, and he's out caught at slip. That's the end of the innings. Poor Louis was there trying to be too defensive. I thought they employed the wrong tactic. Here it is, they have 9 down. You want to get a half century, you want to push on, and you come up being defensive. Unbelievable.
He knocks the bat against his pad now, very disappointed.
Well, what's also disappointing I don't mean to break you, but the rain is back.
well, this one is faint, Barry. This one is faint, and the umpires are going to come off, but it isn't set up. Outside, the sun is still out. The clouds are not those white fluffy clouds. They're more like silver clouds. As the rain comes here at Kensington, the coverage is being brought on, but they suspect the coverage will be on momentarily. And as I said, no immediate threat of rain. It just seems to be an overhead cloud that just got loose, so to speak. And the coverage is being fitted onto the playing area to cover the pitch, cover the pitches I should say, and they suspect that looking from an east to south position, there is no rain in that area, so there is much to believe that the rain is coming from the north, which is at the back of where our commentary is coming from, because like I said, east to south. It is fairly bright, some silver clouds, you can see blue skies as well. And they said, my prediction is that this spell of rain will be very, very faint. It is very much coming down, but not hard. As you can see, the drops forming safely. And the cover is just being fitted on the square. And they could give you the figures of Simmons. Ramon Simmons, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 64. And what is very impressive today, and I must give kudos to the young man. I can't remember the last time I've seen a bowler on debut. And Keith Holder, statistician, will come and give you the last time that a Barbados player has bowled 11, and I'm talking fast bowlers in particular, I'm not talking spinners, I'm talking fast bowlers. Today he bowled, sent out 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25, and that's 11 overs on the trot, broken and interrupted only by lunch and 2 spells, 2 short bursts of rain, as is the case here now. As umpire Reefer with his umbrella makes his way to the middle, I can tell you the rain has subsided already, and the covers is firmly entrenched. The ground staff is out in the middle, and just to give you some bowling figures, Shamar Holder not seen today, as here they come, 16 overs, and he's picked up none for 58. Keon Harden Holder has been off the field, maybe he's carrying a little bit of niggle. Keon Harden 20 overs, and he's picked up 2 for 69. Ramon Simmons, impressive, 21 overs, 3 maidens, and he's picked up 4 for 64. 21, 3, 64, 4. Shamar Springer, just a solitary over for 11. Jonathan Carter, 4 overs yesterday for 17 runs, picked up 1 wicket. A wicket to Jamal Warrican, 28.2 overs, and he's picked up 1 for 55. Raymond Reefer, 3 overs for 23 runs without a wicket. Justin Graves, 11 overs, none for 38. Craig Brathwaite, the impressive figures of 5 overs, 7 runs, 2 wickets. Makes for good readings, and if you saw it, it wasn't a pretty sight, but he's picked up 2 for 7, and he broke the partnership. As I speak to you, the covers will be heading off the square any moment now. The ground staff beginning to take for the lack of the steel that is used out of the ground, so that will free up the covers. The Leeward Islands in their second innings, Monson Hodge, he went, caught Dulwich off the ball of Simmons for 5. Kieran Powell caught Carter bowled Simmons 27. Casey Carty, leg before wicket to Craig Brathwaite for 55, 134 deliveries. Devon Thomas, the Centurion, the only Centurion of the game, caught Dulwich, who's having a good game behind the stumps. Bowled hard in 112, 140 deliveries. Django, caught Carter, bowled Brathwaite for 147, made by Jamal Hamilton. Was and is that he really deserved 50. He played on to Simmons, got a little bit stuck in this crease, and he was out bowled by Simmons for 47, 116 deliveries. Raheem Cornwall, he contributed 10, caught Reefer bowled Harden. Terrence Ward with the E, leg before Carter for 12, and the last man to go would have been Louis. He was caught Charter off the bowling of Warwican for 44, caught that slip, faced some 99 deliveries, and before him today, Colin Archibald caught Charter, bowled Simmons without scoring, leaving Henry not out on 12, as the innings has come to a conclusion. And
the rain has also come to a conclusion because the covers are coming off. The fourth umpire, Leslie Rifford Jr. is out there just making sure everything is in pristine condition.
So 195 target, Barry?
Yeah, 195 to win.
What say you?
Well, it all depends on the mindset of Barbados. If they want to win, they can. And they'll have to be more positive, though.
Yeah, I think they have to approach it positive. The approach is the key to the game, though. Because at this stage now, effectively what it does, it takes the initiative out of the equation for the Leewards. They have one option basically, which is to go for a win. So technically they're going to have to try and get wickets without really conceding the runs. Barbados now have two flips at the dice. Really, they can just go for the win or just say, look, we've already collected the first innings points that are available, and rather than throw the game open and lose, especially if they find themselves in trouble during the middle with let's say a 2 or 3 wicket slump, consolidate and play on its merit. 194, and we'll find out how much overs left in the innings as the Leeward second innings came to a close on 346 off 109 overs and 2 deliveries. Henry the last man in not out 12, and Louis the last man to go for 44. And this is round 1 of the West Indies Championship 4-day tournament for 2022. Barry?
Who do you think will be the main bowler today for the Leewards?
Oh, Rakeem Cornwall. That is straightforward, Barry. He is 3 wickets shy of overtaking Gavin Tong, who started this game. He needed 7. He got 4 in the first innings, Rakeem Cornwall. And Gavin Tong haven't had 227 wickets, so he needs 3 wickets to join him. And I'm sure that he'll be fancying himself here with a long ball, Barry. I suspect that the captain will be utilizing from both ends. I don't think that they're going to let him sell at one end. It is about the Barbados approach. I think you said that earlier. And the opening pair of Craig Brathwaite and Shane Mosley will want to get them a good start. And for the Leewards, they would like to get rid of Brathwaite early if they can get him, because more than likely to see him as the consolidator of the innings. And if they can get him out of the way, then they believe that they could probably have a better chance with the middle order, especially seeing that the Barbados team is more packed with batting all-rounders than out-and-out batsmen.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. So Barbados must be positive. The start is going to be crucial. How would Craig Brathwaite and Shane Mosley approach it? Are they going to play their natural game? Shane can, I think, be perhaps turning on a bit more than Craig, but Craig might perhaps want to say he's going to anchor the innings.
Yes, but I think the key also, Barry, is to ensure that they don't soak up too much pressure. The Barbados have to dictate the games. This session, they can win this session, which will go up until tea, and then you take it after tea. If you're within range, and let's say you need 110, 115 in the last 2 sessions of the last session, the last 2 hours of the last session, then they could take it from there. But they have to be positive, and they have to be aware, what's the plan? Are we playing on merit, and then we're going to reassess, say at tea time, and take it from there? Because if they, for some reason, get bogged down, then they could play into the hands of the league. I expect that they're going to start with a fairly attacking field, especially when Cornwall comes on. I expect to see the 2 fielders hemmed around the bat. So they need to be positive, push the ball off them. Rotation of strike remains critical in cricket. And that is what you don't want here. You don't want to have a situation where one batsman is facing 4 and 5 deliveries per over without the rotation of strike or the boundary coming. And it is all up to Barbados, because basically this is their opportunity now. And I think the only thing standing between them and the final result will be rain.
Yeah, I believe so. I really want to see, though, the approach of the Leewards. Are they going to start with a very attacking field? Are they going to start on the defensive? It's going to be interesting to see how they treat this. Keith Holder is going to be the man. No, it's actually Xander Mason going to be the man starting back. We're going to have resumption in just about 5 minutes or so. But I do think it's going to be a very interesting time for the Barbados side and for the Leewards. They've got everything to play for. Linden Yard is going to...
The umpires are just about making their way out, Barry.
Yeah.
A target of 195. So if you had a US $20 in your pocket Notice I said, if you had.
If I had.
And you were to place a bet on this game. And you were to you're looking for a winning bet.
A winning bet?
Yeah. Who would that US $20 go to?
Leewards.
The Leewards.
I think the Leewards have it to win, honestly.
I think
especially if they get, let's say, 3 wickets before tea. If they get 3 wickets before tea, and those wickets include the captain. The captain is the snake, is the head of the snake. If you can get him, because he's the one that's going to keep it together.
Yeah.
If he gets out, there's not a lot of these cricketers can keep it together. Carter is not capable of keeping it together.
He's going to give you a chance.
Perhaps yes, Mosley, but you look at the other players.
Reefer is fairly steady. I think this is Reefer's kind of game, in the past he is in the past, Barry. What Reefer has done for Guyana is save a lot of games for Guyana. So this situation could be ideal for him, and they've entrusted him with the number 3 position. And as I said, it is ideal situation for him. But as I said, if they can get Craig early, who's making his way to the crease with Mosley, and then the Leeward Island team follows with Hamilton leading his troops out. Raheem Cornwall with a big smile on his face. This is his game, his time to shine. And I like what you said there, Barry, in terms of the Leewards getting the opportunity, because they have nothing to lose. They're already behind, and they can make up now by going for the kill. There's no more innings for them. It's just about getting 10 wickets before Barbados Pride can get a target of 195. We are just about getting set.
All right, and Andrew Mason is going to start it for you, as we are also back, I think, on 94.7 FM in Barbados. So Andrew, take it away. We look forward to what should be an enthralling run chase or wickets that might tumble. We'll wait and see, but it's all to play for.
Well, as soon as he puts on his headset, we want to know where his money will be.
My money.
Andrew, welcome back.
It's in my pocket. Well,
as we speak, Andrew, there's a faint drizzle.
Yeah, that's going to be a consideration too, huh?
Just ahead of us, coming in the area of the central bank. It is not a drizzle that will run the players off the field. We'll see whether the umpires will stay or whether they'll make their way off. You can't start in rain, but you can play in rain.
You can play in rain, yeah. The conditions are overcast, and this should help the bowlers as well. But we shall see what happens here. Will Barbados look to get the runs?
Now the covers is being called on.
The covers are coming on now, but
again,
the body language.
But it's a faint drizzle. If you look to the extreme left,
very faint. It's coming up from St. Philip.
Right. I think this rain is coming more from behind us, or more like a puffy cloud overhead, and not straight ahead of us. Because straight ahead of us is good. If you look at the area there with the central bank to your left,
right,
it's clear. There's an airplane heading to the Grantley Adams Airport. There's some silver clouds, which is always a good sign. When I see the white puffy clouds, it's concerned. If you see silver clouds, Andrew.
Right, yeah, you're right.
We're in good stead.
In fact, it's almost stopped already.
Right, exactly.
So the
ground staff have really been ready to work.
And the players...
So as soon as they get on, Andrew, it's likely that they can be heading off shortly too.
The other thing too is that the players...
remain on the field.
Remain on the field.
So as to give an idea of what you think of the weather, well, Gregory Bradford and Jonathan Blaze, they know the weather pattern here in Barbados well.
Right.
But you don't want the wicket to get wet. And in this situation, Andrew, with the rains coming down, the target set of 195 and 68 overs, does it affect the psyche of the Barbados team?
Well, I mean, when you look at the equation, they're going to come off now. I mean, what's that? about 66 overs to get 195. You know, when you look at the straight mass, it looks pretty okay and gettable. But I'm not sure about the mindset of the Barbados side, because I just don't get the feeling that when the Leewards batted a second time, there was a kind of aggression from the Barbados side. In fact, I just thought that Craig Bradford only got into the game when there was a very good partnership
between Louis and Hamilton.
No, don't forget Thomas.
Oh no, you're going earlier. I thought you meant today.
Yeah, I mean with Warkan feeling that second slip, you know, and that kind of thing, you know.
Funny how the umpires of course, you know, went off and now they're coming back up.
I didn't get the feeling that there was the kind of aggression from Barbados in the second innings, and I thought they were unnecessarily defensive too. And in the final analysis, I thought the Leewards did very well
Exceptional.
To have gotten up to this score. So it's going to be, I think it's about the mindset here. I'm not sure, as you said, maybe Barbados would play it by air, if by T or say 80 and 90 without loss, and you want to make a dash towards the end. You've got the overs to do it, but it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens. Do you think they'll go for the runs?
I think they should go for the runs.
They should?
Yes.
Do you think they will?
I would like to see them go for the runs.
Okay.
You have to be positive because, again, two flips of the dice. The Leewards have nothing to lose.
Right.
They've come right back into this game. They're going to play with 195 runs. They're going to try to defend.
Right.
So I'm sure they're not going to come out here with long off and long on out deep mid-wicket on the defensive.
No.
So they're going to be looking for wickets, which means they're going to give themselves an opportunity to get 10 wickets. Barbados, on the other hand, you want to transfer that pressure. You don't want to soak up or bring about any pressure upon yourself. So you have to be positive with your approach. Rotation of the strike is critical. You got a left and right handed combination, and you got a target ahead of you. So if you can set yourself in the first hour 55 runs in the first hour, you're pacing yourself.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, as you were speaking, while the Leeward's players were off the field, the Barbadian batsmen remained, and that can give you some indication, because if you're looking to buy time, eat away time, then perhaps they would have gone in, and the players are coming onto the field now. Then they would follow 2 or 3 minutes later. And these are little things that you see. So from that, you would want to think that Barbados may be looking to try to go for the runs. Because while you were speaking, I found it rather interesting that both Craig Brathwaite and Mosey remained on the field. And in fact, they were out there where the Leeward's players were in the pavilion.
So I'm going to be a little cheeky here. Does that mean that they're eager to go for the runs?
Well,
or is it a situation that they know the weather pattern? If you look at how the rain subsided very quickly, and there's no clouds about. I spoke about the silver cloud, which is now giving away to blue skies.
Right. So what do you think? You think that little thing there with them staying on, do you think it's about the weather or an indication that
I think they were conserving energy.
Oh, conserving energy.
Yeah.
So
it didn't make sense going in to come back out.
So you're saying then, I mean, but look into your crystal ball. Look into your crystal ball. Tell me, do you think Craig will go for it?
I believe they should go for it.
You believe? Okay, fair enough.
I believe they should go for it.
All right. Well, we see what happens. The players on the field.
It's a cricket game, Andrew, and this is what brings back the crowd to cricket when you get interesting games.
Right.
A game like this should not draw.
Yeah, and
unless the rain intervenes again.
And the other thing too is that when I was just looking at some of the stats there, because when the last wicket fell, Barbados had 160 to get, but the last wicket pair added 34. In fact, when you look at it, there have been some very interesting partnerships at the bottom of the innings as well. Because remember, Hamilton and Louis added 39 for wicket number 8, and then for the last wicket, Louis and Henry added 34, and that's to be significant. First ball is about to bowl. Here's Louis, as he comes in now to bowl to the Barbados captain, who's forward, ball pitched in the off stump, just drives it down towards mid-off, a push down to mid-off, and there's no run. So Louis starts the attack, I suppose, because Henry's not fully fit.
Interesting field, Andrew. 2 slips of gully. A point on the boundary, Andrew. What do you make of that? I know you're very big on Craig when he's captain and you have the point on the boundary. I want to hear you know, Andrew.
Yeah, well,
Hamilton has the point on the boundary.
It's a bit strange, really. Very, very strange. Is that a defensive ploy? Here he goes. Louis starts his run, comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, and to this delivery. Brathwaite is forward. That's a good delivery. No ball is called by the umpire, but you can see the ball. We've got we're looking maybe over mid-on. That ball started on the line of the off-stump and came back at Brathwaite, and he played it to the offside down to mid-off. No ball is called, so the Barbados side on the way. The target is 195 in a possible 66 overs. So the rate is about 2.9, just under 3. Here is Louis, comes into bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is coming right across the stump. This is a good ball, and that's one that's coming in at him, and he pushes up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. Lovely in swinger. Score is 1 without loss. I shall run through what happened today. In fact, we had Hamilton, and he was bowled, playing the ball into his stumps. In fact, one bail came off. 47, Simmons got him. Archibald was caught by Cartoff Simmons for a duck. And then Louis caught Carter Bulwark in 44 after some frustration. Here's Louis, comes in again to bowl to Brathwaite into the delivery. Brathwaite is onto the front foot and pushes the ball away out towards mid-off. Extra cover comes across to the right to make the stop, and there's no run. Looking very solid is Craig Brathwaite as he pushes the ball out towards that cover area. Henry got 12, and as I said, when the 8th wicket fell, it was 312, and the lead then was 160. But then, quite importantly, the last pair added 34 to carry that lead to 195. And it's interesting, 66 overs are available, weather permitting, and we shall see what happens. It's 1 without loss. Here's Louis. He's bowled 3 balls, 3 legal balls, starts his run, comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump, full and wide, and he watches the ball go by to be taken by Hamilton. So, 346 in 109 overs and 2 balls, with the situation where the bowling for you, Holder, who didn't take the field today, Shamar Holder, carrying an injury, I'm told, 16 overs, 4 middens done for 58. Here's Louis, he comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, and to this delivery Brathwaite is flashing at that outside the off stump. That's a naughty shot, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. Harden 20 overs, 3 middens, 2 for 69. Simmons 21 overs, 3 middens, 4 for 64. And you said he bowled 11 on the trot, was that
11
correct?
on the trot,
Yeah,
yeah.
very impressive.
11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25.
So you successful, he was also economical.
Yeah.
So that's good for him.
Brilliant.
I thought he bowled well. I thought he bowled. What impressed me today was his length. I thought it was very good. Good length. Here's Louis again, comes in with the last ball was over. He's in bows to Brathwaite. Brathwaite allows the ball to go outside the off and take him by the keeper. So the end of the first over, just a no ball. Barbados so 1 without loss, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a beautiful over there by Louis, simply because apart from the no ball, Craig was forced to play 4 deliveries in that over.
Right.
Which goes against what we've seen all game long from both sides. Really, the tendency there in this game has been to bowl the ball outside the off stump. And because that the Leeward Islands now need to win this game, they need to get wickets in order to win the game.
Right.
We saw 4 deliveries, Craig being forced to play at 4. He had a wild slash
yes.
at 1 wide the off stump. Hence the reason for the fielder at deep point.
That's true. And he plays that square in the offside pretty well.
So the mental game has already started.
Yeah. And, you're right, because, he got lots of deliveries coming back at him. And then that wide when he said, look, I can score. And it was a bit quicker. It had a bit of pace as well. Took off. And Hamilton took it up by his nose. But, of course, you won't want to judge the bounce when you talk about Hamilton, who's challenged in terms of height. Yes, a little man.
You will say he's about as tall as Mike Worrell?
Yeah.
I think he's the shortest keeper Barbados has had over the years.
Yeah, Mike Worrell, yes, short man. Who else would have had that? But Dorish, the current keeper, is a short man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is Dorish taller than Mike Worrell? Keith? I'm not quite sure. See him walking in the mornings. Good old Mike Worrell. Here's Archibald, comes in and bowls. The ball which is bang on target at the top of that off stump. The batsman looking a bit square as it's Mosey pushing to cover. There's no run. So we've had some short keepers. Of course, Dorridge is a short keeper. Mike Worrell's a short keeper as well.
Andrew?
Yes.
There's a backward short leg.
And David Murray was also short as well.
There's a backward short leg.
Backward short leg.
Unusual field.
Interesting field. It's not forward, it's backward. Maybe a little turn away of the hip in the air. Archibald is in to bowl to Mosley, and to this delivery, he's solid across the line, short, and just pushes up to the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run. Who do you think the shortest keeper would have been in the Caribbean? Randall
David
Leon?
Williams?
Randall Leon was short. Do you remember him? Little Portuguese from Trinidad. I think he was the shortest. Keith, do you agree? Well, if he was shorter than David Williams, he was very short. But I'm sure Reds Pereira, who's listening, will send us a WhatsApp, or he may send Keith Holt an email. 1 without loss. Good old Reds Pereira. Here's Archibald, comes up now and bowls to Mosey. Mosey's forward and drives sweetly into the offside for 1. Down to that cover area. The backward point comes off the boundary to pick it up. So Mosey's off the mark. A lovely drive to cover. So when we look at some short keepers from Barbados, Keith, David Murray would have been short. Of course, Dowridge is short. And
Dowridge is probably shortest then.
Yeah, you think Dowridge is the shortest, yes? Okay. Felsen Payne was medium height? Medium? Tallish.
Livy Puckering shorter than Felsen Payne.
Yeah, Livy
so
Puckering.
Ricky Hoyt shorter than
Ricky Hoyt, yeah, okay, all right. So we should ask who's the tallest keeper to kept for Barbados then. Of course, we got to go back to the old days and look at some of those keepers. I'm sure when Keith comes a calling, he'll be in a position to tell you more. Here's Archibald. Sun is out. Comes in now to bowl to the Barbados captain off the back foot and just plays it down towards that backward point area for one. Ran the first one quickly, was short of a length, backward point on the boundary. And
Thomas.
That looks like Thomas, who had to come across to his left to pick it up. But there was an urgency about the running of the Barbados captain there. So he gets a run to go to what's he now? He's actually up just after mark, yes, and it's 3 without loss. Second over, the reminder, the target is 195.
Tom.
The shortest ever keeper in the Caribbean is? Gian Benjamin from Dominica, that's correct, yes. Yes, and he played up at UWI, yes. Well, if you're short than Gian Benjamin, you're very short. You remember him, Barry? Yeah, a very, very short man indeed. As the action continues. Here we go. As this delivery is pitched up by Archibald, and there's a batsman coming forward and driving nicely down towards the position of mid-on. That's Mosley, and there's no run. It's up to 3 without loss. Gian Benjamin, I had a chance to talk to him in Dominica when I went there. I tell you, a very funny gentleman.
So Andrew, would you use the term short or diminutive?
Very, very short, very short indeed. Here is Archibald, comes into bowl to Mosley. Mosley is turning the ball away in the air, down to that square leg air for one. We'll get a second. Goes too forward of square. It was in the air, so they've got a plan there. And it was in the air, but safely away from the fielder. And Mosley gets 2 to carry Barbados to 5 without loss. Mosley is on 3. Bathurst is on 1. And I think from Barbados' perspective, as the over comes to an end, they will want to get a good start by these openers. And on the other hand, of course, the Leewards are hoping to get wickets early.
Well, Mosley living dangerously there. That one was perilously close to the fielder at the at the backward short leg position. And had he been in the conventional position, regulation catch. But maybe there's probably a tendency that they believe that that's the weakness for. Maybe it's not, because they're also utilizing that same fielding position for Craig Bradford. So maybe this is just the plan where the opening bowlers are concerned, as Jeremiah Louis is going to continue from the Joe Garner end.
And he's going to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is on 1. Comes up now, goes past the umpire, bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is whipping the ball away through mid-wicket for 1. Didn't time it very well. It was full in his pads, didn't put it away. Gets a single. And with that, the Barbados captain goes to 2. Mosley's got 3. Barbados has 6 without losses. This is over number 3. And in terms of the rest of the bowling, Simmons, 21 overs, 3 middens, 4 for 64. He really impressed. Carter, who in my view was seriously underbowled. Can't imagine it this side. A team making 346, and Carter only bowled 4 overs. 4 overs, no middens, 1 for 14. Warkan, 28 overs, 2 middens, 1 for 55. He bowled. Make that 28 overs and 2 balls, 9 maidens, 1 for 55. Reefer, 3 overs, no maidens, done for 20. Didn't bowl a lot at all, Reefer. And Graves, 11 overs, 1 bin. I thought he bowled pretty well. As the action continues, as it's going to be Louis to bowl round the wicket. Brathwaite, 5 overs, 1 maiden, and he picked up 2 for 7 runs he conceded. Here's the delivery, his edge, and is he caught? He is. He's gone. Ball settled on the off stump. The batsman played at it. The edge found, the catch taken, and Mosley departs. A good delivery outside the off stump, and that problem for Mosley continues. He's not good at those deliveries angled across him. If it's on the leg stump, he's very strong. And I'm sure the word is getting around. The outswinger came along. The edge found the catch taken. Early success for the Leewards. And listen to this. Barbados are 6 for 1.
Andrew, they're in trouble, and I will call for the replay early because I suspect there was no foot movement whatsoever.
Mm.
And
okay.
This definitely is going to let the Leewards further into the game. As I say, this is a game. Here we go. Just comes across his stumps and just came inside the line. The right leg, because he's a left-hander, did not go to the ball. So he just shadows the stump, any movement, and stands in front of the stump and stabs at the box of the youngster. So not the ideal dismissal for an opener, but clearly an opener who needs to get himself sorted out where the outside the off stump is concerned and his foot movement is concerned. And I will put it down to a very soft dismissal. And Barbados chasing the target of 195. They are 6 for 1. And I look up above the central bank. There's a little bit of sprinkling rain above there. It'll take a while.
Do you want rain?
Well, I think.
Ooh. I thought you wanted the rain to stay away.
I want a good game, Andrew. And we can have a good game here. And it was, again, Andrew, it comes down to the thinking and the strategy being employed here. Noticeably, for the left-hander, Louis opted to go around the wicket.
Yep, he did.
So immediately made the change. He bowled, took Craig Bradford over the wicket until the left-hander is gone around the wicket and having instant success.
Right.
And Mosley gone. Reefer's come out. He occupied that position. You said, Andrew, that some of the bowlers were on the ball, but I think that they picked too much bowlers.
Yeah, right.
So it's always going to be difficult because if you look, Shabazz bowled 1 over. Reefer bowled 3. Carter bowled what? 3 again?
Carter bowled 4 overs.
4, right.
1 for 14.
So 3 bowlers shared 7 overs.
Here's Louis, comes up now and bowls to Reefer, and Reefer is sprawling across the stumps. There was a big gap between bat and pad there. Looked ugly as the ball hits the bottom of the bat and goes up towards that mid-on area. It was full. He comes down the pitch to prod it. So early success for the Leewards. Barbados are under pressure at the start of the innings. And you got to credit the Leewards for fighting tremendous tenacity in that second innings to get a lead that they can work with. Here is Louis, comes in again to bowl to Reefer. Reefer is along the ball to go outside the off-stump, taken by the keeper. And of course, when you get the early wickets, it could be a different mindset too to the team chasing. Another wicket now will certainly put the Leeward's cat among the Bajan pigeons. And you never know. 6 for 1. Weather's good. No threat of rain at the moment. And Louis goes back to his mark. 6 for 1. Looks up and sees that Reefer's ready. Already Mosey back in the pavilion. And he comes round the wicket again to bowl to Reefer. And to this delivery, he's allowed the ball to go outside the off stump. Goes through the keeper's gloves. Didn't carry it him, but there was Cornwall very alert at that slip position. And in the end, he picked it up. But it's an interesting start, 6 for 1. Sure, all the eyes will be very much on this game here. And this display by the Leewards, in deficit by 152 to have batted so well and deep, inspires confidence. Here's Louis, comes up now, he's in and bowls to Reefer, and Reefer is forward to ball on the off stump. That was a bit close, and he just pushes out towards cover for the field at cover to come across to pick it up. That's Carty out there. How can you miss Carty? Looks very much like our good friend there from Jamaica, Richard Staple, in his bat and his movement. And he certainly was a joy to watch. So we've come to the end of the over. At the end of it, Bradford is on 2. Reefer hasn't scored as yet. They confirmed mid-pitch. And Barbados set 195 for victory. They're 6 for 1, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And advantage to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes on day 4. A very interesting second session where they have set Barbados a target of 195, and they've already got one in the bag in Shane Mosley, caught in the slip. Very soft dismissal, 6 for 1. That stage is still 6 for 1. And the modus operandi here, Andrew, is that Reefer is not known, let's say he's a steady batsman, so he would play up and down the ball, down the line of the ball, play on merit. And Craig is also very steady, so how do you accumulate runs? So you have to still, rotation and strike remains critical. There's a left and right hander, which is still good, but they both have the same temperament. So you could actually bring on pressure to yourself.
That's true. Well, it's going to be Archibald to continue. He looked impressive in the first innings. First thing I like about Archibald, he looks like an athlete as he comes round the wicket now on his way to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is along the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. As he is bowling round the wicket, that ball jagged back on passing. There are two slip signals. There's a backward point on the boundary. There's a short extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on, almost a, well, is that a backward square? Interesting feel for the push off the pads in the air. And there's also a long leg as well. 6 for 1. Archibald from round the wicket, operating from the southern end of the Malcolm Marshall end, comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, and to this delivery, Brathwaite is off the back foot, and we'll get a single as he pushes out towards the cover area. Backward point comes across to pick it up. He's on the boundary,
Thomas.
So that's a single to Brathwaite. He now goes up to make him 3, and Barbados has 7 for 1. 7 for 1. Reefer comes in to strike.
Kofi James is on the field, which means that, Henry's off. You substitute Kofi James, patrolling the point boundary now.
Even for Reefer.
Even for Reefer.
Yeah, so that's a, well, I suppose the modern day captain will tell you it saves a lot of runs. Here's Archibald as he comes up now to bowl to Reefer, and to this delivery. Reefer is getting a good delivery. One of the line of the legs, a bit of bounce. He pulled the bottom hand away. That was very well bowled. There's a feel at the forward shot. Well, he's more backward shot like lurking, and that was banged into the pitch. Got a bit of bounce. So Reefer's got to be careful. Do you like Reefer batting at 3?
No,
Lyndon?
I don't. No, I don't.
Who would you bat at 3, Lyndon?
Justin Graves.
You said that earlier. Yeah. Justin Graves is your man, the man from St. James. Here's Archibald as he starts his run again. Elbows pumping, goes past the umpire, bowls to Reefer. Reefer's clipping the ball away, through him a wicket, runs for Barbados. But have the legs to get to the bottom. The race is going to be tight. Will be pulled back just about now. So Shorty will get 3. The return comes in and Reefer gets 3. It was a juicy delivery on the line of the legs that whipped it through the wicket for 3. So, Reefer's off the mark, 10 for 1.
Yes.
Any day we want that kind of delivery, Lyndon.
Yeah, and you need to pull the line back a little bit or be a lot straighter. It was coming down the line, the centre leg, and work all along the carpet, giving Ward a long chase from the mid-on position down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And he overhauled it, so Reefer on his way. He has 3. He's joined his captain, Craig Brathwaite, who's also on 3. Barbados 10 for 1, seeking to get up a target of 195 for victory off 68 overs.
Aye, 68 overs.
So a lot of overs.
A lot of overs. It's not a T20. 10 for 1. Here's Archibald, comes in to bowl to Brathwaite into this delivery. Brathwaite gets a wide ball outside the off stump. That's almost taken in front of first slip. Has a bit of pace, but it was too wide.
Cornwall started to move.
Cornwall started to run, yes. Good old Cornwall. I'm sure he's going to bowl a lot. Although this pitch has played well. I mean,
yeah,
I think you must compliment the ground staff for a good pitch.
Yeah, wonderful wicket all 4 days.
I think it's a very good pitch, and Prof Edwards and Winston Reid and the staff should be very happy with what we've seen. It reminds me of the old-time Kensington pitch, even in the last day. Had a bit of bounce for you, and if you can bat, you can make runs. I've always found Kensington over the years to be, a good cricket pitch, although in recent times we've had some challenges. Here is an edge, and it's a delivery that was outside the off stump from Archibald. And there was Brathwaite pushing forward. Cornwall, they might have dropped
in front of him.
It dropped just in front of him. But Cornwall was really trying to maybe take it, and he's on the ground. I hope he's all right, Cornwall. He's a big man. Very big man. He's over 300 pounds. We'll have a chance to see the monitor. But that was a good delivery. The CEO comes into the box. Hello, Mr. CEO. You happy?
Here's the replay, Andrew.
Yeah, here we go. Let's look at Cornwall there. Can we see Cornwall? Yeah, we should really see him. Oh, yes. Yes, he's limping a bit as well, Cornwall.
Again, Craig standing on the crease to delivery, really, Andrew. And really should have come onto the front because it was a pitched up delivery.
Yeah.
But he's electing to play it down inside the crease.
Yes.
Got squared up, got the edge. But
yeah, and dropped just in front of him.
I think he would have taken his hand off the bat, and that helped him somewhat in the ball not going.
We may get a chance to see it now. He is. Ooh, lovely out swinger, and it dropped just in front of Cornwall, and he dropped to the ground. Ooh. What a thing. Here is Louis comes in and bowls. Reef gets one side, the offside else to go by. I won't say too much about Cornwall because I understand yesterday in Brass Tacks when I spoke about him, Noel Husband, the Walker, was very upset because I talked about his weight. So I got to be careful with that. 10 for 1. The CEO. Nice to see you, CEO. I hope you're happy with what is happening. Cricketers on radio. We want to thank the Barbados Cricket Association for coming on board to ensure that all of Barbados, from Crab Hill in St. Lucie to Bayfield in St. Philip, hear the cricket. And they love it. Here's a drive. Ball pitched up by Louis. And it goes down to that squares cover area, the batsman in the reefer, and they get a run. It goes up to, I make it 11 for 1. So we had a brief visit from the CEO, Dr. Ronald Toppin. And it's now up to 11 for 1.
I think what's interesting, Andrew, is the coverage, the streaming is being covered extensively and followed around the Caribbean, especially received from Bermuda.
From Bermuda?
Yeah, and from the United States. They're
wonderful.
Supporting Barbados.
Yep, they are indeed. Sure, there will be many supporting the Leewards as well.
You know, we have a very big West Indian community up in New York.
Yeah, and in Bermuda too as well.
And in Bermuda, Cayman Islands.
Yeah, a lot of them left. I think Philip Hackett, who was part of the commentary panel, was there as well. Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the leg stump. Bowled by Louis, he continues. And there's Bradford turned the ball away. And they've got that position at that short backward square. So they've worked out something here, Linden Yard. And the ball was in the air, but it was dropped in front of him. Now, that fielder comes forward a couple paces. So they're working on Brathwaite with that aggressive in-swinger. And there's this interesting here. The sun is out in all of his brilliance. 11 for 1. Here is Louis, comes into bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is coming onto the front foot. Good delivery. They're bowling the in-swinger to Brathwaite. And that ball comes from the inside edge, goes down towards mid-on. And there is no run. Pep in a step for them, 11 for 1. Yes,
he has a tendency of playing inside the crease, hence the reason most people tend to use the in-swing against him.
Against him, yeah.
He doesn't get in the stride. He prefers to go back. He's already deep in his crease, and he prefers to go back and get square onto the ball. Right,
that's true. And they've worked that out. And Hamilton is a good captain. I mean, I think he's tactically okay. I've seen him before.
They're going to make a change. They're going to plug the mid-wicket. They've taken the cover out.
Right.
Carty's going to come to a straightish, short mid-wicket.
Right.
It's an interesting field position. Yeah, and again, that's really
the in-swinger is going to come, That's
so
good captaincy.
The cover kind of open, yes.
Yeah, so there's a mid-off, there's no cover.
Shortish mid-off as well.
So what would you do now, Linden Yard? Would you go for the outswinger now?
Well, you have the field set. I haven't seen outswinger from him.
No, that's it. So, maybe he can't bowl it.
I don't think he has one.
In he comes now, Louis, on his way to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite gets a very good delivery, come back at him, and he digs it out. And the ball goes up to, is that Carty up at that short mid-wicket area? So they've got a plan here. And this is why I like to compliment captains, where you can see an obvious plan. And I'm big on it. I mean, I've been criticized over the years for it. I like to see tacticians. I like to see people, working batsmen. I thought that Hamilton captained the Leeward side very well when Springer and Dowridge were together approaching 100. Here's a ball pitched up. And stroked away beautifully by Brathwaite, threw it off. Will they have the legs to get to the boundary? The race is going to be tight. The ball wins the battle. It goes for 4. Pitched up. And there was Brathwaite drive. Not the full-blooded drive. He got it past Thomas to his right at mid-off and went away down the slope. And that's gone for 4. Well played, the Barbados captain, to end the over. 15 for 1 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, a beautiful cricket shot there by Craig. Andrew, I call it a check drive.
Yeah, check drive.
He just came inside the line, found the ball there, checked the shot, allowed the ball to hit the face of the bat, use the pace of the ball to sped across the outfield, past mid-off, and I think the error here is that the mid-off is too short.
Too short.
Because you're looking for the in-swinger. So he's going to still try to cover that inward movement. You're looking to work the square leg and the mid-wicket into a catching position. But at the same time, if it goes a little wide, you've got to give yourself some protection at the mid-off. So the mid-off was definitely too tight.
It's an interesting observation because generally nowadays with the new captain and the modern day captains, they tend not to have the conventional mid-off and mid-on as in the past when you had Clive Lloyd, now Sir Clive, you had the mid-off so you can come around and make the stop. Now, after this delivery, here's a ball short of a length as Archibald continues and Reefer's on top of it and pushes up towards mid-off. Now, if you look at the field and see where the mid-on is. Now, in the old time days, he would be there. He'd be back, and he's got time to come to his right, he's got time to come to his left. But he's almost, how would you describe that field there?
Shortest mid-on.
Yes, shortest mid-on, and it's a bit whitish as well.
Which is technically standard, despite the fact he's a little too short.
Yeah, he is. He's too short.
Short in the mid-off.
Yeah, you're right. And the mid-off is okay. Here's Archibald. Comes up now, he's in them bowls. A ball outside the off stump. Very well bowled indeed. And Reefer's beaten with a ball that had a bit of gas on it. And he whipped I think he was beaten there. It was banged and he came across the line. He could have whipped that to the keeper. 15 for 1. We got a contest here at the region's Mecca.
Good cricket here, Andrew, altogether.
Yeah.
Delivery, pounded into the wicket. Got a little bit of movement from Reefer. I think what happened to Reefer is that he was trying to get more to the line of the ball rather than pitch the ball. And it wasn't close enough. So
he wasn't close enough.
At it.
Yeah. So this is a good start by the Leewards here. Here's Archibald, full of energy, comes in to bowl to Reefer. And to this delivery, he's coming right across his stumps and pushes up towards mid-on. There's no run. A different length on that occasion. Reefer, I think, was caught back in his crease, but then he realized the length was different. Then hurriedly came forward, pushed it down towards that mid-on area. 15 for 1. Harold Eastman is in the box, the noted statistician. Hello, Harold. Nice to see you. Last time I saw you, that was before Christmas. Since Christmas, you put on a bit of weight. Is that the Christmas eating? Harold, good man. 15 for 1. Next commentator, of course, is our good friend Keith Roy. Here is a delivery, which is pitched up, and the batsman is forward and plays it square in the offside, down to that gully area.
Hodge.
That's Hodge coming across to make the stop, as that was pitched up by Archibald. This played square for single by Reefer to go now to I make him 5, 16 for 1. You just get the feel, and I long for this really, to see a contest, I mean, here's it, Barbados did well to have a lead of 152. I thought they were very complacent. I thought they were very much asleep, the Barbados side. Only, recognized what was happening, when Thomas got into stride, and then it got away from them, and in the end, they got 346, and now they've got a battle away here. Here is Archibald. Comes up, he's in bowls, and Brathwaite pushes into the offside for a single out towards the square cover area. Extra cover comes across to pick it up. And that's Carty, and the batsmen get a run. So Brathwaite gets one to go now up to 8. It's 17 for 1. Yes, Lyndon.
Good positive cricket, Andrew. This is what I'm speaking about. Rotation of strike. Key. He played the ball with soft hands. The cover in Carty was not alert as he ought to be, because you want to apply some pressure. If the bowler is going to be utilizing the better half of the wicket on that length, the batsman's job is mostly going to be to stop the ball, because he's in bowling balls that can get his batter wrong to pull or cut.
Archibald again comes in to bowl to Reefer. He's in and bowls to Reefer. Reefer gets a ball full and rips it through the wicket for 4. Goes into the shadows of the Greenwich and Haynes stand and goes over that rope and circling the ground. That was sweet like a Julie mango. I'm sure his eyes opened very wide. And he whipped it through my wicket for 4. What a lovely shot by Reefer. And with that, Reefer now goes to 921 for the loss of 1. Well played.
Yeah, beautiful cricket shot, Andrew. Just the ideal delivery you want to have after lunch. Beautiful. Attempted Yorker that turned into full toss, and you whipped it all along the carpet gracefully to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And this is the problem here. The bowlers also needs to be consistent.
You're right.
You don't want to be giving that away, that boundary ball. He started with a peach of a delivery that whistled past the outside edge.
Yes.
Then he came searching. And he kept coming closer and closer to the. So Reefer basically still keeping a close eye on him. And in the end, he got a tempted York and turned it into a full toss.
It was very well played, and Reefer's very strong, and he ripped it through mid-wicket for 4. Keith Holder's up next. Keith,
Roland Bush has also come back, so I suspect
All right. Well, Louis is going to continue. So I'll just do one more, Keith, and you can do the commentaries for the rest of the day. Here's the dude pitched up and whipped away by the captain. Through a wicket, 4 runs. Lovely shot, full and sweet. That's very juicy. That's a Julie mango, and it's also lovely orange as well when they're sweet, of course. And that's on the line of the leg stump and whipped away through mid-wicket by the captain. It was full, and he said, thank you very much for that gift. And that's gone away. Good for Valentine's as well.
Yeah.
25 for 1.
Yeah, beautiful shot there again. Louis searching for that Yorker, Andrew. Not a lot of batsmen has been bowled in this game.
Nope.
So despite the fact that you're searching for wicket, I think you're going to get your wicket on the length and not necessarily looking for that Yorker.
Yep, well said.
So we've just seen 2 attempted Yorkers gone for boundaries.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens here. He's got a strong onside feel as well. He comes in, Louis, to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is forward and pushes the ball away, out to cover. Should look for the second here, will he? He's keen to come back for that second good aggressive cricket from Barbados. It was 1 pitch to the off stump, went out to extra cover. It was Thomas having to move across to his left to pick it up. Reefer, the communication with his captain was good, and they got a second run, 27 for 1. Now, Brathwaite goes to 14, and Reefer is on 9. The man to go, Mosley. He was caught by Paul at second step low down off an outswinger from Louis for 3. It was then 1 for 6. They've taken it to 27 for 1.
And it's brought about a field change, Andrew. This backwards created is now come up to the cover position.
And he comes again. This is Louise up in bowls, pitched up in a drive. The field at mid-on doesn't pick it up clean. It'll get a single pitched up. The batsman went for the big drive, went up towards that mid-on area, and just coming across to his left to try to stop it. Is that Django? Yes. From Trinidad and Tobago, the land of Calypso. Of course, Carnival is around the corner. Are you a Carnival man, Lyndon?
No, Andrew.
Are you a crop over man?
No, Andrew. Sorry.
28 for loss of 1. Here we go. Are we going to have a crop over this year in Barbados? I'm not sure. I know that Stuart and those guys would want that. Here's a delivery on the landed the leg stump. Bowled by Lewin, turned away neat into the onside by that's Reefer to get a run. Went down towards that long leg area. And of course, is there going to be a Gold Cup?
No, Andrew.
No Gold Cup?
No Gold Cup.
So no Gold Cup. Do you have a Breeders' Cup here?
There's no Breeders' Cup. There's no Gold Cup, but there's racing.
Is there Grand National?
That's in England.
I know that. Here's Louis comes up in bowls, and Brathwaite is steering the ball wide of third man, down towards the boundary, and it will go for 4. It was wide, and Brathwaite chased it. That's a lovely shot. Juicy again. The length is not right, and Brathwaite pounced. The field on the back boundary could not get across in time. And Brathwaite gets another boundary to carry Barbados to 33 for the loss of 1. With that, he goes to 19. And that has encouraged a pigeon to fly across the ground. And I see him flying out towards the St. George Valley.
Andrew, from what I'm saying this over, beautiful shot.
Yeah, it was wide.
Foolish and wide. So I'm thinking it's time for Cornwall.
I think he's going to come now, and it's going to be time for Keith Holder shortly. Here's Louis, comes in and goes to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is forward and drives. A lot of confidence, oozing with confidence up to mid-off. Coming to his left is Thomas to pick it up to end the over. And the last 2 or so overs, Barbados will feel happy. They've not lost the wicket, and they've scored quite freely. It certainly makes the game rather interesting. I'll leave you with the news then that Craig Brathwaite is on 19, Reefer is on 10, 33 for 1 is the latest score at Kensington Oval.
And Brathwaite 19, Reefer 10, and the important part there as Keith Holder comes back is that Barbados is in the last, I would say, 15 minutes taking the initiative from the Leewards. They've overused the pitched up delivery and looking for that in-swinging Yorkers. That hasn't worked effective. It's actually given Barbados the ascendancy in terms of the batsmen alone to score freely. Both batters, Craig Brathwaite and Raymond Reefer, getting boundaries, and that has helped Barbados cause a 33 for 1. So they're going to have to peg it back. And as Andrew called for Roland and Keith, I call for Rakeem Cornwall. He's here. So as Keith Holder is going to take it up, he's going to be joined by his good friend, Roland Busher. More from Keith, and then Roland will be joining you. Keith?
Thank you very much. 33 for 1.
Rakeem Cornwall replacing Colin Archibald.
So the target is 195 off 66 overs, and Cornwall goes around the wicket for his first over, and it's pushed into the offside by Reefer. There is no run. Reefer 10, Braffett on 19 from 23 balls. A drive here by Reefer, powerfully out through extra cover. That's a fine stroke for a boundary. Positive stroke play by the pair of Braffett and Reefer. 37 for 1. Reefer goes on to 14 from 16 deliveries, and it's 37 for 1. Mosley caught that second slip by Powell off Louis for 3. We welcome back Roland.
Yeah, and a loose delivery there by Cornwall and put away by Reefer. And boundaries come in the last couple of overs quite quickly.
So if a slip on a short leg, he brings Reefer forward, drives it into the covers, and there is no run. Louis, 4 overs, 1 for 19. Archibald, 3 overs, 14 runs. And Cornwall, the off spinner from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end. Reefer forward and beaten, neatly taken by Hamilton. Slip. Short leg is in, very short, slightly square. Then there's a short backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a backward square, a bit fine, as Reefer is forward and plays it into the offside. It looks set now for lovely weather for the rest of this game. Lovely blue skies and sunny conditions here at Kensington Oval. The Leeward Islands prolonging their second innings, all up for 346 from an overnight 294 for 7, helped by a last wicket partnership. Back goes Reefer to Cornwall and pushes it down to the short leg in Django. There is no run. The end of the over set 195 for victory in 66 overs. Barbados 37 for 1, Braffett 19 and Reefer 14.
Yes, and Keith, Craig obviously a lot more positive in this second innings, and you know, he hasn't got a great record, Craig, as a second innings batsman. He tends to be more of a first innings batsman, but so far he's looked quite positive. He's got 19 off 23 deliveries, which at this stage, first innings, he was probably just off the mark. So he's obviously looking to get on with it, albeit he's been given some deliveries to put away. But I think if Cornwall settles into a spell, really, it won't be that easy for the batsman. He's got Carter to come as the next left-hander, so he'd be quite pleased to be bowling at Reefer and Carter. And 37 for 1, the sun out in all its glory. It really is a beautiful afternoon here at Kensington Oval, and when it's like this, Keith, you really feel like playing cricket.
Yes, definitely. So Archibald has been switched to the Guyana end, and he has 2 slips and a gully. The cover is deep, more of a sweeper, straightish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and the fine leg. He's forward, Braffett, and drives it down past the right hand of the short extra cover out to mid-off and getting a single as he now goes up to 20, 38 for 1 in pursuit of 166 to win from 66 overs. This is the 9th over of the innings. What is vital, Roland, as far as the chase is concerned? Ward on that occasion when Braffett went through for the single, not picking up cleanly, is that the number of overs to be bowled quite adequate for the target to be achieved, and the positive intent shown by Braffett and Reefer, who's allowing this one from Archibald to go by outside of the off stump. 38 for 1.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got enough overs, certainly, in terms of chasing this down. I guess the question is going to come down to, how quickly the Leewards bowl the overs, how many overs you're likely to lose at the end of the day, and all that will have an impact on what happens.
Archibald again with 2 slips and a gully into Reefer, pitches up, and that's a straight drive down the ground for a boundary. You can call all from now. Head well over the ball, and textbook style, he virtually touched it, and now touches the gloves of his partner Craig Braffett as he ran down to the non-striker's end. Perhaps that was the only thing, if you want to say that he spoiled it a bit. He could have remained in position, but a half volley and sweetly driven down the ground. The old buckle pop, 42 for 1. As Reefer goes on to 18 from 22 deliveries of his 3rd boundary.
Yeah, food and drink really. It's a full half volley. And all Reefer had to do was present the face of the bat, which he did quite easily. And Archibald at the moment, not bowling with any vigor. I mean, he's just, at the moment, he's just really gentle medium.
Here is Archibald again, and Reefer is forward, opens the face of the bat and guides it square on the offside for a single, taking him on to 19. Braffett has 20. Mosley out for 1. Caught that second slip by Powell off Louis. Actually 3. Let me correct his score, and that with the score on 6 in the 3rd over is now 43 for 1.
And as I said, Louis switched ends, but it doesn't look quite the same ball as in the first innings. Archibald, sorry, the energy just isn't there at the moment. He's labouring to the stumps.
He's opting to go around the wicket to Braffett with 2 slips and a gully in place outside of the off stump. No stroke taken by Hamilton already. 1 result before lunch with victory by 3 wickets for TNT over Jamaica at the Brian Lara Academy. And in the other game in Trinidad at the Queen's Park Oval, Guyana 99 for 2. They're chasing 203 for victory. The openers, Chandapal 28 and Hemraz 60. Dismissed. Both wickets to Denver. Hetmeyer is on 6 and Johnson, the captain, has 1. A drive here by Braffett through the covers. 1-2 fielders going after it, and the sweeper will get there a couple of meters inside of the boundary as the return goes all the way up to the keeper, Hamilton. So Braffett, with a couple more runs, moves on now to 22. Reefer 19, 45 for 1 at the end of the 9th over. They're scoring at 5 runs and over, requiring 195 for victory from 66 overs. So no problems rolling as far as the rate is concerned, comfortably at 5 runs and over.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment they're much too full in their deliveries, especially Archibald, just pitching the ball up. Not going to get a lot of swing with the conditions at the moment. It's bright sunshine, dry pitch. Be better to try and hit the ball into the turf. I'm not saying necessarily bowl short, but at least short of a length. Over-pitch deliveries, pitch still very true, and over-pitch deliveries get punished. But Cornwall really is going to be the key. If the Leewards are going to have any chance of saving this game or winning this game, I think Cornwall will be the one that will have the effect.
And let's give credit, Roland, to the ground staff. This is the final day, 4-day match, and I reckon this surface has played extremely well throughout.
It has. Obviously, the first day would be a little bit slower, which you'd expect, because no cricket really has been played out there. But since then, you know, it's got better and better.
Slipping a short leg, just a couple meters square on the onside, and Reefer head over the ball, pushes it back down with a bit of flourish. Cornwall bowling from around the wicket, and there's no run. Then he has the point in cover, the short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, in short as well, and a backward square. Still wider from the crease now, and that beats him, not taken by Hamilton, who jumped, and then he kicks it away to the short leg in Django. The slip in the now veteran Kieran Powell. 45 for 1. T is set for 10 minutes after 3. Reefer forward, comes off the out to edge. This is going to be a boundary down to third man. It's a very fast outfield. So the boundaries continue to flow here for Reefer in particular, as he goes into the double figures now and overtakes his captain Braffett. He is on 23, and it's 49 for 1 23 from 26 balls, the same number of balls faced by Braffett, who has 22. Here's Roland.
Yeah, he wasn't in control of that. Credit to Cornwall. He flirted it outside the off stump and got an outside edge. And he went to the left of Powell, that slip. And didn't react that quickly, Powell, but there was good pace on the ball, enough to take it out to the boundary.
Well, umpire Braffett at square leg came up to have a couple words with the Leeward Islands captain Hamilton, who was behind the stumps, and Reefer into drive out through the covers. They've gone for one. We'll come back now for the second run, and that brings up the 50 for Barbados Pride in relatively quick time. It's 51 for 1. And this is the 10th over with Reefer on 25 from 27 balls with 4 fours. Braffett has 22 from 26 deliveries. I don't know if you were paying close attention, but one got the impression that when Reefer got that boundary 2 balls ago, edging down to third man, that perhaps in some form of sarcasm, Hamilton was applauding and the slip, and whatever words were uttered, umpire Braffett alert coming up from his position at square leg to have a word with Hamilton. And forward is Reefer to Cornwall, pushes it back down the pitch on the offside, picked up by the bowler, and there's no run. Really a very, very lovely afternoon here at Kensington Oval when compared with the first session, a couple interruptions for rain. Cornwall is swept very fine downhill, and you don't try to chase those as it goes into the boundary beneath our commentary position. And the boundary is really continuing to flow. It's the 5th for Reefer in 29 from the same number of deliveries. Braffett has 22 with 3 fours off 26 balls. Mosey out for 3, and Barbados Pride needing 195 for victory off 66 overs, 55 for 1. 10 overs have been sent down.
Yeah, that last delivery outside the leg stump, and the sort of form that Reefer's in at the moment, he's not going to miss out on that. And he got it very fine, good healthy part of the bat, and score going up over 5 and over, by far the quickest per over rate of this game, and that could be quite worrying for the Leeward Hurricanes. They need a wicket to slow this thing down.
In these circumstances, Cornwall has been expensive. His 2 overs costing 14 runs. Archibald left arm fast from around the wicket, and this is the second time in this innings that Braffett has attempted to cut, not moving his feet, playing somewhat of a loose stroke as it goes through at good height to Hamilton. So in the previous over, Hamilton and Powell, the slipper, showing a bit of sarcasm, I dare say, if not the way in which they were applauding when we forgot that boundary down to third man. They may say it's psychology, they're working, and Braffett reaches out, not timing it well, and drives out to extra cover. There is no run, 55 for 1. Did you have much of that when you played for Middlesex in particular? That if you played a streaky stroke against, I don't know, Nottinghamshire, that a batsman will say, but Butch, what sort of stroke is that? And then they started to clap and try to get under your skin.
Well, I always took that as a sign that they were worried about you. You know, when they give you the silent treatment, they're not particularly worried.
Hamilton goes down and short delivery, punch into the covers, with Archibald still bowling from around the wicket at the Guyana end, and another couple runs. The intent quite clear. The pitch is playing extremely well, and you're chasing just under 200 for victory. The number of overs adequate, 195 to win, and the 50 partnership, as pointed out by our scorer Susan Bell, coming up off 49 deliveries in 37 minutes, and as many as 8 fours being struck in that 50-run partnership between Braffett and Reefer, who has 5 fours against his name. Braffett has counted 3 boundaries. It's 57 for 1, and Archibald still from around the wicket pitches up. Braffett drives it, almost tugging it down to mid-on, where Thomas moves to his right to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Yeah, Craig would have felt he missed out on that delivery because he was up there. Even though a reinforced offside field, I think he would have been confident enough to have struck that ball through extra cover. played a little bit too early and ended up tagging it up towards mid-on. But yes, the Leeward's Hurricane bowler's under a bit of pressure here. It's going at over 5 and over.
Slip in the gully. Archibald still from around the wicket. The left armer slow but full of delivery. Ill-directed and turned down to the backward squares. Louis runs around. That's a single. So Braffett now goes on to 25 from 31 balls with 3 fours. Refund 29 also from 29 deliveries, 5 boundaries, 58 for 1. Rolling a question on the modern day dress of players. You look at mid-on now with Refund strike and the bowler Archibald. So Terence Ward and Archibald both with skins. You didn't play in skins, you played in long sleeve shirts mainly. Or, I don't know, 3/4. What do you make of these skins after this delivery? Here is Archibald from over the wicket, digs it into the turf. Reefer lets it go and then plays what he reckoned could have been a slap as the over comes to a close. 5 overs, 25 runs. Not a single maiden has been bowled so far. 11 overs and Barbados Pride 58 for 1 with a target of 195 in 66 overs. Tell us about your attire. You've always been a neat man, but when you were at Lord's playing for Middlesex, Mr. Butcher, how did you dress?
I dressed rather conservatively, Keith. I did nothing extravagant. I mean, there must be a purpose for the skins. I mean, what do they say the reason for the skins these days?
I wonder, on the outfields you have nowadays, I don't think if you dive, you have to fear that you're going to get grated on your arms and your elbows. I say the styles.
Well, it probably is because, I mean, the outfield's now a sand base, so
yes,
it is so easy and pleasurable to be diving on these outfields.
Right.
Compared to years ago when it was hard clear. So really, it's either a comfort thing or style, as you say.
Cornwall forces Braffett back and he pushes it a bit uncertainly on the own side of the pitch. There's no run. Powell swinging his arms at the slip. Then there's a short leg in Django and over the wicket, swinging across, but yes, no, Reefer was looking for a single with no reason to be attempting a single as it went out on the offside. And there is no run. Ward running in to do the fielding. There's a deep point. The slip, the short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, straightish mid-wicket, short fine leg, and deep square leg. Slightly forward of the umpire. Using his feet. What is that? What is going on with this guy at times in this match? Braffett, to use one of Andrew's words, I would say swiped at that one that came off the bottom of the bat and uppishly squirted down to third man as Devon Thomas ran across to do the fielding. Now Reef is going to have a word with his Wanderers club mate. It's 60 for 1, uncharacteristic of Braffett, who's gone on to 27, and now he's asking Andrew Mason to lose 5 pounds by going into the bat and fretting. Do you think that Andrew Mason would make a good coach or assistant coach?
I think from a distance.
From a distance.
I think if he's up on the balcony, if he's on the balcony in the 3Ws, but if he's in the dressing room, you may be under a bit of pressure.
I know Woody tends to get extra hyper, but I find that Andrew is becoming not too far behind him. He's almost rivaling Woody when these sorts of injudicious strokes are being played. And he starts to fret and frown, and you see those marks coming between his eyes and stuff like that. Settle down, Mr. Mason. Let the cricket play, please. This one goes down to silly point, and there is no run. 60 for 1. He really gets deeply involved in the game. I think if he was helping St. Catherine as a coach, they wouldn't be demoted after 2019 season. This one is played back on the onside, but uncharacteristic of Craig Braffett, just as though how he got out in the first innings. You don't expect this to come from him. He's tried to play 2 cuts, almost uppercuts to the Pacers very early in this innings, and then just a couple overs ago, now he defends. And he's not the sort of player you know over a period of time who would have a rush of blood. Andrew has a chat, and there's one particular individual whose name I shall not call, but he's always on Craig Braffett's case. In fact, about 10 minutes before he came on, I was reading a message in which he placed, and he said actually Barbados unlikely to make the 195 required to win the game. Captain Braffett will bat for himself as usual and will take up most of the time making his runs. If he's dismissed early, Carter and the others may go for the victory. Why do people go on like that about Craig Braffett?
Craig is the one playing the shots. He's got 27 of 37. That is good scoring for Craig.
Yes, well, lots of interest. 60 for 1. 12 overs have been bowled. So Roland, they continue to score at 5 runs and over. The target, as a reminder, is 195 from 66 overs. So it's a matter of the light being very good. This is February, coming up to mid-February. And one expects once they keep their wickets intact, that based on how the surface has been playing, this target probably will be achievable. And still, even if they were to lose wickets and felt, well, look, we have to shut up shop, for me that is very, very far-fetched. This is not a Leeward attack that you would say we have to become extremely concerned. Cornwall has been viewed as the main man. He's bowled 3 overs for 16 runs. And Archibald to start his 6 over 25 runs. Louis 4 overs, the wicket taker for 90 runs. And outside of the off stump is Archibald, a slip and a gully waiting, no stroke from Reefer. Here's Roland.
Yeah, a bit more effort in that delivery, and Archibald has been nothing more than military median up to this point, but he seemed to have upped it with that delivery, went through at a good, nice height and pace to wicketkeeper Hamilton.
Yeah.
And Barbados, the approach of these 2 batsmen have been very positive.
Yeah.
Hence, score being 60 after 12 overs.
So in sunny conditions, here's Archibald again, left arm fast over the wicket. Reefer comes forward and pushes it down to mid-on. There is no run. Do you know a guy by the name of Martin Cheese Paris, the son of the former international umpire, the late Mr. Paris?
Yes, I do. I know him very well.
You know him very well?
Very well.
Do you know him very well from around the University of the West Indies?
Around there, around football, he's around sport in general. I suppose he sent you a WhatsApp and he sends me as well.
When he starts, he doesn't stop. Good afternoon to you, Martin, as Reefer turns it through square leg for a single. His late dad, Stanton Paris, walking out with Lloyd Barker in an international match here at Kensington Oval. A sight to behold. The late Stanton Paris, tall and bow-legged, and Mr. Lloyd Barker, who I saw over here for the first. Is he here again today?
He's here again today, yeah. He's been watching this
big,
game.
Heavy guy. I will always recall when South Africa came back into international cricket. I was on the same aircraft as him flying down to Port of Spain for an ODI. With a slip in the gully, Braffett reaches for this one from Archibald, and it comes off low on the bat and goes into the covers. And then at the end of the game, he said to me that with a packed Queen's Park Oval, he was extremely nervous and couldn't settle down. You know, we talk about cricketers, but we have to recognize that the umpires are human beings, and therefore sometimes if you see a mistake or two from a... I'm not saying, Mr. Gregory Braffett, that you make a mistake or two, or Mr. Jonathan Blaze, because someone is going to message you tonight and tell you that I say that you were parked in the same place with the same vehicle at a particular time, and then I say that you got nervous and made a particular decision. No, I'm not saying that, Mr. Braffett. Here's Archibald again. And Braffett drives down to mid-off, and he cannot score as it goes straight toward. So definitely Mr. Paris, as in Martin Cheese, has sent a message. And he likes to use big words. When he sends these words, Roland, sometimes I do a spell check. I go onto thesaurus or dictionary to make sure that the word is the correct one, because I do not know the translation. I don't know. He has a wonderful vocabulary, Martin Paris. And after I read this first message, he's going to follow up. I hope by then I am out of the seat and Barry Wilkinson will come in to deal with him 61 for 1. But he is talking about the skins. Here's Archibald. And back goes Braffett and turns it neatly behind square for a single, bringing fine leg off the boundary. So he goes on to 28. Reefer has 30, 62 for 1 after 13 overs with a victory target of 195 from 66. And this is what Martin says, Roland. The skins are thermodynamic dynamic. I had to look at that word 5 times to make sure I called it correctly. And he goes on, they also offer the obvious reduction in burnouts, but also compression assistance. Can you translate all of that from Martin?
I will leave that to Martin. I will leave that to Martin. And
the refreshment cart comes onto the field. Yes, Mr. Producer.
I don't want to say too much because you might want to. I mean, you may need the services of his ex-wife.
Yes. What are you telling me, Mr. Mason? Oh, he comes back to the diminutive keepers and he says that a gentleman who said Carlton Ball. Yeah, he will come among that list. As a matter of fact, Andrew, when you were having the discussion on that, Hendy Springer said that the question of keepers, while we were focusing on diminutive keepers, he was checking that as far as tall keepers are concerned, you could have looked at Jamal Burt-Smith, one of your analysts, the late Sir Clyde Walcott. Mike Finley was tall. Jackie Hendricks is a big man. Yeah, if you're talking about keepers, Derek Murray was diminutive. Roland can go through a host of those who played for England and county cricket.
Well, the good ones were small, really. I mean, you had Alan Knott, Bob Taylor.
Yes.
I mean, they were very good ones. Rodney Marsh was small in terms of height.
Yes.
You know, it was big build, but small. You know, Wasim Barry, all these guys were. Yeah, I mean, most of them are generally.
Farouk Engineer had height.
David Murray.
Yeah, Farouk Engineer had height. Yeah.
Small and agile. You know, Mike Worrell, people like that.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned that for me, the shortest man in regional first class rank ever is your guy Giant Benjamin.
Yeah, Giant Benjamin. Yeah.
That guy is a midget.
He's rather small.
Yeah, he goes by 2 Christian names, Jervin and Gian.
Yeah.
And once I was having a question to him, and the current Windward's captain, Kevin Hodge, was in close proximity. You were having a function over by the building above the Walk of Fame.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Kevin Hodge was eavesdropping. And when I asked him a couple of questions about his height, Hodge started laughing at this man non-stop. I said, how could a man do that? His fellow Dominican.
Hodge is not too tall.
Precisely, but he felt he won the battle among short cricketers.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Gian really is. He's got to be the shortest first class cricketer.
Ever.
Anywhere.
How old is he? How tall is he? About 3'5"?
I'm not sure, but he is extremely short. I mean, he's. But, you know, being short in the keeper is a real advantage because, as you know, as a keeper, particularly standing up,
yes,
you're up and down all day.
Yes.
And if you're a big man, having to take that from, you can imagine a Philo Wallace or Rakin Cornwall being a wicket keeper.
Definitely. Andrew, I have some research that your lawyer, Rob Thorne QC, has asked you. Because since you tend to put people on the spot, as the refreshment cart has left the field, Barbados prize 62 for 1. Cornwall to start his 4th over, and he's conceded 16 runs. Braffett on strike, 28 from 40 deliveries, 3 boundaries. Reefer has 30 from 33 with 5 fours. And this first delivery squeezes out by Braffett, and he was almost ambling at a stage and then had to hurry up as the ball was thrown at the non-strikers end. 63 for 1, Braffett goes to 29. Just this particular observation or question coming from Rob Thorne QC. Keith, would it be correct to say that over the last 4 decades, a member of the Reefer family has represented Barbados in each of those 4 decades? Leslie Reefer, Elvis Reefer, George Reefer, Floyd Reefer, Raymond Reefer. I would probably go back, Ralph, a bit to the Barbados quotes. That was a big thing, as Roland would tell you, where Tony Reefer, for me, the best of all the Reefers when it came to batting, but who never went on to play the first class or international cricket. So you go back to the 60s as Reefer pushes this one down to mid-on. We are talking here now about Raymond. Yes.
Leslie Jr.
Leslie Jr. But don't forget.
He's part of the game.
And there's another Reefer who you have grabbed. You as an Englishman then, Roland. Nico. Yeah, very good batsman. He is the son of Herbert. That family is so big there from St. George. And they always say as well that Floyd's dad, Errol, was a very good BCL player. But obviously the focus of this one is push career upishly. And you reckon it's a sharp chance, Andrew? Well, we'll see the replay shortly. Clapping away 64 for 1. And we look closely to see the replay. He has to wait a bit, Cornwall, because an adjustment of the gloves. Hamilton is asking his short leg to go a bit square. And here we go with that replay. Cornwall goes in and Braffett goes back. I think it didn't go to hand. And now he goes through and has bowled him. My word, a big wicket coming from the big man Cornwall, bowling the Barbados Pride captain Craig Braffett for 29. Barbados lose their second wicket at 64 in the 14th over, needing 195 for victory from 66 overs. And this replay is vital as Cornwall goes in. And what sort of shot is that, is Roland? Come on, tell us.
Right, it's interesting. He never got close to it at all, and in between the gates, he left the gate open, and Cornwall found their way through.
Pride go 2 down.
But just a couple overs ago, Roland, we were discussing some of these uncharacteristic.
Before you go on there,
yeah.
Cornwall as an off spinner, one of the criticisms that I've had. No, that's well bowled. And when I say it's well bowled, one of the criticisms that I have had of Cornwall is that he does not get the batsman playing in that area there often enough, right? As an off spinner, you should try to make the batsman drive for that same reason. Then, or you have a chance of him not getting there, the ball turning, and you get a caught in ball chance. Cornwall bowls too much middle and leg.
Yes.
And he's waiting for something to happen. Now, if you are, I mean, that's why I love Nathan Lyon. You know, he throws it up outside the off stump. You might drive in for 4. Mm-hmm. But he brings the ball into play as well as the caught in ball.
The new batsman is Carter, light reefer left-hander. This one turns away outside the off stump, no stroke. And the end of a successful over from Cornwall, in which he bowled Braffett for 29, 43 balls at 64 for 2 after 14 overs. So tell us some more, Roland. You're very technical. You know, Tim Boy says that you know cricket very, very tall.
Well, I mean, listen, as an off spinner, Cornwall normally, he quite often, you know, he looks to get people out bat pad or something like that. Now, if you're throwing on top of the off stump, outside the off stump, you bring more ways of getting the batsman out.
Yes.
Ball, caught in ball, you can still get that LBW, where you can still get the bat pad.
And that's why you believe in Nathan Lyon. Well, you can carry on the conversation with Barry Wilkinson. Also, the manager of marketing and communications, Stephen Leslie, has joined us. So, Barry, you have a lot of work to do, a lot of questions to ask. And another word from Roland. Good afternoon to you, Stephen. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Keith. I'm enjoying the commentary.
Yeah, when you batted for Wanderers and Empire, you were seen as a blocker. How would you have played that delivery from Cornwall?
Bat and pad close together, and I think he would have gone back down to the bowler.
Okay, well said, sir. Barry Wilkinson, who was a left-hander for Foundation and Leeward, would have slugged at it. Good afternoon to you, Barry.
And that delivery has edge from the left arm. Arifa not covering that one properly, gets an outside edge. I think it just fell short of the man in that second. Well, it's more as the third slip position. There's a first slip and a third slip, and off the outside edge. And fortunately for Arifa, that one did not carry through. So Barbados haven't lost their second wicket as Barry Wilkinson is making his way into the position as Archibald is in, and Arifa comes forward and just allows that ball to come across his body and plays it to cover point. And there is no runs. Arifa, he is on 31. He's faced some 36 deliveries. Carter yet to get off the mark, and Barbados 64 for 2. And Cornwall getting the breakthrough, going through the gate of Craig Braffett, inviting him to drive, not getting to the pitch for the delivery, turning through and hitting middle stump as Archibald is in to Reefer, and Reefer flicks this one off his pads fluently up to mid-on, but cannot beat the fielder there. The placement not as he would like, and straight to the field at mid-on, and there's no run. As I said, there's a first slip, third slip, short extra cover, there's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square third man, and man on a wide fine leg position, not a traditional fine leg. He's between fine leg and square.
I was telling you there's also a point on the boundary.
Yes, he's the wide third man that we are seeing there in the shadows in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stands as Archibald makes his way in now to Bolter Reefer. Bolter Reefer, and that's a good delivery again, has Reefer defending on the front foot, and it goes to the fielder there at short extra cover, cannot score. Score remains 64 for 2. And Barbados looking to try and close this game out, get some points on the board after TNT have already registered a victory. So they currently have moved ahead of the other teams. I'm sure Barry, you will let us know how close Guyana are in their chase, because they're looking to register a victory as well, as Archibald is in and bows to Reefer, and Reefer is driving not convincingly. A good delivery again there by Archibald, and the ball goes out on the onside, and it's fielded at mid-on. And with 2 balls remaining in this over, Barry Wilkinson, and you will take over, and you've got Stephen Leslie, and Archibald, who is now in his 7th over, none for 27, in now, bowls to Reefer, and that's a good delivery, bounces a little, and Reefer has to defend on the onside the pitch. That's the end of the over. At the end of that over, Barbados, they are now 64 for 2. There's 15 overs gone. Reefer is on 31 of 40 deliveries. Carter yet to get off the mark. After a few words from Stephen Leslie, it will be Barry Wilkinson.
And you've done such an excellent job, Roland. I'm going to let you stay doing the ball because I have to interview Stephen. So I'm going to let you do the ball and to give you ease of doing the comments. You've done an excellent job. Stephen, it's good to have you back on the program. You know, you look at the overall planning and promotion of these games. We have the Jamaica team next that's coming up, and in between the over, I'm going to ask you to tell us perhaps what's the plans to try and get some interest with the Jamaicans as they come here to play on Tuesday. We've got to remind people the game is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Roland?
Yes, and Cornwall will continue, and he's just trying to get his field set correctly. He's got a long off for Carter. He's wrong the wicket. Now bows to Carter, and Carter has to defend a flatter, quicker delivery. Goes back, plays it in the middle of the pitch. The fielder comes from short leg, does the field in. There's a slip in place, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, long on, short leg, mid wicket, as this one, Carter's turning it on way on the onside. He's going to get off the mark. There's a chase there for the short leg fielder who eventually gets there, and he gets a single, so Carter gets off the mark. He is now on 1, brings Reefer on strike 31. Reefer, and really Cornwall is the hope for the Leewards in this run chase. Beautiful sunshine here at Kensington Oval, and a similar field for Reefer as Cornwall to Reefer, and Reefer comes forward. He's looking for a single there, and he will get it because the fielder coming away from point there, not very quick onto that, and really there should not have been a single there. You're looking to pressure the batsman, and really the fielder falling asleep there at point as the ball was just pushed gently into the offside. So he gets a single, brings back Carter on strike as Cornwall to Carter, and he edges this one past the diving slip. It's going down towards third man. He's gone for 1, and they will come back for the second. The return is on its way to Hamilton, and well bowled there by Cornwall, but the ball actually came off the edge, but it went to ground. There was no chance of a catch there by Powell. He dived to his left, but couldn't stop it. and it was chased away from backward point. And Cornwall rung the wicket. He's already picked up 1 wicket so far, and he bowls, and there's a quicker delivery, and he comes down late on it, a much quicker, flatter delivery. And Carter's on the back foot, keeps it a little bit low, but has enough on it to keep it out of his stumps. So 68 for 2 as Cornwall comes in now. Bowls to Carter, and he's flicking this one, or attempting to, comes off the pad. Ricochets to the fielder at short leg. That's the end of another over from Wrecking Cornwall. He has now taken 1 for 22. He's only bowled 5 overs. Barbados in search of victory. They are 68 for 2.
Yes, and so well done, Roland. I get back now to you, Stephen. Jamaica, they come a-calling here on Tuesday. What's the plan? Because it seems that we got to let people know that the game is not going to be on the traditional weekend.
Yes, Barry, good afternoon. And again, based on scheduling, my understanding being that the availability of flights out of Barbados and the other Caribbean regions have forced Cricket West Indies to start the game on Tuesday. Barry, we continue to do our best to sensitize persons, not just in the traditional way, but in the more conventional social media way. We are going to do our best to make sure that we have reports certainly coming from this game. We're going to be aggressive in the promotion, certainly from on the radio and on television. And we're just going to encourage those who can make it out to watch cricket next Tuesday to join us when Barbados Pride come up against the Jamaica side here Tuesday to Friday.
Yes, Archibald now starts this over now, comes in, bowls to Rifa, and Rifa has to defend a good ball. He's looking for a single. There's a chance to run out, and the fielder once more really should have done a lot better there, because the ball was played almost straight-ish mid-wicket, came in really, could have thrown at the striker's end. Instead, he preferred not to, and he gets the single. So Rifa goes to 33 with that single. Barbados moves to 69 for 2. We're in the 17th over. Jonathan Carter, he's on 3, having come to the wicket at the fall of the wicket of Craig Brathwaite, who was comprehensively bowled by off-spinner Cornwall, who is now firmly placed at first slip as Archibald comes in now, bowls, and that's a good delivery, short of a length. They're looking for a single. There's a chance there again. The fielder, good run in there by the batsman. Not so good fielding at all, because the fielder had to come from gully, and really the awareness of some of these fielders at the moment, not to the level that you would expect. You've got a new man at the crease in Jonathan Carter, and these fielders need to be a little bit more alert. But good pressure coming from the batsman, who just called for the singles, got the response, and they picked up another single. So score now moves on to 70. Current run rate 4.29 as Archibald is in now. Balls to Rifa, and Rifa's driving handsomely through the offside. The ball is going out towards the extra cover boundary. I don't think it will reach there, but they could come back for 3, and they will do, because the fielder again made a mess of that one. What should have been quite an easy pickup. So he gets 3, and he now goes on to 36. The score now goes on to 73 for the loss of 2 as Rifa just pushed that one through the offside. It was an over-pitched delivery, and just guiding it through the offside. Didn't hit it too hard, more timing than anything else. There's a man at short extra cover for anything aerial as the left armour is bowling over the wicket. He's probably coming now to the end of his spell. He's now in his 8th over Archibald. He's got none for 32. He's in now, bowls to Carter, and Carter's off the back foot, and that's 4 runs. No need to run for that one, short of a length. Carter stands up straight and punches it between cover and extra cover and out to the boundary for 4. He gets his first boundary, and the score moves on now to 77 for 2. Carter now, with that boundary, he goes on to 8. And really, that delivery got exactly what it deserved. Just short of a length outside the off stump, lacking pace. And Carter just got onto the back foot. And placement was excellent, and he gets himself a boundary. So he moves to 8. Let's see how Archibald responds. He responds by changing the field. The extra cover now has gone a little bit squarer. Cover comes out and goes halfway to the boundary as Archibald is in now. Balls to Carter, and Carter allows a good delivery to go through outside the off stump. A little bit wide, but making some good height off the pitch and taken there by Hamilton. So Carter stays on 8, 77 for 2, 16.4 overs. And
it was a no ball. It was a no ball.
No ball course, that goes to 78. Archibald, he's none for 37 right now. Still bowling with slip and a first slip and a 4/5 slip as he's in now to Carter. Bowls, and that's a good delivery. There's a loud play for LBW, and the bowler is mystified as to why the index finger didn't go up. They're all holding their heads. And my word, we'd have to see that replay to make our own conclusions as to whether that was out or not. They are distraught. The Leeward Islands, Andrew Mason has come through the door, so that means he's not sure either. Let's wait and see. We need to see it again. That happened a little bit too quick for us to see, so it'd be nice to see that replay once more. And let's hear it comes now. Let's see here, where is it pitching? Ooh! And that, I'm afraid, is out.
Yes.
But given not out. And Carter lives, he breathes another day, and this one he allows to go through and it kicks off the pitch. And good response there by Archibald with that final delivery. And my word, I think Jonathan Carter, when he gets into the pavilion and he takes a look at the monitor, he would say that he was extremely lucky. And as we said before, in cricket, you need to get some luck. That might just be the thing that he needs to kick on. But the over comes to an end. Barbados now are 78 for 2. Archibald completing his 8th over. He's got none for 37. Barry Wilkinson will take charge now.
Well, I was asking Stephen about the ongoing training sessions being held for the BCA contracting and other Barbados Pride players. How is that going, Stephen? Because that's obviously been a big challenge as well.
Yeah, certainly in Barbados we have a group of contracted players. We have those persons who are also contracted to the Barbados Pride, and that is important to ensure those persons have the additional sessions ongoing so that they can keep themselves as ready for any type of call-up into the national side. And those sessions are being held at the moment at the Desmond Haynes Oval, which is traditionally known as the Carlton Club, and they're being going very well from all reports, and we hope that these guys can continue to get meaningful sessions during the course of the week.
Yes, that delivery from Cornwall brings Reefer onto the front foot, plays it back along the pitch on the onside, and the big man who's bowling around the wicket comes across to his left, does the fielding, and there is no run. 78 for 2. Cornwall in now. Ball to Reefer, and that one just short of a length, and Reefer stands up and defends it in front of him. Hamilton comes out from behind the stumps, does the fielding. There's a slip in place, forward short leg, and the straightish mid-wicket. Those are the 3 catching fielders. Also a fairly shortish extra cover as well, as Cornwall is in now and ball, and that's a good delivery outside the off stump that turns away, beats the bat, the groping bat there of Reefer, who goes onto the front foot, taken by Hamilton, and there is no run. Cornwall just pulling the length back on that delivery. In now, balls to Reefer. Reefer sweeps, and he's only going to get a single as it goes down to the man on the square leg boundary. The return comes in. That's Thomas fielding down there, who played 2 excellent innings in this match so far. Thomas got a half century in the first innings, followed up by an excellent 100 in the second innings. With that single, Reefer goes to 37. As this delivery is driven not with any timing. He's looking towards extra cover, and the ball ends up going back on the offside to Cornwall, as Cornwall in once more now to ball to Carter, and again similar thing, Carter aiming to drive square, and doesn't quite time it. Cornwall does the fielding. That completes another over for Cornwall. He is now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 23. Barbados, they're 79 for 2. Reefer is on 37, and with him Jonathan Carter, he is on 8.
And I asked Stephen this question about the observance of the COVID-19 protocols by the group of spectators, of course, at Kensington. Have you found that they have reacted positively to the protocols, Stephen?
Well, I'll be honest and say yes, they have. we do have the reality that there haven't been a lot of spectators in the stadium for these 4 days. And I am always of the firm view that sports has, just like cricket, to have a very high entertainment value attached to it to attract spectators. So we're having 2 teams playing. Yes, the spectators have complied, even though there are just a sprinkling of them. But I would believe that if we do have those exciting performances, the exciting batting, bowling spells that are very aggressive, that you will get more spectators coming to cricket. So just as the cricketers try their best to do what they can on the field, spectators also want to have that entertainment value when they come to these games.
Nice to see you, Stephen. How are you? Are you well?
I'm doing quite well.
I can see that.
Thanks.
What a game. 79 for 2 as we head towards sea on the last day. Here's Ward, and this cap comes in and bowls. Reefers forward. Ball pitched to the line of that leg stump, pushes up towards mid-on. There's no run. I shall endeavour to run through the details of the day's play for you. What a fascinating contest. Ward, the off-spinner, comes in to bowl to Reefer into this delivery. He's forward, pushes into the offside. We'll get a single. Good, clever cricket. Went out towards cover. And the field at the backward point area came across to pick it up. A little, as he was saying, Barbados tip and run. Went out into cover and a single. So 80 for 2. And it's Reefer with that single going to 38. Carter's got 8. Ward the off spinner, gentle approach, comes in, bows to Carter. Carter is back and chops it down to backward point. Can't pierce the offside field. It was short. Couldn't put it away. There's a slip. There's a square forward short leg. There's a backward point. There's a cover on the boundary. Extra cover, long off, long on. Mid wicket and the backward square. Bright sunshine at Kensington Oval. Ward round the wicket. Comes in, bows to the left-handed Carter. Carter's forward. Ball given a lot severe on the line of that middle stump, but he just pushes up towards mid-off. The bowler comes across to pick it up, and there is no run. 80 for 2. Here we go. Ward comes in to bowl to Carter into this delivery. He's forward, inside edge onto the pad. It went down to that square forward short leg. Dropping in front of him. That was a very good delivery. He was beaten with that one there, Carter. Got to be careful. Feel up at forward short leg, waiting for something. Here's Ward again. Comes in to bowl to Carter into this delivery. He's forward and drives it into the offside for a single down towards cover. Fielder coming off the boundaries, Louis, from the shadows of the Greenwich Lane stand. So lovely drive down to cover for 1. So with that single, Carter goes to 9, 81 for 2 as we head towards tea. Hello, Lyndon. Nice to see you. Are you well?
Hello, Andrew. I'm excellent.
So how do you read it now, Lyndon Yard?
81 for 2 advantage, Barbados.
Advantage. Is it a clear advantage?
A clear advantage.
Okay,
Andrew.
fair enough.
All to play for still. At the moment, I would believe that the Leeward Islands, what they are doing is conceding the singles too easy.
You think so?
The field is nicely set. However, the fielders inside the ring got to be able to realize that the rotation between... I'll get back to that.
Here is Cornwall continues. He's in bowls to Carter, wraps on the paddock with the leg before. The umpire says no. He came onto the front foot, struck on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. And umpire Blaze says no. We shall have a look at the monitor. In the last over, when we saw Archibald...
Cornwall can't believe it.
We'll have a look at it for sure. I'm sure that will come pretty soon. Here we go. Describe it for me, Lyndon. What do you think there?
I'll give you the verdict now. Andrew.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get back onto that, in my opinion,
he's gone. Yeah, I think so as well. I think the Leewards can feel hard done by these decisions, I must admit. That looked out to me.
And it brings...
And in the last over as well. In fact, the last over looked plumb. Absolutely plumb.
It brings me to the point that Stephen was making, I think, yesterday, the day before actually, where you see, it's the first round of matches, but you want to see...
Have a look again, He is coming forward, wrapped on the pad.
Well, apart from the keeper being in front of me, Andrew,
yes.
If I can use the magnifying line, that is dead.
Yeah, it looks so to me. And, you know, Cornwall has troubled them, you know, and I think
he's always going to be the danger man.
Yeah. And that was a very good shout. Very good shout indeed. In he comes on his way to bowl to Reefer. And to this delivery, Reefer is turning the ball away neatly. It was badly lined on the leg. Some down to backward square for 1. Full delivery, just worked away for a single. He's getting a bit of bounce. And I think when you look at Brathwaite, it's the worst time I've ever seen Brathwaite get out. in two innings. I mean, in the same match. I'll get back to that after this delivery. Never seen him like that, but I think he values his wicket generally. Here's Carter coming forward, ball given lots of air. Keen to get under the front foot. Cornwall was floating that one beautifully. Went down to cover, there's no run. 83 for 2. Wonderful contest in Bridgetown. Here is Cornwall again, comes in bows to Carter. Carter is driving outside the off stump. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. It was thrown up. Inviting the drive. Now Reefer comes down to have a word with Carter. You got to keep talking to Mr. Carter, the man from deep and rural Barbados in St. Andrew. So Mike King had a wonderful article about the heroes of St. Andrew, and Carter couldn't make it. Did you see that article? I thought Carter, having played for the West Indies, might have made it. Did you see that? I thought it was a bit narrow, really. How can you play for the West Indies and don't get in there, Michael? Can you explain that?
It is an interesting article.
I saw it as well. Here he is on the back foot, turning the ball away from the leg stump up the mid wicket. So Mike King, yes. Tell us why Carter couldn't make it. The heroes of St. Andrew.
I think the problem with that article, Andrew, is that some people are going to get left out.
Oh, I don't think Carter should be left out, though. Here he is on the back foot to a short ball from Cornwall. It just steers it down to that backward point here. Hasn't Carter played for the West Indies?
Yes, he has.
I mean, it's a big thing, really.
Well, I guess you got to look at you got to look at the criteria then for making. You got to look at the criteria, Andrew, for making the Friday paper. So you have to find out the criteria that Mike is using. But I know because he's going in the community.
Yes.
What is going to happen is that their communities across Barbados have produced so many sportsmen.
But Carter must make it, though. I mean, Carter's played consistently for Barbados over 10 years now. He's played for the West Indies.
Let me play devil's advocate, Andrew. Aren't there any national players from St. Andrew that would have played netball for Barbados?
Yeah, but you're talking about the West Indies. The difference between playing for Barbados and, of course, the West Indies. You want to ask another question? Hey, you like that one?
You wiggle out there.
Logic is the sense of reasoning, isn't it?
You wiggle out there.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I just answered your question. Ralph Thorne, QC Wood, in the Supreme Court.
I chose the wrong sport.
Yeah. No, Carter must make it. In fact, Keith Holder reckons it's a scandal. Here's Ward, comes up, he's in bowls. Carter, that's Reef on the back foot, pushes it in front of him. There's no run, 83 for 2. Yes, I saw it, interesting. Of course, Conwood would have made it, but I thought that Carter should have gotten in there as well. 83 for a loss of 2. Here's Ward, round the wicket. Comes into Reefer. Reefer's on 39 into this delivery. He's onto the front foot, maybe playing for his tee now.
So are you saying once you make the West Indies, you automatically should make the article?
Well, I mean, it's
a big even if you play one test match.
But it's a big thing to play for the West Indies, you know. It's not playing in the gap for St. Mark's or the AYPA. No, come on, no. Here we go. 83 for loss of 2 wickets. Here's the delivery, which is pitched up on a drive. Ward is on the top of the off stump, driven down towards that extra cover area. No, it's not like playing for the St. Mark's or Scholars, you know.
But there aren't a lot of sports where you get to play for the West Indies.
Yeah, well.
So there are other sports that have to be individualized.
Which makes this case even stronger. Here's Ward, continues his in bowls, and coming forward is Reefer. And it goes down towards that mid-wicket area. There's no run. It's been a quiet period here for Barbados, and the off-spinners have kept them quiet. It's a good battle. I like this cricket. I'm enjoying my Saturday afternoon in Bridgetown. Here's Ward, comes up again in bowls, and he's forward and drives down to long off, taking a bit of the pressure off the situation. A lovely flowing drive. I'd love to have an extremely exciting last session of the battle between the Pride and the Hurricanes in Bridgetown. Flowing drive for 1. Reefer goes to 40, 84 for 2. Here we go. Ward again. How many balls left in the over? 2 left, says Susan Bell. He's in now and bowls to Carter. Carter is looking to lap the ball, wrapped in the pad, a big appeal for leg before. Now that says the umpire. I don't think that one was on at all. It was an appeal more in optimism than anything else really there. As he swept to that, Carter's lived a charmed life. He's that kind of a player, Carter, that will give you a chance. So the over comes to an end. 84 for 2, the latest score at Kensington.
An interesting period of play here, Andrew, as we come up on 15 minutes to tea.
Right.
And I think that the Barbados...
Have a look at the monitor there. That's down the leg side.
It looks outside leg side. Outside leg side.
Yeah.
And umpire Gregory...
Yeah, got it right.
Rathwaite.
Yeah.
Over a period of time has come under some stick. But he's done a good job in this game. Professional season.
Solid umpire. Solid.
Andrew, I'm going to have
umpires will make mistakes. There's no doubt about that.
I'm going to take one more throw at that dice.
Oh, okay. Well, only one?
Yeah, one more throw.
But based on what you've done so far, I think you may need two. Now here's Cornwall, the man from Antigua. Hello to all of our friends, Mr. Colin James, and all the wonderful people there in Antigua. Here is the batsman coming forward as Cornwall continues. I'd use a silly point. I think he's bowling well enough, even if it's just psychological, really. Just put someone in front of the bat, create some pressure. He's in now and bowls, and Reefer's forward. I think they're very watchful, they're very vigilant, they're very studious here against.
If you're going to plug this silly point, Andrew, who's the fielder you're going to move?
Well, I can tell you in a minute. I don't know if you do. You need the backward square. I mean, for that little paddle shot, he's in and bowls, and he's forward. That's Cornwall bowling to Reefer. They watch him. I think he's the man you got to watch. Brathwaite played a terrible shot to him, was impatient.
I think he played two terrible shots.
We don't associate that kind of cricket with Brathwaite. Here's Cornwall in bowls, coming forward, and there again, he's just pushing forward. Just find one of your fielders and put a man in the silly point. You know, it's just before the break, and it's pretty clear that they've just been careful. They lost Brathwaite. Had a little pew when they were scoring, but things have tightened up again. He's in, Cornwall and bowls, and he's driving. Lovely shout out towards cover for a single. That was given a little bit more air. And the fielder at cover, Archibald, is a bit deep. He reached for it and stroked it beautifully up to cover. Reefer looks a good picture. He's on 41, Carter 9, 85 for the loss of 2. They require 109 more. The overs should not be a problem. The rate has gone down, but as well, it's still good. It's 3.89. At one stage, it was over 5. So the last ball bowled by Cornwall is played away by Carter down to cover to end the over. At the end of it, Carter is on 9. Reefer 41. 85 for 2 is the latest score at Kensington.
And the weather is good. The weather forecast is also good.
Yeah, it is.
We definitely have a good result here.
Yeah,
before I get back to you, Andrew, I want to bring in Stephen here.
Just before, you said there was another dice. Did you throw that dice?
Let me throw that dice.
Okay, fair enough. I think you need to do that.
When Mike, where's Omar Phillips from?
He's a St. Peter man.
Okay.
He's from Boscobel.
So when Mike fixtures the community of Boscobel, do you think that Omar Phillips should make it?
I would think so.
Based on what?
Well, I mean, he's played for the West Indies.
Oh, you come right back to me again.
He's played for the West Indies.
Because you play for the West Indies, that makes you automatic qualification.
Well, put it this way. Oh, okay, after the series, Ward is in and bowls, and there is a very flat ball, almost as flat as the pancake that I had this morning, and it went down to cover, but of course the pancake without sugar. 85 for 2. I don't think you ever have sugar in pancakes, do you? Yes, of course you do. Here is Ward. Comes up now, he's in, and bowls, and he's off the bat foot and just blocks it into the offside. That's Reefer. Very interesting cat and mouse battle going on between the off spinners of the Hurricanes. It's a wonderful contest in Bridgetown. 85 for 2. Here's Ward round the wicket. Pigeons going out towards the port, and this delivery is on the line of the middle stump. I think they watch the game temper. And here's a pigeon coming back to watch Reefer, and he now flies over the Eric in his stand. He's going to go to Bridgetown. I think he's going to go up to Nelson Street as well. 85 for 2, then go up to CBC and then up to St. Philip. Here is Ward. He's in bowls. A ball which is on the line of that middle stump and pushed away down to long on. First single. The bowler came across, couldn't stop it, and Reefer gets a run. This is good cricket. And I'll tell you that Cricket West Indies, Mr. Johnny Grave and all the wonderful people there, the president should be very happy about this contest because I'm enjoying it and it's tight. I mean, you saw the Hurricanes really fighting against Barbados. Here's Ward. He's in and bowls outside the outstump, chopped away down to backward point, runs. It's going to head out towards the boundary. Will get there into the shadows of the Greenwich and stand. That's a bad delivery and put away by Jonathan Carter, the man from St. Andrew. It goes for 4. He's on now to I make him 30, 90 for 2. Well played, Carter.
And this is a good foil here because you have Carter, who is usually the aggressor of the 2, and you have Reefer, very sedate, batted well, 42-64. This is his type of game, really. He can just take the game away from you without you ever really noticing.
Yeah.
He's rotating the strike, he's picking up the boundaries, and then you have Carter at the next end, who's a very free-scoring batsman. So they need to break this partnership.
Yeah, I think they do. Here's Ward, continues now in bowls to Carter. Carter is forward. Bat as broad as Bell Plain in St Andrew. Pushes up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. To end the over, at the end of it, it's Carter 13, Reefer 42. They're confirmed with pitch. Barbados in pursuit of 195 for victory. They're 90 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And the advantage clearly to Barbados as we converge upon T. And the Leeward, continue with Cornwall, who's got an interestingly set field, long off, long on. He's not bringing the ball to the batsman, he's utilizing the wicket, which means if they're going to score, noticeably, Andrew, they haven't hit the ball to long off and long on. They've laid him around the corner, bringing the square leg into play. You've asked for a fielder in front of the bat at same it off, but you hinted at moving the deep backward square, which is wrong, because if you move that deep backward square, several balls have gone past. Exactly, so you need it for sure.
But I can certainly find a fielder, because I think Cornwall is bowling well enough to have someone in front of the bat in the offside.
Yeah, but I need you to tell me who the fielder you're going to use.
But I gave you a fielder.
I know you're a student of the game.
No, but I mean, if we can look around.
The fielder you gave me, I told you.
Is this for the sweep?
He's coming to play at least 3 times already.
Okay, fair enough. Well, but he really shouldn't be bowling there, you must admit too. Do you agree with that? Here's a batsman wrapped in the pad, a big appeal for leg before not, says the umpire. But, you know, they haven't settled to Cornwall. He's presented problems, you know. And part of the psychology is to give him, in my view, a bit more support. He needs a man in front of the bat in the offside. At silly point, he comes in again and bowls. And Reefer's driving up to long off. That was given lots of air. And stroked up to long off for 1. So Reefer goes to 43. The kind of innings that he played for Guyana, where he played for them for a couple of years. A very important cog in their wheel. And now has come home, not quite like the prodigal son, but he's battling away in Bridgetown. Here's Cornwall. He's in and bowls, and Carter's driving up the pitch. The ball goes through the fingers of Cornwall, getting through those buckets. And he stops it and goes back to his mark. A huge man he is. 91 for loss of 2. He turns on, comes in to bowl to Carter. And to this delivery, Carter is forward. The ball pops off something, maybe the front pad, get outside the off stump, bobbles away down towards backward point for Carter. And now the forward short leg is going to go to silly point.
No, Wicked, you would not have suggested that, Andrew.
Well, no, I want both.
Oh, you want both?
Yes, as I tell Derek Bishop, my wonderful off spinner from St. Catharines, all the time. Here's a ball which is on the line of the leg stump, very fast, almost medium pace, dug out. Inside edge onto the pad, they'll get a single down towards the square leg area. So end the over. At the end of it, it's now up to 92 for loss of 2, which is the latest score, Kensington. Just talking about Derek Bishop. I mean, Keith Hole will tell you that every Saturday I'm telling Derek, if he's got so many wickets, that he'll put that silly point in forward short again. They call me the silly point man at St. Catharines. No, because
So you just call for silly point regardless of who's bowling?
No, well, but I don't quite understand the question.
You said to call you the silly point man.
No, because
do you just call for silly point?
No, because I think that Derek Bishop is good enough, and in circumstances, sometimes when new batsmen come to the crease. Sometimes it's even psychological, and I find that it is not used enough. And in fact, I'll give you an example in a minute. As Ward is in and bowls to Carter, Carter's forward, and will get a single. He pushes down towards that long on air for 1. You know, you had Howard, you know, in a Spartan, Tony Howard, ripping the ball across you, the forward short like the city point. Georgie Linton, Henderson, Springer used to go in the park, Jamie Maxwell, men wrong the bat. You know, we don't see that anymore. Here is Ward in bowls, and there's a batsman going back deep in the crease. That's Reef, and just working the ball neatly into the onside down to that position of backward square for 1. So 94 for 2. We head towards T on the last day of the battle between the Hurricanes and the Pride. Ward would love to pick a pepper, would love to get a wicket before the break. He comes in from the northern end to bowl to Carter. Carter is off the back foot, no problems at all. That ball was straight. It went through a pipe like how Maurice Foster from Jamaica used to bowl. And he's back and just pushes to cover. There's no run. 94 for 2. Here is Ward, the off spinner. Gentle approach. Comes in to bowl to Carter. And Carter is forward and takes it out. Hits the bottom of the bat. Goes up to extra cover. There's no run. Playing a patient game here. The weather's good in Bridgetown, no threat of rain. Now, the forward short leg will come to where? So there's a major concession in that there's no man wrong the bat now.
Well, I don't think he's bowling what is deserving of a feed on the back.
Not really. It's more Cornwall.
Cornwall, yes.
Yes, right. And Bishop will be Cornwall at the local level. Here we go. Ward, with just a slip in attacking position, comes in now to bowl to Carter. And Carter is forward. No problems at all. Pushes up the pitch. He plays spin well, Carter.
He does.
And it goes up towards that cover area. Just a bit more patience in his batting. You know, when you look at Carter, you would have thought by now he would have played about 50 test matches for the West Indies. Ward again comes in to bowl to Jonathan Carter, and to this delivery, Carter's back and chops it down to backward point, bursts into the fingers of the field at backward point, and they'll just get a run for that. It was short, went on the back foot, hit that very hard indeed, and gets a single. So he gets one to keep the strike. At the end of the over, we've now had 25 overs bowled. Carter is on 16, Reefer is on 44. They've added 31 precious runs for wicket number 3. Barbados on 95 for 2, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, I want to throw this question to Stephen. Had it holding for long enough. In terms of, we've seen the usage of embracing the same rules at the international level so that our players will be au fait with what is required at this level when you go into the next level. So in terms of, despite I know it's a heavy undertaking money-wise, the uses of technology, the various, the route to be used, the tramlines, etc., you think that can be embraced at some point in the West Indies Cricket Board would consider having it so that the players can have the benefit of it?
I'm very confident that Cricket West Indies will continue dialoguing about utilizing technology. I said a couple of days ago of the importance where a person's career could really be in the balance and a decision can make it or break it. Certainly today we had 2 decisions that we were able to look at for the benefit of a replay. We didn't have the additional technology with the tram lines, etc., but we were able to deduce a particular decision. My view is that we need to help the umpires, help the players, and utilize the technology.
Back to the cricket, Andrew.
First ball is short and turned away neatly off the hip by Carter for a single. Too short. And he went back and worked it down to backward square for a single. Carter. He goes to 17, 96 for 2 as tea beckons at Kensington Oval. We're about 3 minutes away. The Leewards would really love to get another one before the break. Here's Cornwall. He's in and bowls, and a lovely flowing drive down to a long on. That was given lots of air, and Reefer drove it. Always lovely to see the on drive down to that long on area for 1. This has been a very good knock by Reefer, but he's accustomed to this kind of pressure. Of course, the Guyanese will tell you that. He's 97 for loss of 2.
He's a class player. Just
very good player. Yep. Here we go. Here is Cornwall as he could continue the attack. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Carter. Comes up now in bowls to Carter. Carter is forward and drives. The ball hits the bottom of the bat. Goes out towards that straight mid-wicket area. There's no run for him.
Is this move strategic, Andrew, to bring the long off up to the convention?
He's tempting him, yes, to go over the... And Carter is a type that will...
So you
accept it.
So you give Hamilton 10 points for that move.
Well,
I know you're big on captaincy.
You're a naughty man, aren't you? But he's decided to bring that field up, and Carter may want to go over the top. Here he is, and let's see what happens there. Ooh, that ball really bounced. Ooh, that's a beautiful delivery, and you got to give Carter credit for not following that.
Yeah,
he could have hit that to the keeper.
It was a ripper from Cornwall. Spinning bounce.
A spinning bounce. Well said, Mr. Yard. Here is Cornwall, comes in and bowls, and the batsman is sweeping very well down to the towards the boundary at the fine leg area. They'll get a second run. Backward square has to come across. We always love to see the sweep shot. Of course, Rohan Kanai did it so very well. And it's 99 for 2, so the 100 beckons. And this will inspire confidence in the country. The Republic of Barbados.
And Andrew, the sweep coming from one of the heroes of St. Andrews. I was reliably informed that he was mentioned by our good friend Mike King. Someone actually did some research and he was mentioned.
In that article?
In that article,
okay,
yes.
Well, I'm sorry then.
That's our good friend Mike King doing justice.
But maybe his picture wasn't put up then.
He was mentioned, may have not been the picture, but
so he got honorable mention.
I have to double check.
Okay, I'm going to pull the article up. So, while we were speaking, let's tell all of our friends that that is Steve. And well done to you, Stephen. We'll certainly read the article. But what a battle at Kensington Oval. I can't wait for the last session. And it's so good to have first-class cricket back. And more importantly, this kind of a contest between the Leewards, who have really fought hard, because at 152 in deficit, you would have thought that they would have fallen through the holes, really. That did not happen. They made 346, giving Barbados a challenge, to which they replied with 99 for 2 in search of 195. One would think that, given the raw stats, Barbados are in control, but you never know. I've been around for a long time to know that if you get a wicket or two, the game can change. But let me look back what happened today. You'll recall that the situation was that the Leeward started at 294 for 7, and quickly before we hand back, Hamilton bowled by Simmons for 47, Archibald caught, Carter bowled Simmons a duck, Louis caught by Carter of Workin 44, Henry not at 12. From 294 for 7, they made 346 important runs. In fact, the last wicket added 34, and that could very well be significant. Holder, 16 overs, 4 minutes, none for 58, didn't bowl today. Harden, 20 overs, 3 minutes, 2 for 69. The debutant and the star for Barbados, Simmons, 21 overs, 3 minutes, 4 for 64. Carter, 4 overs, no minutes, 1 for 14. Workan, 28 overs and 2 balls, 9 minutes, 1 for 55. Reefer, 3 overs, no minutes, none for 23. Expensive. Graves was 11 overs, 1 mid, none for 38. And Brathwaite, 5 overs, 1 mid, and he picked up some 2 wickets for 7 runs. Setter, 195 for victory. Mosley caught by Powell off Louis for 3, and Brathwaite bowled by Cornwall for 29. The first wicket fell at 6, the second at 64. But at the break, Reefer batted at 3 and doing a good job, 45. Carter's on 19, and Barbados on 99 for 2. 99 for 2, so it means that they've got another, they trail by what, 95 runs. And let's look at the bowling for you. Louis, 4 overs, no minutes, 1 for 19. Archibald, 8 overs, 1 made, none for 37. Cornwall, 10 overs, no minutes, 1 for 31. The main threat for Barbados. And Ward, with his uncomplicated off breaks, 4 overs, no minutes, none for 11. A word from the Indian yard.
Yes, Andrew, and coming into the final session now, with all to play for, you say that Barbados are clearly ahead, and the Leewards are struggling to keep in the race now, because with a total of 195 required, 99 haven't been erased, and I think they got away from them a little bit. They started well when they picked up the wicket of Mosley early. Craig Brathwaite, I don't know what really went wrong this game. It was so unlike him in both innings. He just let go swoosh, basically, which is uncharacteristic of him, and I'm sure that he will do a mental examination of himself in terms of his batting in this game. But Reefer, he's coming, he's utilized the number 3 position, being given that task, that responsibility by the Barbados selectors and the management team, and he's utilized it well in the second innings. Started to look well in the first innings as well, but then gave it away. And Jonathan Carter is also there at the crease. So they have years of experience, and Reefer, as we know, has won many games or saved many games for Guyana.
Yep.
So now that he's in his hometown, he can also have the opportunity here to win the first game for Barbados. So my final words at the tea break is advantage Barbados. They're large and in charge.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks to you, Lyndon. Go off and have your cup of tea. So 172 to the Leewards, batting the second time. A good effort, 346. Barbados 324 and set 195 for victory. They're well positioned at 99 for 2 with Reefer, with all of his experience, and Carter together. Reefer is on 45, Carter is on 11. So the equation, Barbados require another 95 runs with 8 wickets in the bag, and we look forward to the action after tea on the last day. Andrew Mason, on behalf of the tea, we will tell you that we'll come back in about 15 minutes when the action continues. Please join us then.
And that is Jason at his best.
Bowl them. You miss, I hit. Jason Holder strikes. The #1 test all-rounder in the world.
As a youngster growing up, I just loved the game, you know. So, you know, as a youngster playing on the hard courts and in the roads at home, you know, I just want to do everything. You know, you bowl, you bat, you wicket keep. You know, you just want to be in the game all the time. So, I felt at a young age, you know, I wanted to give myself every single possibility to be successful. As a batter, I just get so bored standing up in the field. So why not just bowl, you know? So just keep myself active and staying in the game as much as possible. Definitely. Sometimes I want a little bit of a break as well too. I feel as though some test matches I play, I spend all 5 days on my feet, which is hard and taxing on the body, taxing on the mind. I think a lot of people don't understand downtime. And for me, I just try to just get right away from cricket, you know, in my downtime, play a little golf, just get right away from it. Sometimes I just rather not see a bat or ball, hear anything about cricket, you know, and that's just how hard the game is mentally and physically. So I would say it's part of the job, but more or less, you know, I think if you understand yourself, know how to switch on and switch off, then it becomes a lot easier. Yes, it is, man. I think when I look around world cricket and seeing the most entertaining and successful players, you know, they want to be seen in big moments. Being a finisher, you're obviously there at the end, and that's when the game is on the line. You know, being a death bowler, again, the game is on the line and people are expecting you to deliver. So I like those situations, you know. You just got to understand that you will fail in these situations, and failure is a part of life. For me, it's just about learning, and learning must take place in these failures, and I think that'll propel you going forward into a better cricketer, to handle these situations a lot better in the future. So I love it, man. I just like to relish the opportunity, and I think once you perform on a big stage in crunch time, you know, everybody remembers it. Over the years, I guess I've just developed, you know, obviously my test cricket has gone really well. One-day cricket, I've always been thereabouts. T20 cricket now, I'm now getting back into it a little bit more and more. And I kind of sacrificed T20 cricket at probably the last couple of years just to give myself a bit more longevity in international cricket. I'm now getting to 29 now, so last year my 20s, and now I think, now I've been relieved of the captaincy, maybe the sky's the limit for me to explore different avenues. Still want to be committed to West Indies cricket as much as I possibly can, and I would openly say that, yeah, I'm looking for a few more opportunities around the world to just embark on a new adventure, make some more money, and, you know, just enjoy my cricket a little bit more. So we'll see how things go. It can be hard for me to go from limited overs cricket into test cricket. But I think if I start with test cricket, at least, you know, you get a chance to actually spend some time in the middle, whether it be batting or bowling. And then that helps me to get myself attuned for white ball cricket. So I'm pretty pleased that this series particularly started with the test cricket and then phase into the one-day cricket. For me, it gives my body a little bit more time to adjust back into playing cricket as well too. And I think it's an easier transition, but I think it can be difficult sometimes if you start with the limited overs cricket to go back into to test cricket, because it's a much faster paced game, and you know, test cricket requires a lot more patience, so you could get into habits where, well, looking to advance the game, push the game along, bowl depth or bowl, you know, different variations, whereas test cricket requires a lot more skill, a lot more discipline over a longer period of time, obviously. So I find it a little bit more difficult to transition from white ball cricket into test cricket. When in doubt, take the positive route. And I got that from Jack Callis when I was under him at KKR, you know, and it was interesting for me, you know, because I think more often than not when we're under pressure we think conservatively, whereas most people never ever see the positive side or the side where he was thinking outside of the box. So I like when I'm under pressure just to look at things positively, you know. So I feel as though, like, I try not to get too caught up with the end result or the result in itself, but think of the positive process that I need to get that end result that I'm looking for. So I rather take that option and rather than die wondering, knowing that I could have done something differently.
Shakira, I just want to find out a little bit more about your journey in the sport of cricket. If you could kindly share how you got involved in the game of cricket and how has that journey been for you?
I grew up in a neighborhood filled with boys. So if I wanted to play anything, I had to play whatever the boys were playing. So I played cricket when I was young, I played football, anything the boys were doing. But my uncle was very heavily involved in cricket. He played club cricket, and I remember always going to his games, and I just grew a love for cricket from a very young age. Ended up playing in primary school. I played secondary school under Roddy Eswick, actually. We played about 2 games. We had a girls team, and we were only able to play about 2 games, but I was still able to train with him and never looked back from there.
You mentioned your uncle, you mentioned Roddy Eswick. Who would you say was your inspiration at that time when you just started this great game of cricket?
I'd have to say my uncle. He did encourage me. He always took me to his games, and yeah, like I said, that's where I really grew my love for the game. There was also a guy in my neighborhood who helped me a lot. He perhaps taught me how to bowl. So I owe a lot to him as well.
Now, beyond the formative years, you debuted for the West Indies in 2008. How was that experience achieving and accomplishing your childhood dream of playing for the West Indies?
Oh, I was very excited. I never actually thought there was a chance of me playing for West Indies. But then we had to form a Barbados team simply to allow Pamela Levine to be able to qualify to play for West Indies. I think that was sometime back in 2005 for that World Cup. And when I got the call in 2008, I remember how excited I was, and I was a huge fan of Dwayne Bravo. I wrote 47 on everything. I have 47 on all of my shirts. When I got my shirts, before I got the playing jersey, I wrote 47 on all of my training clothes, and inside it we had hoping that I would become 47. Unfortunately, I got number 4. I mean, I've grown to love the number 4 now, and perhaps that's why I like Shea Hope so much. But yeah, I remember how excited I was back then. I was only 16.
Well, Dwayne will be happy, even Shea Hope will be happy that you took some element of their numbers into your own game. In terms of great memories on the field of play, you had 5 for 15 against New Zealand. Care to share your top 3 memories, whether it's performances or experiences on the field of play?
Personally, that was perhaps my greatest achievement. Obviously, New Zealand, one of the top ranked teams. And in that 5-wicket haul, I got some of their top batters. I remember I was only getting about 2 wickets a game, and someone spoke to me and said people don't remember 2 wickets. And I remember going into the game quite upset because I thought I had defended a total, I think I defended about 7 in an over to help the team win the game, the previous game. And it still seemed as though that wasn't enough, and I went into that game pretty upset, but it worked for me, and I was really happy to get 5 wickets against the top team. I also got 4 wickets on that first tour, 4 wickets in the game against Ireland. It was just Holland, but I was really excited because it was my first tour for West Indies, and that's another really good achievement. And of course, that 2016 World Cup, which we won. That was perhaps the highlight of my career, even though I was injured and I wasn't able to play. Just being a part of that squad and seeing how much the girls really give in that World Cup, it meant so much for us to finally win a World Championship.
You mentioned that World Cup, which is probably the highest point that the women's game has achieved so far. Care to tell me a little bit about how you view the women's game in your journey? And we'll talk about beyond later on.
We have grown. I remember when we first started, it wasn't the slight bit professional. Many of the girls didn't know about proper training. Many of the girls weren't exposed to coaches. They didn't have access to coaches or proper facilities. Since then, I can safely say that, at least in Barbados for sure, we have access to Kensington Oval and we can work with the coaches there. I'm sure the same thing happens around the other Caribbean countries. So it has grown, and we've had a lot more camps since that 2016 World Cup. But I still think the rest of the world has kind of gone ahead from us, especially since that 2016 World Cup. We would have known that lots of people would have expected so much more from us. And since that, we've only been able to make the semi-final in 2018 here in the Caribbean, but we haven't been consistent. So a lot still has to be done, but I suppose it has a lot to do with the resources that Cricket West Indies has.
Right, you've spoken and touched on some of the things that are required for West Indies women's cricket to sustain the dizzy heights that we saw in 2016. If you were in charge, what would you do looking beyond March 2021 for the game in the Caribbean?
Well, I was fortunate to actually coach when I was in Barbados, and I was a part of our National Sports Council there. And before I finished, I actually suggested that perhaps they could start a softball women's tournament. I think that's the way to get girls comfortable playing the sport. I've seen how it's worked in Trinidad again. I'm sorry I have to use Trinidad all the time.
And you're advocating that regionally?
Regionally, yes. It has worked for Trinidad, but obviously we need to see the development in other countries. So I'm thinking perhaps we can try that and find a way to get it in schools. I know some teams have advocated for at least one female player on the male teams, but perhaps we have to go beyond that. It's the only way we're going to get better.
Let's shift a little bit of focus back to you personally. You started in the commentary box in that CG Insurance Super 50 competition 2021, and it has rolled over into the international series with the West Indies and Sri Lanka. How has that experience been for you?
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I obviously completed a course where you were one of my instructors along with Alan Wilkins, and that helped me a lot. I've always been one to be looking at my career after cricket. I've been plagued by injury a lot, so I have no idea when my career is going to suddenly end. So in planning for that, I was always open to any opportunity to perhaps continue to be involved in women's cricket. Like I said, I've coached before, but the commentary stint, it was really enjoyable, especially working alongside you, Samuel, and Ian Bishop. I've looked up to him for a very long time, and I was actually very nervous when I saw him in the gym a day. I remember walking up to the gym and seeing someone on the cycle, and I was really hoping it was Roddy. When I got in and saw it was Bish. I was like, oh my gosh. I felt like a groupie. But yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, and just on that same, experience that you've had in commentary, is the game different from sitting in a commentary box as against being out there on the field?
For one, it allows me to be more analytical, but it also helps me to understand the commentator's point of view. I know quite often as players, when we hear what commentators are saying, we always think they're being so critical of what we're doing and not really understanding that they're perhaps lending suggestions. So it has given me a different point of view, and I think perhaps it could help my game.
So Shakira, just closing thoughts. You've just seen the men's team win in the T20 International Series and in the 50 overs series against Sri Lanka. How would you describe what you've seen from the men's team?
Firstly, I'm just really happy that the West Indies was able to win a series. They won. Obviously, had to fight in that T20 series, but I thought they did well to hold their nerve. I also look forward to that test series. It will be interesting with the change of captaincy. But I think in recent years, we've been building a really good test team, so I really hope that they can go on and do well against the Sri Lankans.
Between Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands. So, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to Kensington Oval for play in the very last session of this interesting first round, first class game in the Professional Cricket League Championship between Barbados Pride and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. The home side set 195 for victory in 66 overs at T. 99 for 2 from 26 overs with Raymond Reefer on 45 and fellow left-hander Jonathan Carter 19. The wickets of Shane Mosley caught at second slip by Powell off Jeremiah Louis, the medium fast bowler, for 3. And Craig Braffett, the captain, bowled by the off-spinner Raheem Cornwall for 29. Those wickets fell at 6 and 64. At the break, Louis 4 overs 1 for 19. Archibald 8 overs 1 maiden 37 runs. And here is the first delivery bowling from around the wicket, very wide of off stump, and dramatically called a wide by umpire Gregory Braffett to bring up the 100 for the Pride. 100 for 2 with Louis operating from the Joel Guyana end at the north. This is his 5th over. Cornwall 10 overs 1 for 31 and Ward 4 overs 11 runs. With me after the break is Lyndon Yard.
Yes, good afternoon to Keith and good afternoon to viewers and listeners. As Jeremiah Louis aborts his run.
And he has a slip and a gully. There's a point out on the boundary. Then protection in the covers, the orthodox extra cover, then a short, straightish extra cover, middle fine leg, forward square, and sunny conditions after 2 stoppages for rain in the pre-lunch session. It really then has become a nice afternoon. Carter on the front foot pushes it down to extra cover, and there is no run. 100 for 2 set.
Reef on the front foot.
Set 195 for victory in 66 overs. We told you a long time ago that there was a 3-wicket victory for Trinidad and Tobago over Jamaica at the Brian Lara Academy in Tarouba, and we'll update you on the other first round game at Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. Louis still from around the wicket, outside of the off stump. Carter lets it go to Hamilton. 100 for 2. Reefer correction. Lets it go to Hamilton. And at the Queen's Park Oval, the Windward Islands 339 and 190. Guyana 327 and chasing 203 for victory. Now 137 for 4. Tej Narain, Chandapal 28, Chandrapal Hemraj 60, Shimron Hetmar 9, Leon Johnson the captain 21. Back goes Reefer, squeezes it out and plays it out to the short extra cover. There is no run. Vishal Singh is on 9. Anthony Bramble has 6. 137 for 4 after 42 overs and 1 ball. Preston Maxwell 1 for 33 in his 15th over. Sherman Lewis 4 overs, none for 30. Rather expensive. Ryan John 8 overs, none for 34. And Kenneth Denver 16 overs without a maiden, 3 for 38. So Barbados Pride needing another 95 runs and the Leeward Islands 8 wickets. Here is Louis again. Reefer forward. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket, and he goes a big one after the break. Another twist in this match, and Louis goes down and skins a couple coffins, twisting over. Good for any cameraman. And Barbados Pride set back in the first over after tea with Raymond Reefer, who had looked rather assured, nibbling one outside of the off stump from Louis, caught at the wicket by Hamilton without adding. 45 he made, 73 balls, 100 minutes, 5 boundaries, lending its 100 for 3.
Yes, and I think if my memory serves me correct, this is now the second time in this game that's gotten out immediately after the break, after the interval. And that's something that he would want to correct. It's some things that happen to batsmen from time to time. I think Shamar Brooks used to struggle with it when he goes in on a big score. He comes back out the next day, he's first out usually. And he's changed that of recent time. But you know, that's one of those jinx that happened. It was a very good delivery. Take nothing from Jermaine Louis. He bowled well. It was a very justable, honourable day off. I'm asking the question. And Reefer committed, just trying to get back on the ball. He wasn't looking to play a forcing shot or anything. He was just looking to get back on the ball. And the ball seemed to have just held its own. And he nibbled it through to the keeper. A gleeful Jamar Hamilton. The perfect start for him. And the Leewards trying to claw their way right back into it. Because from here on in, it is straight downhill. There's only one way downhill. And for them, it means that they will need to get another 7 wickets and get them before Barbados can get this further 95 runs. And the new batsman is Justin Graves, and he will join Carter on 19. And it's going to be a very, very interesting period of play. But the perfect start for the Leeward Island Hurricanes.
Yes, the point you were making in relation to Reefer. In the first innings, he was unbeaten at lunch on 23. Barbados Pride were 110 for 3 then. And immediately after the luncheon interval, the very first ball, he was caught at the wicket by Hamilton of Archibald. On this occasion, the 4th delivery, and a no ball was also sent down, and again caught by Hamilton, this time off the bowling of Louis. 45, 73 balls, exactly 100 minutes, 5 fours. And Justin Graves, who failed in the first innings, will want to atone for that. He fell for 7. And at 100 for 3, just the sort of start in the final session the Leeward Islands would have wanted. And the players looking rather cock-a-hoop.
Yeah, an interesting move, you know, employing 2 slips and the gully.
And he also has the cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the fine leg. Here is Louis over the wicket. Graves unintentionally plays it down to gully as he was shaping to take the bat away, repeats the stroke, and Louis walks back to his mark. He's a good thinking bowler, Jeremiah Louis. Undermined the Barbados pride here at Kensington Oval with both ball and bat a few years ago in a winning cause. And he played a rather responsible knock in the second innings after he was unable to bat in the first innings of this game because he was feeling unwell, but came out the very next day and he bowled without success. 16 overs, 2 maidens, none for 51, but he got 44 in the second innings. Graves lets it go outside of the off stump and he raises his arms as it's taken by Hamilton. So the end of a successful over. And now figures for Louis of 5 overs without a maiden, 2 for 20. Barbados Pride 100 for 3 after 27 overs. Their target 195 from 66 overs. Here's Lyndon Yard.
Yes, and once again the game has taken another twist, and this is what makes cricket a very intriguing game. Just when you think the target of 195 off 68 overs looks reasonably gettable, fairly easy, should be accomplished. However, Barbados rollicking away to 70 odd for 2, scoring out just over 5 runs and over, and in the space of the blink of an eye, they're now 3 wickets down, and in quick succession, especially the loss of Reefer immediately after resumption for well played 45. He's gotten himself in and has gotten out and just has not carried on. And the number 3 position which he's been thrusted with looks the part. I think he's done the job. His management staff and the Barbados team will be pleased with what he's done, but we just want him to carry on as Cornwall is going to be carrying on for the Leewards, who are in search of another 7 wickets. Keith Holder.
A slip on a short leg, very short and square. And here's Cornwall, the off spinner from over the wicket. Cartes forward, defends it out into the covers. And there is no run, 100 for 3. There's also a short point, slightly backward cover, extra cover. Mid-off is deep, long on, straightish mid-wicket. Cartes defends and pushes it down to the short leg, fielded by Django. There is no run. And then he has the long leg a couple meters inside of the boundary to complete the field. Cornwall in his 11th over, 1 for 31. Carter sweeping and excited Cornwall as the ball ricochets off the pad and goes down towards the area of slip. Hamilton now picks it up.
It'll be interesting to see the replay there, Keith, because Hamilton is still down as though Cornwall gives the impression you think he might have nipped it, and Hamilton showing where he actually.
Here's Cornwall to Carter. Back he goes and wristily flicks it out through mid-wicket. Long run here for the long leg and trying to play a bit of football. Gets it just back inside the field of play as Ward ran all the way from the deep backward square. Midwick is unprotected and they were able to come back for 3 runs. So Carter goes into the 20s on 22 from 43 balls, 2 boundaries. Graves yet to score. Barbados Pride 103 for 3 in the 28th over. They need another 92 runs, a target of 195, and the field setting. Hamilton is taking his time. I say taking his time. He's heading all the way down to talk to Cornwall from behind the stumps.
What do you think they'll be talking about, Keith?
Well, he's going to say this guy likes to play with a flourish. He likes textbook work. He likes to put his head over the ball. Float a couple. You have the long on and the long off. See if he will attempt to go over the top. And now he's going to bring the long off into either deep mid-off or an orthodox mid-off position. He's also called the long on in. Those are the 2 changes following that discussion between Hamilton and the bowler Cornwall. Slip as well as a leg slip and the short leg. Orthodox point, extra cover. The mid-off has come up to an orthodox position, and Cornwall is still asking his long on to come in a couple meters. There's a deep backward square. Graves, meantime, had a word with Carter, and he faces Cornwall and is forward As I pointed out, his head is well over the ball, opens the face of the bat, and runs it down towards the backward point, where it's fielded by Ward moving to his left, and there's no run. 103 for 3. Barbados Pride in the 28th over. Their victory target, 195 from 66 overs. Graves again with his head over the ball, comes on the front foot and plays it down to the short extra cover. There is no run. The over has been completed, although the slips and the keeper do not seem to believe it's the end of the over. So belatedly, arms outstretched Hamilton. Why is he remonstrating? I don't know, but the umpires are in position. And I see that our score, Susan Bell, has over. And Cornwall, 11 overs, 1 for 34. It's 103 for 3. 28 overs have been bowled. Carter 22, Graves yet to score.
Yes, and the Leeward Islands very much looking to hunt down these other 7 wickets. If they're to come from behind, it will be a most miraculous victory. But it's a game that has gone more Barbados' way than the Leeward's way, and I think that is a situation that Barbados never really beat it home, the nail in the coffin, pounded home the advantage, and allowed the Leewards to get back in this game. And they feel they have a chance, especially having gotten the prize cap of Craig Bradford. Maybe take that back. Having been handed the prize cap of Craig Bradford, and at 103 for 3, with Jeremiah Louis about to continue from the Joe Garner end. Keith.
Hamilton is rather meticulous in setting his field. He's asking the point on the boundary to go a couple of meters to his right. 2 slips are already in place along with the gully. Protection, more protection on the offside with 2 extra covers, one in a straighter position, mid-off, mid-on, and the fine leg. And Carter flashes high down to point, and it goes first bounce. And the Leeward Islands fielders looking a bit hyper now after they got Reefer in the first over after the break. Every run will count. They believe that they can cause some problems here for another couple of quick wickets and put Barbados Pride under pressure. 104 for 3. Carter goes to 23. He's a veteran now. Must show responsibility so that he will get a big write-up by Mike King come Friday. Well, the second part, Andrew, I'll leave you to complete when you come back on, because I wouldn't want to get between you and Mike, my old-time friend, the king of stats. Good afternoon to you, Mike. How are you? 104 for 3. 2 slips on the gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square. And Graves is forward, and uncertainly it comes off the inner portion of the bat and goes down towards mid-on. Picks up a single to get off the mark. 105 for 3. I would say, at the moment, Lyndon, nerves on both sides.
Yeah, but we'll give the ascendancy to the side that's picked up the wicket, the Leeward Island Hurricanes, because they're seem to be the ascendancy in terms of their body language. They're getting excited and exuberant about what is happening. Meanwhile, you're quite right in terms of being nervous moments. 2 deliveries prior, Jonathan Carter already played a nothing shot, and the ball fell just short of the fielder coming on off the point boundary. So he will want to settle and compose himself, and Graves just need to get rid of the butterflies.
Louis from around the wicket at the Guyana end and searching for the Yorker, well bowled, dug up by Carter. And there is no run. Hamilton comes from behind the stumps to pick up. Carter can be very temperamental at times. You know, he likes to talk to you. He always feels that he should be on top of the bowling. One has seen his man of dismissals over the years, and if he believes for one moment that it was not the way he should have been dismissed, you have to wash out as he walks back to the dressing room. You make space for him. You never know what he's going to do. That is the character of the man, Jonathan Carter. Product of St. Andrew, an Aline boy outside of the off stump, and it goes through to Hamilton. 105 for 3. But from primary school days, you know, he was making centuries, got himself in the news, whether print or electronic, from very early. Jonathan Carter was known, a cousin of Carlos Bradford, and if you get both of them in a discussion which leads to more than a discussion, it's really wonderful to hear, in inverted commas. This next delivery from around the wicket again, he picks up the line and it goes through to Hamilton. He knows, Lyndon, without a shadow of a doubt, that with the dismissal of Reefer in the first over after the break, that he has the main responsibility. They can't say, well, if you are out, that we will turn to Dowrich and Springer again, who rescued Barbados in the first innings. There were 124 for 5, and that was a wonderful stand of 175 to take Barbados eventually to 324 all out. But then the Leewards fought back, 346 in their second innings, 2 slips in the gully, pitched up and driven down to mid-on by Carter. There is no run, so the end of the over. Louis now 6 overs without a maiden, 2 for 22. Barbados Pride 105 for 3 from 29 overs. Carter 23, Graves 1. The target is 195 off 66.
Yes, a very good comeback over Keith. I don't know if you're going to remember this name. There's a Dr. Terry Prescott. And I know it is now approximately going past 8 o'clock in England. And he's very much following the commentary. And he's asked me to convey how well he's enjoying the commentary all the way in England. And he would have played for the combined schools.
That's Terry Prescott, the old foundation boy?
Yes.
Yes.
All the way in England.
Yes, I know him well. So didn't he not come from near your area in Christchurch?
Yes, Packers to be exact.
Packers, which is very close to St. Patrick's.
A foundation boy.
Yeah, but represented now by that district. Minister of Education and Technology.
That's
okay.
Right.
Good afternoon to you, Miss K. McConney. Graves swings here at Kensington Oval down towards the boundary, but it wouldn't get there, heading out through mid-wicket. The electronic scoreboard in the background. I think Andrew is receiving lots of messages from his... what does he say?
107 for 3. Well, you take a peek there.
This was the discussion.
And
okay,
1
Andrew.
for 36.
Thanks very much.
Off 11 overs and 1 delivery.
Yes, 107 for 3. Yes, I was just paying attention to what Andrew was showing me there. 2 slips and a short leg. Meantime, though, there has been another twist as well in that game at the Queen's Park Oval, where Guyana are now 142 for 6. They've been set 203 for victory. That's an interesting one against the Windward Islands. Back here at Kensington Oval, neatly going back and turning it down towards the fine leg area is Graves. They will come back quite easily for the second run. Archibald is now on to the ball. So Graves on to 5. Carter has 23, 109 for 3. So what has happened since we last told you that Shanda Paul made 28, Hemraj 60, Hetmeyer 9, Johnson 21. That stubborn left-hander Vishal Singh is still there on 12 from 34 balls. Anthony Bramble has been dismissed, and back goes Graves and pushes Cornwall back down the pitch on the onside, fielded by the bowler. There is no run. Keemore Paul, who can be a big hitter, was dismissed for 2 deliveries, and Clinton Pestano is with Vishal Singh. So that's an interesting finish building up there at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. 3, not 3, I'm robbing him as here at the Oval, Kensington. Graves pushes the last delivery back down the pitch on the onside. Cornwall does the fielding. 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38. It's 109 for 3. 30 overs have been sent down, and the target for Barbados is 195 from 66 overs. Do you know a guy by the name of Kenneth Denver? How au fait are you with him, Lyndon, Andrew, Barry, et al.?
I'll pass.
Okay. Well, he has been the record with 5 for 39 from 17 overs and 1 ball. Kenneth Denver.
As a career best, Keith? More than likely.
Well, I know you want to give me some more work. I think I have 3 more minutes here before Barry takes over. I'll do my 20-minute stint. I have some other stuff to do. You have this way, Lyndon, of always asking me. Listen, Mike King is the king of stats. Keith Holder is the king of cricket stats. But
I believe that. Statistics are critical for commentary.
For commentary. Okay, 2 slips in a gully. Andrew likes that fun. Outside of the off stump from Louis.
He's been having a bad last couple of days.
Yes, I don't know. When you move from Woody being extremely hyper to Mike King being triple hyper and loud at the intervals, Mike feels he is being undone publicly. He says he would have to find room to put him in his main article, but he has honorable mention, and I'm certain that Andrew will give us a recap of the tea time discussion with himself and the great Mike the Tiger King. 2 slips in a gully from around the wicket. Naughty by Carter, but it keeps a trifle low, going across and trying to get back onto ball, and no ball called by umpire Gregory Braffett. It was a tumbling tape, ricocheted off his body and picked up a slip by Cornwall. I'm referring to Hamilton, the keeper. Now 110 for 3. I prefer if they get 2 off boundary. I don't want to see 111 on the board. I start to operate like David Shepherd and think like the Australians. It would be a Nelson. 110 for 3. Every run really vital, and it's 23 to Carter. Graves 5. This is the 31st over, and Carter is forward, and this one goes through him into the gloves of Hamilton. I'm seeing a little period here, I dare say, Lyndon,
of uncertainty. The batsman not sure what they want to do.
Yeah, like you're telling yourself something has to give, especially with Carter on strike. He needs to keep his cool, you know. He's wondering if he should play. They've become bogged down since the break at T. It was 99 for 2 from 26 overs, now 110. But they're well within the rate that they require. And this one is close outside of the off stump. Good teasing stuff from Louis. And he's found a line as well as a length here, bowling from around the wicket at the Joel Garner end. And Carter has to watch it. 2 slips and a gully are waiting. 110 for 3. Carter has faced 52 balls, 64 minutes, 2 fours for his 23. Graves is on 5 from 11 deliveries. Mosley caught that second slip by Powell off Louis for 3. Braffett bowled Cornwall 29, and in the first over after T, Reefer caught Hamilton bowled Louis for 45. This time he lets it go. Again, going through low to Hamilton. Carter on strike, and Reefer's 45 coming off 73 balls in 100 minutes. I was continuing to have my discussion about the Reefers with the noted attorney Ralph Thorne QC during the tea break, and we talked about Nico Reefer, another of the youngsters who is now on the Surrey books. Went to Queen's College, played for the Barbados teams at junior level, the son of Herbert, and also Carol Roberts Reefer. Jordan, old foundation boy who's in England as well. He's the son of Elvis, and by extension the brother of Raymond, outside of the off stump, no stroke. So that Reefer clan grows and grows. Generations back from the 60s with the Colts, Barbados team, the Barbados Colts and Tony Reefer, and then down to the 3 brothers. Leslie would have started in the late 70s. Then George arrived, Elvis, who played county cricket for Hampshire as well. Floyd as a nephew, so those were the 3 brothers, and then Floyd being the son of Herbert, captain in the West Indies as well. Raymond we talk about, being the son of Elvis, outside of the off stump. Look, enough for nerves. Let's get a good, cool, young head like Barry A. Wilkinson.
Also, he's going to be joined by his good mate,
Roland Butcher. I think that combination works well. And Andrew will bat at number 3 after T. So at the end of the over, 110 for 3. Barbados Pride with Carter 23, Graves 5. 31 overs have been bowled. Note again, the target is 195 from 66 overs. A word from Lyndon, and then Barry.
Yes. The deliveries he's faced. Graves has 5 against his name, having faced some 11 deliveries, but it's an uncertain period for both batters, and one where they've looked a little unsettled or uncertain about how they're going to go about getting these runs. As Barry, welcome back.
This is the batsman on the back foot, and they get a single just to the short gully position. 1 run achieved to take the total now to a Nelson, 111 for 3. It means that Barbados now need 83 more runs, with Carter leading the charge on 23, and Justin Graves, he is on 6. With Craig Brathwaite caught Cornwall, Cornwall for 29. Shane Mosley caught Powell, bowled Louis for 3, and Refa caught Hamilton after the break off of Louis for 45. Here comes Cornwall now. The off spin and bowls. There is a short, wide down the leg side. Carter comes inside the line. Gets to go down the leg side to be taken by the keeper, and there's no run. So Cornwall is in his 13th over. He's bowled the lion's share of the overs, Rakeem Cornwall. As he turns now, comes in again and bowls, flighted, driven, in the air, out to long on, over long on. Is that going to go all the way? Yes, it does. That's a 6 there for Jonathan Carter. Blaze is on shore. He's asking Brathwaite, the umpire, and now Brathwaite says, I don't know. And he decides to go with the 6. So 6 runs there to Jonathan Carter, but I called it from here because I saw it bounced in the shadows. I want to bounce in the shadows, you know, it's clear the boundary, because at the moment, the only shadows on the field are in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand, and that went out to the Hewitt and Innes stand, and that is 6 runs. Well played there to Jonathan Carter. 117 now for 3.
I delivery given some ears. We watched the replay there, and given the right treatment, noticeably the mid-off and mid-on are up, and I think that's the first delivery is really tossed up to Jonathan Carter. Predominantly he's been using back short of a goodish length.
This delivery again is on the line of the off stump. Carter comes down and defends it, plays into the offside. The field at mid-off is in a no man's land. He can't stop the single. He's not going to be able to stop the boundary there either. And I don't think if Carter is going to go with it, it's going to fly there in the air. As this delivery is on the line of the off stump, spinning away from Carter, who's beaten. Taken off the bail, there is the keeper.
Hamilton.
Jamar Hamilton.
Now the mid-on has been sent down to the long-on position, 3/4 away, not quite on the boundary, which I thought he eventually would go on the boundary. He does.
Here he comes in again and bowls, pushes the ball out to the forward point area. There's no run. The over ends with Barbados needing 77 more runs to win, or 117 for 3. With Graves on 6, he'll be taking strike, and Carter on 29. The latest score here at Kensington Oval.
And an interesting period of play here where the Barbados side, the batsmen just need to be assured of what they want to do. Batters, I keep saying batsmen, will get the hang of it eventually. And to take back the initiative here from the Leeward Island Hurricanes, who are chomping to get these 7 wickets. They're enjoying this period of play where, despite the fact that the Barbados team have not lost a wicket since the wicket of Refa in the very first over, the 4th delivery after tea, they have not been assured in their approach, the manner of scoring. We just saw a lovely 6 there by Carter, but a couple of overs prior he also just threw his battle ball widest of the off stump, and it just landed short of the fielder on the point boundary. So the key here is to settle, compose yourself, and just approach the game as normal as possible. That way you can take it away from the Leeward Island Hurricanes and your 20 US bucks that you would have invested before, Barry.
Well, I still think it could go either way. Barbados out front, though, no question about that. Louis is going to continue 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 23, and he's got 2 slips in the gully, a point, a mid-off, mid-on, a very short mid-wicket in a catching position, a forward square, and a flying leg. Here he comes in now. He passes the umpire and bowls, and this time Graves is showing him the full face of the bat. It's hitting the ball straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
They're very well pitched up, and Graves coming onto the front foot has ample time. This is the perfect opportunity for him to get a knot, spend some time in the middle. Basically, it's about occupation of the crease. And Carter, who's well entrenched, he's on 29. He too can also utilize this time to spend some time at the wicket. And if they do that, then Barbados will get home comfortably.
Yeah, well, they've got the wickets in hand, and they've got the time. They've got everything for them. And the weather is stupendous at the moment. It's really good after some rain interruptions earlier. Here comes Louis now, and bowls to Graves, and Graves is getting the ball outside the line of the off stump. He shoulders arms, dies a little bit on the way to the keeper, and there's no run. Full congratulations to the ground staff for getting this pitch right. This pitch has been very balanced. It is kept good for the 4 days. I'm just wondering which pitch they're going to play on Tuesday. I suspect it could be the one just to the left of the umpire at the moment. As Louis goes back to his mark now, turns and runs in, the medium pacer, and bowls to Graves, and Graves is turning the ball just to a forward square position, and he still cannot score. Graves has got 6 from 14. Carter's got 29 from 60. You look at the top performances in this match. You look at the 100 from Devon Thomas. He also had runs in the first innings.
58.
58. Shane Dulrich got up to 93, was it?
I think 84.
It's 84.
Springer 91.
Springer 91, right. So we've had some good performances. 4 wickets to Harden, 4 wickets to Rakeem Cornwall. As Louis bowls now, short side of the line, the off stump, and there is Graves fanning at that, looking to cut it in a very stylish manner.
4 to Simmons.
Yeah, Simmons also had 4. So the bowlers and the batsmen have gotten something out of this pitch, and the bounce has been very consistent over the 4 days.
It is always good when the batsman can trust the bounce of a wicket. Therefore, you know, look, once you can apply yourself properly, both against spin and pace, then you should get a score.
So Graves, many thought he was a better bowler than he was a batsman years ago. As Louis comes in and bowls to him, and this delivery, he's looking to turn it in the onside. It goes down the leg side. Well taken there by Jamal Hamilton. No run. Your thoughts on Hamilton as a captain?
Well, he's captain well. I really enjoyed his captaincy. His field placing has been very intrusive in terms of rotation of fielders in particular position, and also following the game. I've seen him make some changes at strategic point, and even here, for example, he's employing 2 slips in the gully. There's a point, there's a cover, the mid-off position, mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, in a situation where it's all about die, it's do or die. You know, for them, it is a matter of their trying to save the game, because it's their game now that they can only win. They simply...
As Louis comes in now again and bowls to Graves, and Graves gets another wide delivery that set land the off stump, and there is no run. The over ends. It's the Pride 117 for 3. They need 77 more runs. The Hurricanes need 7 more wickets. Carter has 29. Graves has 6, the latest score at Kensington Oval, as they change very quickly now, because I see Cornwall. I don't think he's going to put that ball down at all. He's going to bowl right out.
He's going to bowl to the end. He's going to bowl to the end. I was saying it's their game to win, because they're way behind the 8 ball, and they've already lost first innings points here, so they have nothing to lose other than the game. So they're going to have to make a fight of it, and that's the reason why they've set Barbados 195, and Cornwall is going to continue from the Malcolm Marshall end until the very last run is achieved or the final wicket falls.
Here comes Cornwall now with his off spin and bowls to Carter, and Carter gets the ball at center line. The off stump defends it in the offset, and there's no run. Hello to the Cyprian's headmaster, who's looking forward. He's licking his chops, he says, to get the boys back out to school. I know he's watching and he's very excited. Talking about Dave Lane, you know, Cyprian's boys, they have a very vibrant cricket program, and he's quite excited about the back to school. And hopefully this year we can see some Herman Griffith cricket, because we've missed that for the last couple of years. As this delivery is down the leg side and swept fine. Won't go for 4. Picked up just about now, but they'll get a single. 118 for 3.
I think if there's been a weak link in Cornwall's bowling today, is there are times when he just goes off of that off stump line, especially to the left hand, and he finds himself coming down on the leg stump, allowing for the sweep. Yes, he's got the protection, the deep backward square, but I just think that if he could just maintain that straightish line, forcing the batsman to play in the V rather than allowing him to lap the ball, then it gives him more of a chance at picking up wickets.
Yeah, you're right. You've called it correct. As this delivery again is on the line of the middle leg stump, and there is no run.
Put a lot of effort into that delivery to Graves.
Yeah, he did. Graves seems to be a bit uncertain as to if to attack or if to defend. This time he's defending again. He's wrapped on the pad. They're appealing, they're begging, and he's been given. Rakeem Cornwall really begged for that. The only thing he didn't do was get down on his knees and said please, because he really begged for that. And it means now that Barbados have lost another wicket, with Graves LBW to Cornwall for 6. And Barbados now 118 for 4, still needing 76 more, but the Leewards need 6 wickets, so it could go either way, who knows.
And the young man walks away dejectedly, a little convinced that he's happy with the decision, but as we were saying the delivery prior, Barry.
Well, as I just said to you,
hurried him.
As we look at the replay, the ball was pitched in line. I think that's not a bad decision.
Yeah.
It's not a bad decision.
Unless he got bat, Barry. You don't think it helped him there was bat.
Yeah, I think it was pitched in line, and he was on the front foot, struck on the pad, and that was given out. I wouldn't argue too much with that, but I was just telling you that Graves didn't seem to know what role to play. Genuinely he's perhaps a bit more attacking, but he seemed to be very ultra defensive for whatever reason.
Yeah, and it was evident the ball before where Rakim actually tried to push the ball on it.
Yes.
And he seemed late on it.
Seemed very late on it. So I'm not surprised really by the wicket. You have to give the bowler credit. Rakim Kaur must be given credit. He's now got 6 wickets in the match. He's got 2 now for 46. That is 4 for 99.
So he just needs 1 more wicket to overtake Gavin Towns' record of 227 wickets.
Wow.
Yep.
So the new batsman in the meantime is Shane Dulwich, and then you've only got Hardin, you've got Springer, and Holder, Simmons, and Warwickhood. So this could be interesting little period.
If they can shake through these 2 here, they'll get into the meatier part of the tail, Barry.
Barbados seems to be positive.
Yes. I think this period of play after tea has definitely gone to the Leeward simply because the Barbados team batsmen have not asserted themselves. As you said, Graves didn't show which role he wanted to play. Carter is still going to give you a chance.
And Shane Dulwich now, after very nifty innings in the first, he now has to come and show some consistency. So last ball, sorry, you've got 5 balls left, forgive me. 5 balls left in the over. And it's a very attacking field. I'll give you the field after.
I think 2 balls left. 2 balls left.
Cornwall tends to get through his overs pretty quickly. 1 ball left.
Oh, all right.
So here he comes in now to bowl to Dulwich, and Dulwich is driving in the air, over, long on. That's gone 1 bounce. It's actually gone for 4. Well, what a way to start.
A beautiful start, Barry. It is simple. If you're going to push and prod, you're going to allow the bowlers to just get into the game. Now, this is Shane Dulwich's game, especially against spin. You either get him or he gets you. He's going to go away the wrong, especially if the wicket isn't turned. We haven't seen the big lot turns. The odd ball has bounced and spun a little bit, but there's been no devil from the spinners per se. And I think that the batsmen have been just allowing the bowlers to dominate them. So that is the delivery where he went for pace. And he was confident enough to hit right through the line of the ball, through a wideish mid-on for 4. Great shot, great way to start. And he's just fallen on from where he left off in the first innings.
Well, let's see if he's going to continue in that mold. So that boundary takes the total to 122 for 4. And Barbados needs 72 more. The Pride at the first innings replying 324 to the Hurricanes, 172 for 9 declared. Hurricanes in their second innings 346, setting that target of 195 to win. And here comes Louis now to continue around the wicket now, bowls to Carter, and Carter is beaten with a beautiful delivery outside the line of the off stump. He played at it, was beaten all ends up, and taken there by the keeper.
Yeah, beautiful delivery, just on or about the line of the off stump, on a good length, on that good length where the batsman, you can't really reach it if you try to drive. It's not there to be driven, and you don't have enough room to square cut it. So just whizzing past the edge of the bat. Looked as though he took the bat inside the line, but obviously he was beaten because it dragged him across to the off stump. And a victory there for Louis, who turns at the Joe Guyana end.
Again, here he turns now and runs in and bowls to Carter. And Carter gets a slow delivery on the line of the off stump. Moving away, he did well to judge that. Left it alone, again taken by the keeper with 2 slips in a gully. There's a point on the boundary, a cover and an extra cover. There's a mid-off. And what? Am I seeing correct? Is there no one on the onside? Is there a long one that I can't
see? There's only the long leg.
So there's one fielder.
So he's up in the 7-2 field.
No, there's a mid-on. 2 fielders on the onside.
Yeah, 7-2 field.
He's really plugged that offside quite well because he knows Carter likes to drive, and he's bowling on the off stump. So he's bowling to his field. This is a good plan by Louis. I almost said Sylvester Louis. Hello to you, Sylvester, if you're listening. Doing a good job cracking down on crime in Barbados. As this one is driven beautifully through extra cover for 4. Pierced the offside field. And I was just going to say that if you got a point on the boundary, a cover and extra cover, I believe that one of them should be back as well on the boundary. Perhaps the extra cover. That would have saved 4 just now.
I think I'd like to see the point come up. and come into, into a catching position, because he's only down there for a slash if you're bowling the ball wide and short. And the bounce is still a consistent bounce, and that was a juicy half volley, brilliant shot as we watched you play on outside line the off stump, and he just threw the right pad down the wicket and just hit through the line the ball, eye-hand coordination.
Here he comes in again now, bowls to Carter. Carter gets another delivery. That's a no ball. Precious runs here. 5 so far in the over. 100 now and 28 for 4.
Yeah, you don't want to give them away.
6 more.
You don't want to give them away in sundries. And despite the fact that he's had a good spell, 2 for 50 to Cornwall of 14 overs. And we'll get the figures for Jeremiah Louis, who is operating from the Northern End momentarily.
Here he comes in again now, and bowls as he passes the umpire to Carter, and Carter's flicking this one down to short fine leg. That should be 1. Is that a leg by? No, runs. So a run there to Carter. Carter goes down to 35, is 128 for 4.
Louis 2 for 23 in the process of his 9th over. And the game at a delicate position, I would say, with the Leeward still trying to press home their advantage with utilizing attacking field. For the right-handed Dowrich, they're going to employ a 5-4 field rather than the 7-2 that they're employing for Carter. And we'll see how Dowrich responds.
Yeah, see how he responds. Still 2 slips in the gully. Different field for the right-handed Dowrich. Point and mid-off, mid-on. Straight mid wicket, backward square of the boundary and a fine leg. He comes in and bowls to Dowrich, who's going for a big drive and comes off the inside edge, almost played him on.
Well, he's been given a huge gap between point and mid-off, and he went for the shot. The ball wasn't quite there for that shot. It was on a shortish length and kind of outside line of the off stump, and I think he would have played a little further out himself and got an inside edge past stumps down to the keeper on the bounce, of course, and you will want to be careful because that is a very inviting gap. I'm sure his eyes lit up with the distance available to him with that range of space as Louis starts.
He comes in again, passes the umpire and bowls to Dowrich, and Dowrich should bowl him! Beautiful delivery. Dowrich bowled all ends up, and Louis is going all over the ground. He's doing cartwheels, everything possible, but Dowrich was just way too loose on that occasion.
Yeah, a very poor quick shot there by Dowrich. I'm going to call a spade a spade. I'm going to wait for the replay because he just, as I said, Barry, if you go back to the previous delivery, he saw the gap, went for a drive for a ball that was not there to drive. And again, this time the batsman, watch the bowler, had the sense of purpose to go right up. And there he goes for a booming drive straight.
That's a beautiful delivery.
And a beautiful delivery. A picture of the delivery that just curled back in.
And it curved back in. It was an in-swing, almost an in-swinging Yorker.
Yeah.
And Dowrich just went
played
for a big
outside of it
drive.
as well.
Played outside the line. It went between bat and pad and knocked out the off stump and the leg stump as well. Well bowled there from Louis. Dowrich goes for 4. And Barbados now 128 for 5.
We see the play once again. Oh, Barry, that ball curled back in beautiful. That's a picture of a delivery. He was more undone by the swing. Oh, that was a. You would call that Barry a pearl.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was really crafty bowling there from Louis.
Brilliant.
Full marks there for Louis.
That has to be the ball of the match, Barry.
I think so.
Oh, beautiful delivery, and. You couldn't ask for a better follow-up delivery because remember, they left the gap again, captaincy by Hamilton. He's left the gap open. There's a point and a mid-off. There's a vast area of gap there, open area, plot of land. And Dowrich went for a drive, the ball prior, which was on a shortest length, not there for a drive. Then he gets the ball a lot closer. And in getting it closer to the ball, just curls in. It was really a peach of a delivery. And it's a delivery that's worth admission.
Dwayne Smith just sent me a text. He said, that is a big ball. And I think he's got it right. And that would hurt Dwayne.
It's perfect.
That would hurt Dwayne to say that because
boom of a delivery.
That's his teammate, that's his clubmate that just got Spread Eagle.
You got a peach. You got a real peach of a delivery. And the thing about that ball is I actually opened him up.
Well, how much is that going to be in terms of a wicket for Barbados, in terms of the prize wicket?
128 for 5. Springer comes out.
66 more to win. Is my $20 still looking good, Lyndon? So here comes Cornwall now, bowls to Carter. Carter's on the front foot, defends, and plays it back to cover, no run. The thing about it is you don't want to now come into a position where you're now going to cramp up and be ultra defensive.
I think it must be nervous moments now in the Barbados camp, for sure, Barry.
Another wicket, I would say, as he bowls now to Carter, and Carter's on the front foot and plays the ball back to Cornwall, and there is no run with a slip, a backward point, a sweeper, extra cover, long off, long on, straightish mid wicket, and a backward square leg on the boundary.
As that one is pushed through by Cornwall and hurries Carter into the defensive shot, picked up by the fielder at the forward short leg position, and it remains 128 for 5. The target is 195. As Cornwall is in again and Carter is forward, and again the fielder at forward short leg Jungle comes into play and he fields cleanly. So it's been a period of play, Barry, where the islands have simply dominated and Barbados has not transferred the pressure. Carter's forced onto the back foot, the ball runs off the open face of the bat down to that fielder at backward point, and that is Carty. There is no run.
Yeah, so they've just shifted the fielder just a little bit. Here comes big Rakeem Cornwall now, bowls to Carter. Carter is driving straight to extra cover, and there's no run. The over ends. So Barbados needs 67 more runs to win, and Carter on 35. Springer yet to face, but this is going to be quite an exciting finish as we say goodbye to Lyndon Yard and we welcome Roland Butcher. Roland, how do you see this position now with Barbados needing 67 and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes needing 5 wickets?
Yeah, it's even Stevens really. It's Carter's a key man. You know, he can score quickly. If that dismissal of Dowrich is what we're going to see continue from these swing bowlers, these batsmen are going to have to bat well, because that was a peach of a delivery. I mean, when you looked at the replay, I guess from the naked eye, people would be, in the stands would be saying Dowrich played a bad stroke, but if you've got the advantage of actually watching that on the television replay, you can see the original line of that ball was so far outside the off stump, but the movement was prodigious, and really Dowrich was driving at the original line and the ball just swung in. So if that's going to be the pattern, then they're going to have to play well, very well.
I just got a text here that I was reading, give you a laugh off of it. So it's going to be Louis to continue now. Bowls to Springer, and Springer's bowled him! Oh, he's done it again! Jeremiah Louis, you peach! He did it once, he's done it twice, and let me say, he might try again for 3 times. Shamar Springer is bowled all over the shop with the very same or similar delivery that just was delivered to Shane Dowrich, and the 2 men who propped up Barbados in the first innings have been dismissed with back-to-back peaches of deliveries.
Yeah, same delivery, not big swing again, but not as much swing as the one that got Shane Dowrich, but the same result in swing and delivery. The batsman going down the wrong line. Louis on target, he's got now 4 for 29. And the Leewards now are turning this game on its head, with the main run scorers for Barbados now following each other back to the pavilion in Dowrich and Springer. And again, the swing, the movement, absolutely cleaned them up there, and Louis is delighted. All the Leeward Islands are delighted, and Barry Wilkinson.
Well, I told you before, I told you when the inning started that I thought this was the Leeward's game to win. I said that.
We're seeing what Louis did a couple of years ago, Keith Fowler. where he did exactly the same thing.
It was about 3 years ago. Was it 2019?
Yeah,
I believe it was.
Movement through the air, and that's all that's undone these batsmen is movement through the air, and batsmen playing down the wrong line, not expecting the ball to swing, and getting themselves in the wrong position, and now he's looking for a third clean ball. Well.
I'm dumbfounded because to bowl those deliveries back to back, just like that, certainly calls for some applause.
And to two informed players.
Yeah, those are the two that propped up Barbados, because Barbados were in similar trouble in the first innings. Don't fool yourself. That partnership, 128, I think it was, 175. The 128 partnership was Smith and Carty, but the 175 between those two is what really propped up Barbados, and they've gone for 4 and a duck.
Yeah, I mean, Louis should really put in a short leg here for
Carter needs to farm this strike. Carter needs to get down there.
You need a short leg, really.
Yeah,
because if he's going to swing the ball in, Harding could easily get a bat pad and lob it up on the onside.
Well, they've got 2 slips in the gully. There's a backward point. There's a cover.
Got to go with the short leg. You have to go with the short leg.
Straightish mid wicket, forward square, and a fine leg. The new batsman is Keon Harding. Here comes Louis now. Runs in, passes the umpire and bowls to Harding, and Harding gets a delivery that is very similar. That one actually was going to go down to the boundary, back with a square. Won't get into the boundary, they'll just get, I think 2, or is it 3? 2 runs, but it was going home. That was heading home. He managed to get the bat down, and in the end, it came off the inner portion of the bat down to the backward square leg boundary for a couple. But this is good bowling here from Jeremiah Louis. For the second time undermining Barbados, I think it was in 2019, he did similar. And now he's returned with first-class cricket to show that that was not a fluke in 2019.
Yeah, I mean, if he's to bowl at Harding, who's a tail ender, he needs to start it outside the off stump. Don't bowl it too straight. You give him a chance to get a bat down. Get a bat on it. Because he's not a recognised batsman, if he sees it outside the off stump, he will play the line, and if it moves, then he's in a bit of bother too.
Comes in on bowls, and this one is a drive outside the edge, coming off the outside edge down to the third man boundary for 4. Harding gets a fortuitous boundary, perhaps a third slip, perhaps if that was just a bit lower, but it's gone into the boundary for 4. 134 for 6. They need now 61 more runs, Barbados, but I think the Leeward Islanders are a bit closer, needing 4 wickets to win.
Yeah, that's pretty close, that one. It was full, much fuller than the others, but outside the off stump, and again Harding going for the drive, got an outside edge, lucky for him, because it was almost, there it is, catchable, and the second slip didn't react that quickly, and the ball sped down to the boundary for 4, so Harding gets a boundary. And this game's so evenly balanced now that the fall of another wicket puts it squarely in front the Leewards would be for sure.
So here he comes in again now with now 3 slips and bowls to Harding, and Harding is on the front foot, defends and pushes the ball to cover. There's no run. Good batting there by Harding, good bowling by Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, Harding right onto the front foot, and I think Hamilton's missing a trick here. He should just really get into Harding's head, get the short leg in there, even if Louis bowls the same way that he's bowling, but just to get a bit of doubt in his mind that when he plays forward, particularly with the ball swinging into him.
Louis is still very much a young man from the island of St. Kitts. He's only 25, still pretty young. As he comes in again now, bowls to Harding, he aborts his run. In first-class cricket, he's got some 89 wickets in 39 matches. So he's been there, done that. Turns 26 in about 2 weeks' time. But he's a hard worker. Jeremiah Louis has the ability to bat as well. We actually saw that batting prowess in the first innings, in the second innings rather. He got 43, I think he was the last man out. So Hamilton has done a very good job as well, captaining this team. He's been good. Here comes Louis now. As he passes the umpire and bowls to Hardin, and Hardin that gets a delivery wide of the off stump, and he leaves it alone, taken there by the keeper. You've got to make the batsman play though. I think if he was to look carefully at how he's got success in this game, he has got success because he's made the batsman play. When he has not done that, they have not been interested.
Yeah, absolutely, and the key deliveries have been those big swinging deliveries pitched up. Really a similar delivery to Hardin, and he will go for the drive as well because he's not as competent a batsman as the main batters.
Again, he comes in and watches, comes in and bowls, and the batsman is on the front foot, play the ball in the onside, and there's no run. Hello to Sibi, watching all the way in Pakistan. Mr. Stonehill himself,
yep,
the #1 in cricket gear, sponsored the Barbados cricket team. Hello to you, Sibi.
Yes.
Thanks so much for that note you just said. And,
Sibi, yep, good afternoon to you, and obviously it's not afternoon in Pakistan now, but I'm sure you're awake watching what's going on here.
Sibi also sponsored the Line and Length Network. He's really been good. So we have to give him a good plug.
Top man, and you look over to the right and you see the Stonehills.
Yeah, Stonehill, they're big sponsors. They've got 5 banners there in the Greenwich and Haynes stand.
Yep.
And you are wearing a Stonehill shirt today, Roland, as well.
I am, yes.
It looks a little tight, though.
Yeah, you need to take a need to take a photo, and I'll send it to Sibi shortly so that he sees what's happening.
But this delivery is down the leg side and swept down to fine leg. They won't get 4, they'll probably just get a couple. Carty picks up just about now. 2 more runs to the total, leg buys as a matter of fact. And Barbados now go on to 136 for 6. They need 61 more runs now to win, as Roland gets back in the chair and Andrew Mason gets ready to come and call him. Cornwall, he's bowled some 15 overs, 2 for 50 he has. He's been the leading bowler, there's no doubt about that. Rakeem Cornwall in the match so far for the Leewards. Louis has been the leading one in this innings. Another single there, sneaking a single there to the forward point position, and that's just 1. 137 for 6. How do you see it, Roland?
Still very, very tight. I mean, Carter's the key man. Really, he has got to shepherd the tail because not a lot to come after Hardin, and particularly if the ball is moving around and if they've got to face Cornwall. So
yeah, it's just Warwick and Holder and Simmons.
Yeah, not a lot of so Carter really key man is going to be, and just to let Sibi know, and Barry will probably contact you in a minute. That photo has made its way to Pakistan with the Stonehill. And here is his reply already.
I hope it was sanitized through the way to Pakistan.
Yep. And Sibi has responded.
So you're not missing any cricket. Jamar Hamilton, the captain, is just making a couple of changes. He's obviously attacking more, and he's bringing in a short leg and a silly mid-off. And the short leg just had to go and get a helmet. So you haven't missed any cricket. And it's going to be, 1 slip. It's a silly mid-off. It's a backward point. Mid-off as well, long on. As this delivery is played down to the backward point area, no run. As to go around the field, straightish mid-wicket, there's a backward square on the boundary. There's a short leg. And there's a leg slip. So you've got 4 men around the bat. Here comes Cornwall on bowls, and Hardin's on the front foot, equal to the task. He's not tempting any. And he just plays the ball in the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, then Cornwall's going to test Hardin. There's no doubt about that. He's going to, with those 4 men around the bat, cannot afford to make a mistake, Hardin.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Hardin. Hardin gets a short ball, looks to turn it in the onside. That was flatter, that was quicker, but he didn't get bat onto it at all. So here he goes again. Bowls to Harden, and Harden's on the front foot, takes a quick single there to Louis, who is at mid-off. That's 1 run to end the over, where Barbados won 38 for 6. The Leewards need 4 more wickets to win. Barbados need 57. Andrew Mason is going to take you home, and Roland Butcher will continue.
Yes, and Harden obviously not afraid to take the strike, because he's the one who initiated that single to get himself back on strike. Carter had to respond, but obviously they've decided that wherever runs are to be taken, they will take them. Harden's now left himself to be tested here against Louis, who's looking for his 5th wicket. He has figures of 4 for 35 right now, as Andrew Mason comes back in the home straight, as
yes, indeed.
Was here.
This has been a very good effort on the part of the Leewards. You have to congratulate them, and I think that they're in front actually. 138 for 6. I think they've got the advantage. You think it's even, Stevens, Roland?
Well, I mean, obviously, I would say the Leewards would be, as Lyndon Yard would say, as they come into the home turn. The home turn, the Leeward just in front. Should they get another wicket, then they will be pulling away somewhat.
Well, it's going to be Louis to continue the attack as he comes in to bowl to Keon Harden to this delivery. He's looking to whip the ball away. Outside the leg stump, the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. He's kept on 7. It's 138 for 6. Roland.
Yes, and Harden's obviously looks as if he's going to play shots. He's not just going to hang around. He's going to go and try and assist Carter. Since the fall of the last wicket, I don't think Carter's faced the ball since then.
No, he hasn't, and he reckons he's a big batsman here. He's got 7. It's 138 for 6. Here is Louis, comes in to bowl to Harden into this delivery. Harden is forward, pushes into the offside. Carter's a long way down, looking for a run. Has to seize and settle, as they would say. Gets back into his crease as the ball went down to cover. Coming to his left to pick it up was Thomas, and there's no run. And yet again, Captain Hamilton marshalling his forces has done an excellent job. I think he really has been good in terms of his tactics. 138 for 6. Barbados are under pressure in their own backyard, and to be frank, they've been victims of their own indiscretion too. And you really have to give it to the Leewards for being in this contest, because when you look at first-class cricket, to be in deficit by 152 and then to bat a second time and make pretty close to 350, that's a good effort. Here's Louis. He comes up now again to bowl to Harden, goes past the umpire balls. Harden is whipping the ball away over the top of mid-on. Also going to head out towards the boundary. I will get there just about now. That's a good shot. Ball pitched up, hit wide of mid-on. That's gone for 4. He can bat a bit, goes into double figures. He's gone up to 11, and Barbados go to 142 for 6. Ball pitched up, whipped wide of mid-on, airily but safely. That's gone for 4.
Yeah, and 2 straight. Louis really started that one on the stumps, allowing Harden to free his arms, and really, you know, he needs to give Harden some room outside the off stump. Let him see it outside the off stump, and then hone in on the stumps. He started on the stumps with the movement. It's going to continue, and it's more in the hitting the arc for Harden if it's on the stumps.
Well, there's a backward square now, about 10-15 meters inside the boundary for that lofted flick of the pads. Here's Louis, bowled beautifully with a shadow alongside him. Comes in to bowl to Harden to this delivery. He's turning the ball neatly, looking like a batsman. Ball goes down to backward square, coming inside of his stumps and turn the wrist and impact, gets a single. And with that, as the plane glides its way into the Grantley Adams in the distance, and the score now goes to 143 for 6. The equation now 51 to get. Partnership realizing 15. Harden is 12. Carter, who hasn't a lot of strike in recent times, is on 36. But this has been a very good battle. A battle that I would think at the moment, with the Leewards with their noses in front. Harden can bat, there's no doubt about that. Carter's going to be the key, I would think, for Barbados here. But they've fought tooth and nail, and this has been a good story for first-class cricket in terms of the fight back after being in deficit. Here's Louis round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Carter. He's up in both to Carter, and Carter is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. Well, this is a time for him really to buckle down, cut out the the loose shots and try to get Barbados over the line. On the other hand, the Leewards are looking for more blood here. Carter is on 36. Harden is on 12. 143 for 6. Barbados losing Mosley, caught by Powell off Louis for 3. Brathwaite played a wild shot, the second time of the match. Not like Brathwaite to do that. Here's Louis again as he searches for another wicket, comes in to bowl to Carter, and to this delivery. Carter is along the wide ball to go outside the off stump. No ball is called by the umpire, just testing his patience. Carter with that wide ball. So with that, it goes to 144 for 6. And then it was Brathwaite, as I said, bowled by Cornwall for 29. Reefer, for the second time in the match, getting out just after a break, nibbled at one outside the off stump, and he was gone. Caught by the keeper off Louis for 45. Graves leg before to Cornwall for 6. Dowridge bowled, playing a big shot, good delivery. Here's a delivery which is outside the off stump off the back foot. Goes Carter, will get a single, hits the ball into the pitch, and it goes down to that cover area for 1. So Barbados get a single to go to 145. Another no ball, Susan. So it's a no ball call by the umpire. Is that right, Keith? Yeah, so another no ball. So Carter is on 37. Harden is on 12. So still going up to 140. Is that 6 now? 146 for 6. So they're under 50 now. Here we go. Battle lines have been drawn, red. These two would love to see Barbados home. And of course, the Leewards will be hoping that Louis can do it for them. He's bowled well, he's picked up 4 wickets. And he comes again to bowl to the right-handed Harden to this delivery. Harden is forward, pushes into the offside for a single. A little push away. They may even contemplate the second here. No, they won't, as that ball went down to cover. And he looks pretty capable as he came forward and pushed it to cover for 1. So that ends the over from Louis. He looks a bit tired now. He's been going for quite a long time. In fact, his figures 11 overs, 1 bid, and 4 for 44. So at the end of the over, 147 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Harden looking in control. He's now got 13 and 14 balls, so he's done the bulk of the scoring since he's come to the crease. And you know, he's doing just what Carter wants him to do, really, is to not just leave it to him, get some runs on the board. So, you know, he's playing his role right now, and still very interesting. And Cornwall, obviously, we know Cornwall is really going to bowl from now till the cows come home.
Yep.
So if Barbados is to win this game, they're gonna win it with Cornwall still in the attack, because I don't think the captain at this stage is going to change the bowling from that end. You know, Cornwall is going to probe away, try and keep it tight. Also look to pick up wickets. And that's the way it's going to be now from... But this has been a good contest, I think, right throughout. And it's good to see, Andrew, that the game has actually gone right down to almost the end of the 4th day, with all possible results.
A good statement for cricket in the region.
With all possible results still very much in the balance. So, you know, we've had a good game for sure.
Very good game. And I want to compliment Prof. Edwards and the staff for what I describe to be maybe one of the best pitches I've seen at Kensington for a long time. You know, it hasn't kept low, and something in it for the bowlers still. And if you can bat, you can make runs. So I would say that this has been a very good pitch. 147 for loss of 6. Here's Cornwall to continue. He's going to bowl to Harden, who's gone to 13 into this delivery. He's forward and drives up the pitch. Cornwall picks it up, cocks the arm and threatens to throw. And Harden gets back into his crease. He's looked pretty busy so far at the crease, Keon Harden. Comes from Orange Hill in St. James. Here's Cornwall, comes up into this delivery. He's forward, plays it capably in front of him. That was very flat, and he just came onto the front foot. Elbows well cocked, got into line nicely, and pushed it in front of him. There's no run. There's a slip and a leg slip and a forward shot. Like Cornwall comes in, most to Harden. Harden is forward and whips the ball down to that backward square position for 1. We'll come back for the second. Ball in the leg stump, worked away down to backward square. Gets 2, so 149 for 6. And now it means that the leg slip will be pulled away. And that fielder Ward goes to short, fine leg now. Harden goes to 15. The partnership realizing 21, 149 for 6. Bat lines have been drawn here. And here's Cornwall looking for that breakthrough. If he gets on the wicket, he will become the top wicket taker, taken over from Gavin Tong. He's up to the wicket, he's in, and bowls, and Harden is allowing the ball to go outside the off. Some good judgment. Didn't play at that. Kept his bat inside the line. How many balls gone? 4 gone. 149 for 6. Carter's on 37. Has been very quiet in recent. Has not a lot of the strike. Here's Cornwall. Comes and bowls to Harden. Harden is forward. Turns the ball away. To forward short leg. There's no damage done. He spin pretty well. He looks a pretty useful order batsman as well. Hence, this is why I suppose Carter knows his ability, so he doesn't want to farm the bowling when he's batting. Last ball of the over. Here's Cornwall. Comes and bowls to Harden. Harden allows the ball to go outside the off stump. It was tossed up. And he says no. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. Looks pretty assured. So at the end of the over, Carter 37. Harden 15. Partnership of 21. The target 45 more to get. 46 to win. And it's 149 for 6, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and the players now will have a drink. And let's hope that what happened after the last drinks break with Raymond Reaper being dismissed immediately, and as he did in the first innings. Carter, while all this has been happening, he's still there. Jonathan Carter. Last 3 overs really hasn't had much of the strike, but playing a valuable innings. Also, I think Harden's contribution at the moment is a pretty good one, because it's taken a bit of pressure off Carter, which means that Carter doesn't have to concentrate on being the main run scorer as long as Harden can remain calm and just bat through. So we got an interesting tussle taking place here, Andrew. I think the Leewards will feel also confident that they've got a good chance of winning this game. Barbados also must remain confident. There's 6 wickets down, but at the same time, not a lot to come in terms of remaining batsmen. But as we said, the surface has been good right throughout this game, and right to the end here, it's proving to be just that.
So, talking about the batsmen to come, Holder, Simmons, and Walker, not necessarily that order, because I think if a wicket falls, I think maybe Walker will come, and Holder can bat a little bit, Walker as well. But this is a very, very important period. The players are refreshing themselves, so it'll give me time to maybe just run through what has happened so far. Always important to recap. You recall that by the end of the 3rd day, the Leewards fighting back quite nicely, and certainly would have done a pretty good job in their fight. And today, they would have been looking even to push on further. 294 for 7 at the start of the day's play, with the captain on 40, and with him was the man who's done the damage in terms of the bowling. Louis was on 14, but they continued. Eventually, Hamilton was bowled by Simmons for 47. Archibald caught by Carter off Simmons for Duck. Louis, an important 44, and could very well turn out to be the innings that could see the Leewards over the line. He was the last man to go, caught by Carter, slip off Warkan's delivery that was floated outside the off stump, the left-arm orthodox spinner. He made 44. Henry not out 12, and an important partnership of 34. When you look at the game, these things are so important because they added 34 for the last wicket, and they were able to finish on 346 all out in 109 overs and 2 balls in the bowling for you. Holder 16 overs, 4 middens done for 58. Harden 20 overs, 3 middens, 2 for 69. Simmons on debut, left arm bowler, bowled very well. 21 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 64. Carter 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. Warkan 28 overs and 2 balls, 9 maidens, 1 for 55. Reefer 3 overs, no maidens, done for 23. Graves 11 overs, 1 maiden, done for 38. And Brathwaite 5 overs, 1 maiden, and he picked up 2 for 7. So then it was time for the Barbados response to 195. They lost the wicket early, and Mosley, who continues to have difficulty with those deliveries coming across him. He was caught by Powell at second slip low down off Louis' outswinger for 3. Brathwaite played a wild shot for the second time in the match, bowled by Cornwall for 29. Reefer caught nibbling outside the off stump to keeper Hamilton. Louis was the bowler for 5. Graves coming forward, leg before to Cornwall for 6. Then in quick succession, the two men who saved Barbados with a magnificent partnership of 175, where they went very, very quickly indeed, with the pace of over Delhi, really. First of all, Dowridge, first ball flicking over the top of mid-wicket for 4, and then had his stumps really shattered. It was a wonderful in-swinger ball for 4, and then the next ball, Springer was bowled for duck. So Barbados then went from that position of 118 for 3 to 128 for 6. These two have settled things a little bit, but still some work to be done. The bowling, Louis 11 overs, 1 bid, 4 for 44. Archibald 8 overs, 1 bid, none for 37. Cornwall, as we'd expect, bowling the most overs, 17 overs, 1 bid, 2 for 54. And Ward 4 overs, no bid, done for 11. So we brought him today. Looks as if it's going to be Archibald to come back into the attack now, replacing Louis, who has been splendid. It's been a good match for him. He made an important 44 and now has picked up 4 wickets. So we're just about ready to start after the break, pretty long break. And it's going to be Colin Archibald, 8 overs, 1 bid, none for 37 to continue. 149 for 6. Carter's 37. Here's Archibald as he comes in from the northern end to bowl to Carter. And this delivery, Carter is getting a short ball and swings at it. Where is it gone? It's gone for 6, short of a length, and pulled away. Well done, Carter. That's gone all the way down towards that backward square position. It was short, and that's an important boundary for Carter. That was a loose ball and was put away by Jonathan Carter. He goes to 43, and it's 155 for 6. They're now trailed by 40.
Yeah, and he's relieved a little bit of pressure with that 6. Short ball there by Archibald. First one, Jonathan Carter took it on and cleared the man down on the fine leg boundary. He now goes into the 40s.
Yep.
It's going down.
248 ball.
So that was a short ball. There's a backward square in there. There's also a man at forward square about 10 meters inside the boundary. That was short. And Carter got back onto that and got a 6. What will Archibald do here? Carter goes to 43. He comes in to bowl to Jonathan Carter. He's in, bowls to Carter. Carter gets a short ball that's wide. Goes by to be taken by the keeper. Banged into the pitch. And it's taken by the keeper. So, a partnership that has realized, Roland Butcher, 27 precious runs for Barbados.
Very, very important runs. And the contribution by Harden has been very, very good. He's got 15 and 20 deliveries just at the right time.
Yeah. So 155 for 6 is the score. Archibald back in the attack, very athletic, and has impressed as he starts to move in again. To bowl to the left-handed, Carter goes up, down, bowls to Carter. Carter is beaten outside the outside with a beauty. A no ball is bowled, but that ball touched down, leaving Carter, and it went by to be taken by the keeper, but a no ball to bring up the score now to 156 for loss of 6. But what a ball.
Yeah, lovely delivery, but one more to the score, so...
Yep, now down to 39.
Just easing closer, ever so close to this victory.
Where's your money, Roland? Is it advantage Barbados? It's still even Stevens after this delivery. Archibald has conceded 7 in the over so far. I think Carter is going to be the key. There's no doubt about that. In comes Archibald on his way again to bowl to Carter. He's up to the wicket and bowls to Carter. Carter allows the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Won't be tempted, won't be drawn into discretion. And the man from Bell Plain in St Andrew, I think he's from Bell Plain. Of course, that's the parish of the late, great Sir Conrad Hunt. Hello to all of our friends there in Bell Plain, St Andrew. Do you know Bell Plain, Roland? Have you ever been to Bell Plain?
Yes, I have.
Are you sure? On the East Coast.
I have left St Philip before.
Indeed. Hello to all of our friends in Bell Plain. Some lovely cushus and fat pork. They're on the East Coast. Here we go. As Archibald comes in and bowls to Carter. And Carter is off the back foot and forces the ball away. Down to that cover area for 1. Hit that very hard indeed. Louis comes across his right on the cover boundary. Sends a strong return to the keeper. Carter's eyes open very wide there. And he gets a run to go to 44 now. Very responsible knock from Carter. Barbados inching to 157 for 6. Let me remind you, the target is 195. And it only goes to show the value, Roland Butcher, of the last pair for the Leewards. They added 34. Important.
Yeah, I mean, the tail certainly wagged for the Leewards, as well as scoring runs. They took time out of the game as well.
Yep.
So, you know, they have contributed extremely well to this game so far. Again, now Harding is on strike. Again, that lakeside field was a little bit too easy.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
To get a single.
A lot of real estate indeed. Now Archibald to bowl to the right-handed Harding into this delivery. He's getting the ball outside the off stump. Very well pulled indeed. Angle the ball across him. Good carry to the keeper. And that's very well bowled. And I want again to compliment Richard Prof Edwards and the staff here. They've provided, in my view, a very, very good pitch. On the last day, the bowlers still getting some bounce. And this has been a good pitch. In fact, it's one of the best pitches I've seen at Kensington for quite a long time. 157 for loss of 6. And that was a good delivery. It had some gas, as they would say in Caribbean parlance. He'll be inspired by that as he bounds in on his way. Archibald in and bowls, the ball pitched up, and the batsman drives outside the off stump. That's a loose shot. That's a get-out shot. That could have, and it's a no ball. Maybe he heard it. Do you think he did?
I don't think. I think
No.
Harding was playing that shot regardless. Andre, you called it a drive, Andrew.
Well, what was it? A big swipe, was it?
It was an old-fashioned swipe.
Old-fashioned swipe, yes.
And obviously Carter's now having a chat with him because he certainly played that on length. It was pitched up, so he decided he's going to hit it towards our direction here.
Yeah. No ball is called.
3 W's.
So 158 for 6.
Just wonder how
37 to win.
I think it'd be a good time to test him in the bounces.
Here he comes again. Archibald is up and bowls, and Harding allows the ball to go outside the off stump. I'm sure that Carter said to him, look, there's no need to do that, my brother. Just seize and settle and win the game. Don't flirt with danger. Don't give your hand away. And I'm sure he heard the experienced Jonathan Carter. And he says no, and the ball goes wide to be taken by the keeper. So the over comes to an end. Harding is 15, Carter 44. They've added 30 precious runs for Barbados. 158 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and how many overs remaining in the game now, Andrew? Will that be?
How many left now, Miss Bell? I see she's got 10 plus the last 10 plus 15, so about 25 overs. So that's not an issue.
The over is not an issue at all.
Interesting field here. Long off, long on. At this stage, no short leg. So they're going to be tempting Carter. Here is Cornwall, round the wicket. Comes into Carter, and Carter is forward. Lovely delivery, beaten outside the off stump. Ball taken by the keeper, beautifully bowled by Cornwall. There's the extra cover shot, there's a backward point short, there's a cover on the boundary. There's a feeler for that little paddle away in the air, down at short fine leg. There's a short mid wicket and a man down on the square leg boundary. Here's a delivery which is on the line of the middle stump, bowled by Cornwall. Coming forward is Carter, pushes to cover, there's no run. He's on 44, Harding is on 15, 158 for 6. Cornwall comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter is forward, good delivery on target. Batting with a washpan of common sense here, Carter. He knows that he's got to try and win the battle for his country. And if he feed his faith, then doubt will starve to death. In he comes. Cornwall bowls to him. He's forward again. Carter with the bat as broad as bell, playing where he was born. Pushes into the offside down to cover. There's no run. A very lovely contest. We've had some 3 balls bowled. Carter defended. What will happen in this delivery? Let's see what happens. In he comes and bowls, and Carter's forward. Ball in the off stump just runs it square in the offside to that backward point area. The neither wicket now, the Leewards. Carter's faced 4 balls in this over, not a run scored. Let's see what happens here. In he comes, Cornwall and bows to Carter. Carter is back and gets a short ball and swings it to the wicket. Out towards the boundary, that's 4. Well played, Jonathan Carter. It was sure on the back foot. and pulling the ball away. A man who's been playing for Barbados for quite a long time now. And that's gone away to the boundary for 4 to carry Carter with visions of not only making 50 but to see Barbados over the line. He goes to 48. Harden is on 15. At the end of the over, it's 162 for 6. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Carter seizing the opportunity of a real loose delivery by Cornwall. Doesn't get hit in that area too often on the pull stroke, but final delivery of the over and really just pulling it down a little bit, and Carter taking full advantage and swinging that one through mid-wicket, gets himself to just a couple of runs short of a half century and closer to that target of 195 for victory.
Well, Conrad Clifford's Hunt, of course, May the 2nd, 1932, Greenland Plantation, Shorey Village, St. Andrew. And I'm being told that Carter's from Babylon. Is it Babylon Road? It's not Babylon, it's Babylon Road. Is it, Keith? Babylon. I will double check with Mike King, who gave him an honorable mention. Hello, Michael, my good friend. He said he's going to come down. Michael has been my friend for quite a long time. He said he had several calls. Big article there by Mike King, the king of stats. So he was looking at all those folks from St. Andrew. We welcome you, St. Andrew. 162 for loss of 6. Here is Archibald. Comes up now and bowls to Harden, who's from St. James. Harden is across the off stump and pushes into the offside. A short delivery. Pushes out to cover. There's no run. Comes from Orange Hill in St. James. And, well, in case you wanted to know, Orange Hill is in St. James, but they're voting St. Andrew. 162 for loss of 6. And apparently it's an area that is very supportive of the current government in terms of the votes that they get. Here we go. Archibald. Shadows beginning to lengthen. Keith Holder is going to be up next as he starts his run. Comes up now, Archibald on his way to bowl to Harden, who's on 15. He's in. Bowls to Harden. Harden is covering up. Plays that very capably. Keith Holder tells me he can bat a bit. And it goes down towards Bidon. What's the news then? Guyana, 182 for 8. And they're chasing how many, Keith? 203. Oh, who's batting? Vishal Singh. You can't get him out. He's 24. He just got out, so that's a big wicket, and Larry Edwards got him. Pramal is on 5, Mooti is on 2, which would just hold the wicket takers. Now Denbar's got 5 for 62, Larry Edwards 2 for 10, so a good battle. Here's the ball pitched up and driven, through it off for 4 runs. Oh, what a shot by the man from Orange Hill in St. James, and no ball as well, pitched up. And he launched into that, and that was hit with a wash band of disdain. Threw it off. That's gone for 4. Well played.
Yes, good shot, and Archibald really losing the plot. He's come back here now when his team asking him to bowl a good spell, and he's thrown down a variety of no balls. And a bit surprised that he hasn't bowled in more or any short balls really at Keon Harden. I mean, you know, he should be looking to make Harden play across back shots. He's certainly looking Harden to go down the ground if it's pitched up.
Yep.
You know, we see how he is on the short ball when he's going to try to hook. But Archibald has made it very easy for him with some very ordinary bowling.
It's 167 for 6. And he comes on his way to bowl to Harden. Harden is swinging. Oh, that was outside the off stump, and he was looking at the ball into the port. That was a wild swipe, and Carter comes down to lecture to him. Well, it was not a good example. It was pitched up outside the off stump, went for the big heave-ho, and it went into the gloves of the keeper. And now Carter says to young Harden, there's no need to do that, my brother. You've been in a good partnership with me. The advantage is with Barbados. Just bat with some common sense and win the game. 167 for 6. Here's Archibald. We've been encouraged by that last shot. Comes in from the northern end to bowl to Harden. Harden gets a wide ball, and he takes the advice of Jonathan Carter, who says to him, well done, my brother. And the ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. I'm sure that many people across the world are listening to this. I would even think the West Indies team will be listening to this as well. My good friend Jason Holder, who went for about $1 million. Jason Holder, my favorite cricketer, as the action continues. And of course, Kyle Mears, and I'm sure all the West Indies guys are locked on. West Indies board as well, all across the world. Here is Archibald, comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Harden. Harden ignores the ball outside the off stump, taking the advice of the more experienced cricketer in Carter, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. Let's look at the equation, Roland Butcher. You're getting a text message from Pakistan, you have friends in India, I think you even have friends at the White House. 167 for 6, and 28 to get. So Barbados with Harden 19 and Carter 48. They've shifted the game back in Barbados' court. Here we go, Archibald again. One ball in the over, comes in to bowl to Harden into the delivery. Harden gets a wide ball outside the off stump. It goes by to be taken by the keeper, and that could be the end of Archibald, I would think. So the over comes to an end. What a battle at the Regent's Mecca. Harden 19, Carter 48, 167 for 6. That's the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and I think Carter and Harden particularly certainly got the Leeward's Hurricanes rattled at this stage. And Archibald, one of their main bowlers, you'd have expected to come and apply some pressure, really. And this spell, Andrew Mason, has been very ordinary. And, you know, he's really loosened things up and put the game very much now in the hands of Barbados, you know, who don't target 195, and they're really very, very close to that.
Well, still some cricket to play, Roland. We've been around for a long time. I've been covering this for a long time. If Carter goes now, you never know. It could be the Hurricanes cats among the pigeons of Barbados. Here's a naughty shot. First ball outside the off stump, bowled by Cornwall, and Carter was looking to get cute, and it went by to be taken. What's the late? 183 for 9 now, Guyana, so they're in trouble there. Maybe they should have changed their name. Here is a delivery which is on the line of the middle stump, bowled by Cornwall, coming onto the front foot. Carter batting with a lot of responsibility here. He's been around for such a long time and will want to bring it home for his country. Cornwall again comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter is forward, pushes one of the off stump down to cover. There's no run. This is a good contest. It's one of the best first-class matches I've watched in a while, really, in terms of a team fighting. Here's Cornwall, comes up again, bowls to Carter. Carter is looking to lap the ball away in the air, just past the field of one. They'll get a second. Carter will get to his 50. The return is about to come in. Had they gone, yeah, they'll come for the third. Oh, and Harden is a long way down, has to get back into his crease. But Carter gets 2 runs, and this has been an important 50 for Jonathan Carter, the man from Babylon Road in St. Andrew, deep in rural Barbados. He raises the bat to acknowledgement of this crowd. And what he will want to do now is to bring it home, bring home the bacon for his wonderful country that turned the Republic only recently. 50 to Jonathan Carter. He's been in the crease now for 138 minutes, 4 fours and 2 sixes, but he must know that the job is not done as yet. 169 for 6. Here he is, coming forward. The ball comes off the outer portion of the mat, runs down towards that gully area, beautifully bowled by Cornwall. Still very much in this game. That was a lovely delivery. And it went down to backward point. So Carter 50, 169 for 6. They require 26 for victory. Cornwall again. We've lost the sunshine, but we certainly haven't lost the interest in this match. He's in and bowls, and Carter's forward. With the bat as broad as Babylon Road, pushes out towards extra cover to end the over from Cornwall, who walks away at the end of it. Barbados with the advantage here in pursuit of 195 for victory. The 169 for loss of 6, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Carter's just taken one step closer to victory, and this partnership is one of some significance, as Harden's faced some now. He's been in for some 30 deliveries now, so he's played his part as well. And Carter just reaching his half century, 96 deliveries, as they look to steer Barbados home and get their first victory of this new season.
Well, what is happening here now is that Jeremiah Louis, who had a long ball, has been asked by his captain to dig deep. He's going to come back into the attack now because Archibald could not get the job done.
Well, that's very much the case. I mean, Archibald was you know, he's been ordinary in this spell, really. This team wanted a big effort from him. You've got a tail ender in Harden. You expect him to make it difficult for him. But really, he has not been up to the task, as you said, and he's been replaced by Louis, who's had 11 overs so far, but he's been asked now for one more effort.
Yep. When he comes back into the attack, let's look at his figures. 11 overs, 1 made and 4 for 44. He's bowled splendidly and has been asked by his captain to show some character here. And let's hope he's got the energy to do it. He's been a wonderful performer in this match. And Hamilton turns to him again because in the last half an hour, the game has shifted to Barbados. Here is Louis, operating from the northern end, comes in to bowl to the spirited Harden at the delivery. He's getting one outside the off stump. Good delivery. Plays at it. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper, and the batsman just walks away down towards that square leg area. He's bowled well, hasn't he, Roland?
He has, and I mean, and that's a good delivery to start a new spell. I mean, just what your captain wants, to have someone like Harden sparring outside the off stump, not giving him the length that he can swing down the line. But that one, he was pretty uncomfortable playing there. Luckily for him, it took off, but it didn't get an edge.
When he continues again, this is Louis, comes in to bowl to Harden up to the wicket and bowls to Harden. Harden is getting a ball which is outside the off stump, and that's a very good delivery. Went by to be taken by the keeper. This continues to be a very good fourth day pitch. Look at that bounce generated. A little bit of movement away from the right-hander, taken by the keeper, up by his nose. But of course, you can't judge height when you're talking about someone like Hamilton. He's such a short man. He's challenged in that area. But he's a wonderful keeper. And I think he's a pretty good captain tactically as well. 169 for 6. 2 wonderful deliveries so far. Harden examines the bottom of his bat. He is on 19, Carter 50. In comes Louis, comes up now, bowls to Harden. Harden is alone. The ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Well, the last over, he had a big swipe, and Carter went down the pitch to have a word with him. And, well, it seems that the message has gotten home. All of Orange Hill, of course, in St. James, all of St. James, all of Barbados. I'm sure you're locked on to this match all across the world. Thanks to our friends at CWI for streaming. And thanks to Barry Wilkinson for putting together a good commentary team. I barely made it. Here we go. As it's going to be Louis to continue on his way to bowl to the right-handed. Harden comes up now, he's in and bowls, pitched up, and he's forward and drives out to cover. Now his arms barely went over there just so he's a tired man, there's no doubt about that, but he's been asked to give the effort. There was Harden looking for gold and didn't get anything, looking to drive through cover. Coming across to his right was Powell to pick it up. There's a slip, and then there's almost a fine fourth slip really, or fine gully really. There's a gap between the two. A backward point, not saving one. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. In comes Louis on his way again to bowl to Harden to this delivery. Harden is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. He looks like a batsman as well and watches the ball go by to be taken by the keeper. Beginning to lose the light, but it's coming up to what's it now? 7 minutes past 5. The light tends to go close to 6:15, so that should not be an issue. 169 for 6. And how many balls left in the over, Miss Bell? 1 left in the over. Harden is batted capably here. He settles and waits. And here we go. In comes Louis on his way to bowl to Harden up to the wicket. Bowls to Harden. Harden is getting the ball down the leg side. No need to play at that. Taken by the keeper. The end of a maiden over, but importantly, Harden survives. And at the end of the over, he's kept on 19. Carter 50, 169 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Harden survived that over. Played him, missed at a couple of deliveries, but the important thing is that he's still there. And Barbados look as if they're going to get over the line thanks to this partnership. Harden and Carter doing an excellent job.
Indeed. So, looks as if it's going to be Cornwall who seems to have bought the ball. He's going to continue. Not surprised that Cornwall continues rolling.
No, I mean, we always anticipated that the bowling was never going to change from that end. He was going to bowl, once he came on,
right?
He was going to bowl to the death. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, Carter is about to settle. This has been an innings that I think you must give Carter some credit for. In comes Cornwall bowls to Carter. Carter's forward, because sometimes he can be a victim of his own indiscretion, you know. But he's batted responsibly here. He settles, he waits. Cornwall round the wicket. Comes in to bowl to Carter. Carter is forward. Ball pitched on the line of the off stump. Just blocks it really in front of him. Goes down towards slip. There's no damage done. Still a very good contest between bat and ball. Here's Cornwall. Comes in again. Bowls to Carter. Carter is forward. Pushes out to cover. Looks for the run. The return comes in. Hardin, we know he plays for Barbados in football. A very fit man gets a single. Pushed away down to cover. The interest is very much in this game. 170 for 6. What's happening to Guyana now? Are they still fighting Keith Holder? Of course, we want to give it, see what is as it happens. So a single to Carter. So the target now is down to 25 with 4 wickets in the bag. And it's going to be the spin of Cornwall. The score is now, what, 185 for 9. Here's Cornwall in bowls to Hardin. Beaten outside the off stump, beautifully bowled. That was the arm ball, well bowled. Roland. So, hold on. It's Parmalan 6 and Smith hasn't scored as yet. So we're going to continue to update you in that match thanks to Keith Holder. And, of course, Denbar's got 5 for 65 and Edwards 3 for 10. Thank you, Keith Holder. So we're going to monitor that match. Here we go. As it's going to be Cornwall comes in, bowls to Hardin. Hardin is forward. Ball pitched in the leg stump, pushes to mid-wicket. There's no run. Looks like a capable batsman. That's why you selected him when you were chairman of selectors, Roland. Here we go. Here is Cornwall. Comes up now. He's in and bowls to Hardin. Hardin is wrapped in the pad. A half shout. And the ball comes off the front pad and just dribbles away into the onside to end the over. So at the end of it, quite a little period. It's 170 for 6, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Barbados now within sight of this 195 for victory, Andrew. And they've had to fight hard.
Yep.
The Leewards have pushed them all the way. Hasn't been easy. Even though Barbados had a big first innings lead, the Leewards have been in the game all the way through from the time they started to bat the second innings.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good assessment. And they were able actually, because, you know, with a lead of 152, you would have thought that it was all over, really. But, and again today, you know, to stretch it to 190, they started at 142. Barbados would have been hoping to wrap up the others' wickets for to get 175, and that difference of 25 can make a hell of a difference. Here's delivery from Louis, which is outside the off stump off the back foot, forced away into the offside by Carter for 1. He hit that very hard indeed. As the fielder at the cover area, looks like Paul got a hand to it, burst out of his fingers, a single to Carter. Carter was looking for a boundary there. It was a nice juicy delivery outside the off stump, hit it very hard, but Paul got his hand to it. And they got a run, 171 now was Bill, is that right? 171? 171 for 6. Now Hardin comes back in the strike, but he's batted well enough that I don't think that Carter's worried. In fact, he's played with a pretty straight bat as well. So what do we have here? There's a slip, and there's a fine gully. There's a man at mid-off, short, extra cover short. A square cover about 20 meters inside the boundary. Mid-on is a bit deepish, mid-wicket. In comes Louis, starts then stops. And on the forward square boundary, in fact, the forward square field is going to come in. Where is he going to settle? Or is he going to go to backward square, Roland?
He's almost dead square.
Almost dead square now. Here's Louis. As he starts to move it again, to bowl to Hardin, in and bowls to Hardin. Hardin is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump to be taken by the keeper. Ball that was pitched up inviting indiscretion, and Hardin draws away, allows it to go by. So he's on 19, Carter 52, 171 for 6. Roland.
Yeah, the job's virtually done, Andrew.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, yes, of course.
I'm not sure.
The job is being.
Are you sure about that?
Just gotta
let Carter go now.
The finishing touches.
No, let Carter go now. I don't agree with you at all. Yeah, we've seen this before. Here is a delivery which is pitched up. Yorker length delivery, bold indeed. And Harden did well to get his bat down on that. It was right in the block hole. He digs it out. And it goes up the pitch for Louis to pick it up and has a stare at him. All part of the psychology. That was going home, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, good delivery and also well played. It was honing in. Big swing again. But with a straight bat, Harden came down on it.
But he settles and waits, and here is Louis, comes in to bowl to Harden, and to this delivery, he's allowing the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. That's too wide to influence the shot. The ball before was bang on target, going home, looking to breach the defense of the bat of Harden, but he got his bat in the way, dug it out, and then the bowler went wide of the off stump, looking to get the batsman to play a loose shot, a naughty shot. 171 for 6. Let me remind you the target is 24. Here is Louis. He starts again, comes in to bowl to Harden, and to this delivery, he's forward, pushes into the offside for a single, down towards that cover area. The fielder is deepish, and they're offering a single to him there. So he takes it. So run to Harden, who's looked very capable indeed. He goes to 20 in a partnership, Roland Butcher, that has realized 44 runs. Important, isn't it?
Very, very important. Very important. He's played his role. He scored 20 of those. So he hasn't just been a bystander.
No. So the cover's back on the boundary now. Carter settles and waits. He's on 52. And here's Louis round the wicket to bowl to Jonathan Carter. He's up to the wicket. Bowls to Carter. Carter is whipping the ball away up to that position. They're looking for a second run. It goes down to backward square. And it's just a single to Carter. But Louis gone now. I mean, he's bending over. I don't think he can bowl anymore, really. Barely bowled that last ball there. I think he's going to go off now. But he's given his all, really. And when he bowled that last delivery, he just went over. And now he's going to have a word with Ward. So he's going to still try another single. Importantly, Carter keeps the strike. 173 for loss of 6. With Carter on 53, Harden is on 20. And Barry Wilkinson is going to be coming to call in pretty soon to do some commentaries. Keith Holder says that he wouldn't take it like Woody Richards did in Queen's Park a couple of years ago. Never forget that. So I think, Barry, you can come in. I'll do another over, Barry. I've been on for a long time. And not as young as I used to be, you know, Barry. You're the young men, of course, the youth of a nation, of the trustees of posterity.
And as you said, Andrew,
another young man.
We're in the home straight. So who to take you home?
Let's put it this way. We're in the November of our careers. You like that, don't you? 173 for loss of 6. Hello to my very good friend there, Jason Holder. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Jason, you can buy me a drink with that $1 million, don't you think? I wanted Johnny Walker Black and Coke. Here's a delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. No, I think ginger ale is better. They say that when you do that, you spoil it. Barry Wilkinson gets up with a big yawn. It's 173 for 6. As the action continues, Carter waits. This delivery is edge and dropped that slip. Oh, my golly. Carter came forward, the edge was found, and the catch is not taken by Kofi James. That slip. Oh my golly, could that be it? It was a beautiful delivery. Carter pushed out at the edge found, and James dropped it. Oh. Here is Cornwall comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter is beaten outside the off stump with a lot of bounce. Where is that coming from all of a sudden? Beautifully bowled. And now it is Harden's turn to come down to lecture to Carter.
Interesting.
But he's getting some bounce here.
Probably just asking him, advise him to compose himself.
Yeah.
Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, what a delivery. He moved to his right and couldn't poach it. Here is Cornwall, comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter is looking to lap the ball away, hits the pad, dribbles down to short fine leg. There's no run. He thought he might have had a free hit there. But what has happened in the last, I'd say 10, 15 minutes, not being able to score, and sometimes you can just build that pressure. 173 for 6. Here's Cornwall, comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter is forward, drops the ball in front of him. This is good cricket. Carter really is in a battle with Cornwall, who is bowling very well. He is bowling very well. He turns now and comes in from the southern end to bowl to Carter. He's in and bowls to Carter. Carter's forward and drives up to long off for single. And not keen to come back for the second. That was given Samir. And there he was coming forward and driving down to that long off area for one. To end the over, at the end of it, it's Carter going to 54 now. Harland is on 20. They require 21 for victory. 174 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and a situation where Carter will just need to recompose himself along with Harden, and rotation of strike again. Just don't spend too much time at one particular end, and that will transfer the pressure onto the Leeward sides, who are in a no-die attitude. They're no-die attitude. They have to go down fighting, and they will definitely be fighting for these 4 wickets before that 21 runs is achieved. But advantage, Barbados.
Yep, I agree with that. Yes, the game is shifted to them.
Where's your money?
Well, I've seen this enough to not to call it. I mean, I think when you look at the sheer stats, Barbados are in control. But remember to come, Warrican, who thinks he's a big batsman, hold a hole, give you a chance, and I don't know too much about Simmons. So, 21 runs, when you look at it, that they should go on to win, but you never know. Cricket is a funny game.
So James might have just let the game slip?
You never know. In the meantime, it's Louis to continue. This has been a tremendous effort on this part, and he must be credited for effort. Steely resolve. He comes in now to bowl to Carter, and Carter is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. But the ball that was produced by Cornwall when Carter was dropped was a peach, wasn't it? Beautifully bowled.
Catch should have been taken as well. Catch should have been taken.
Seemed to move late.
Yeah, he moved late, and I think he just jumped at the ball.
Right.
So in that essence, then his body was extended maybe a little too far.
Right.
But a real slip catcher with a Hawkeye would have taken that regulation. With a Hawkeye.
All right. 174 for 6. Carter settles and waits, and Louis round the wicket. Comes in to bowl to him. He's up to the wicket now and bowls, and Carter is driving up towards the wicket. One will get a second. They'll be looking for the 30, I'm sure. They come back for the third. Carter runs through for the third. Hardin, a young buck, gets the third. Well done to Barbados. Well done to Carter. Got it through. Didn't time it all that well. He rehearses the shot, but I'm sure he's happy with the product. The fact that he got 3 for that. Comes down the pitch to have a little lecture to the young man, reminded him that the job is not done as yet, but in horse racing terms, with a furlong and a half to go, I would say that Barbados are 2 lengths clear and kicking for home.
Well said.
Well said. 177 for 6. Here we go. Guyana lead 11 runs, 1 wicket in hand. Barbados need how many? 18 with 4 wickets in hand. Here we go. Here we go. Here is a delivery from Louis, which is pitched up, wrapped in a pad, a big appeal for leg before now, says the umpire. Ball pitched up, the batsman swung on it, maybe going down the leg side, and a leg by. Importantly, they got a run for that, leg by. Pitched up, we'll have a chance to see the monitor. David Green has been working for his pay. I'm sure that CW will be happy. Yeah, that's going down the leg side.
Yeah, it's going on
the leg side.
Big string.
Well done to David Green and his wonderful staff. He's got some wonderful ladies.
Big in Dhaka.
And the 50 partnership as well has come up importantly. 79 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. Carter 22. Well done to him. And of course Hardin 20. 178 for 6. They require 17 for victory now. Carter. With a slip being pulled away, that's a major concession. Now they're going to go back. Now where is Cornwall going to field? Is that gully? Is that a fine gully?
Yeah. He's in a gully position.
He's in a gully position. Here is Louis round the wicket. Comes in to bowl to Carter. He's in and bowls to Carter. Carter is driving up towards cover. There is no run. Didn't time it very well. I think Carter reckons now that he can go into second gear. Went for that big drive out to cover. Still some work to be done, Mr. Carter. Barbados with the advantage, but I've seen this before. They're not over the line yet, but they are close. And this has been a wonderful contest, and I'm sure that CWI, Mr. Ricky Skerritt and Dr. Shallow and Johnny Grave and all these people should be happy with this exhibition of cricket, I'm sure. Here's Louis, comes in again to bowl to Carter, and Carter is cutting outside the off stump before he was leaving that delivery. And that's because you're not really scoring.
Caught in two minds.
They're caught in two minds. The ball went by to be taken by the keeper.
Looking at drive, looking at dab.
How about the light? Is it still pretty okay?
Oh, the light is okay. The light is okay. The light is good
we
enough.
wouldn't have a problem with the light.
No.
Let there be light.
Not with 17 runs
Not
together.
with 17
And
together.
tomorrow being a holy day.
Yep, a pigeon flies across the oval, going out to the port. And I think just stay and watch the game. Let's let the pigeons watch the game. And there's some in the field, very amorous, looking to increase the species as well. Here is Louis, comes up now, he's in, and bowls, and Carter is driving. The ball hits the inside edge, and it goes up the pitch. Carter's getting a bit impatient here, bangs the bat onto the pad, and the end of the over, at the end of it, and it's Louis giving his all here. This has been a fantastic performance from him. At the end of it, Carter remains 57, Harden 20, 178 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
And as they require just another 17 runs for victory, I think that the end is very much near, Andrew. And it's kind of like in anticipation, like we're anticipating the school children returning back to school. We're also anticipating the removal of the curfew.
Yeah.
So this game we're anticipating the finish.
Yeah.
Moments away.
Are you anticipating crop over as well? Well, indeed. All right. And of course, I know the musicians, the artists, they want to go back and do their thing in the hotels. And they need to make some money. There's no doubt about that. I don't think there's the fear of COVID as there was a year ago. Well, 178 for loss of 6. I don't think so. Just not the fear of COVID, because if there was, then you still have the same things happening. Here's a drive down toward long on. Somebody's asking what I'm talking about, but I don't think there's a fear. I mean, yes, you've got a situation where people are getting it, but I mean, you would have had several lockdowns, Barry, a year ago. There are no lockdowns anymore. You got to live with COVID. You've got to live with it. 179 for loss of 6. Here is Cornwall looking for that breakthrough. Carter is waiting on him. And now he settles, and here's Cornwall, comes in to bowl to Carter. Carter is forward, opens the face to the bat, looks for a single, and Harden says, no, go back home, my brother, and battle away. This has been a good contest, and Cornwall has bowled beautifully. He turns on, comes in to bowl to Carter. Carter is covering up, was in two minds. I think he was looking to play that sweep shot, then changed it, and just tucked the ball in the onside. So they require 16 more for victory, 179 for loss of 6, Carter 57. Cornwall wheeling away from the northern end. We've lost the sunshine, but we haven't lost interest in this match. He's in balls, and Carter's driving down to long off. Will he look for the second run here? They will come for the second. The return comes in. Carter gets home, and they get two. Well done. The man from Babylon Road in St. Andrew applauds the efforts of a man who's very fit. Of course, you're talking about Hardin, and they came back for the second. Barbados getting even closer.
And the body language of the Leeward Islands suggests they're just almost given up.
Here is a delivery which is pitched up. The batsman is coming forward. That was thrown up by Cornwall on the off stump. Carter not with the full butted drive, just taps it gently down to cover. There's no run. 181 for 6. Here is a delivery from Cornwall. He's in and bowls. Carter's forward, pushes down towards long on, gets the run. Intelligent cricket, no need to flirt with danger. Louis comes off the boundary, picks it up. The return comes in, and Carter gets another one. What's happening now, Keith? 196 for 9. How many do they require now for victory? 7 for victory. Where's your money, Keith? I know it's in your pocket. Permal is 16. He can bat a bit. And Niall Smith is on 1. So, all of our friends in Guyana, President Dr. Irfan Ali.
So we're likely going to have 3 victories in the first round.
It would appear so, yes.
How good is that for cricket?
I think it is good. That's a good statement, and we love the cricket. I mean, you know, we were itching to get cricket back, and thanks to Cricket West Indies, of course, Mr. Johnny Grave and Dominic Warren and President Skerritt. Hello to my good friend, Mr. Skerritt. We haven't spoken in a long time, Mr. Skerritt. I still want to have you on Mason and Guess. 182 for loss of 6, and Dr. Shallow, wonderful man he is. All the people across the Leewards.
13 to get.
Yeah, we also want to thank the stations as well for taking the broadcast. CBC, good old CBC. Thanks to Mr. Pearson Bowen. It's on the YouTube channel, so people all across the world watching. I think Joe Biden might have decided, look, I'm gonna check this because it's so interesting.
You're going to get a ball and change.
We're going to get a ball and change finally. Looks like Ward is going to come into the attack now, so I'm sure that Carter, who plays spin very well.
Well, I suspect, Andrew, this is the last throw of the dice because
You think it is?
Yeah, what Waters throwing up this game hasn't really offered or troubled the batsman, so it could be over in a matter of over.
And knowing Carter, he's the type that would want to hit this ball at UWI.
I agree with you.
182 for 6. It's going to be Ward to bowl.
Noticeably,
Carter
Andrew,
settles and waits. He's 60.
The field is in the country.
Yeah, here he comes up now. He's in Ward and bowls to Carter. Carter is coming forward, pushes into the offside. There's no run. He was in two minds there, Carter. Wanted to go for a big shot, then changed his mind. So he got the long off and the long on. Plenty of real estate, which I would imagine at Kensington would be expensive. In he comes, round the wicket. Here is Ward. In to bowl to Carter. Carter's forward. The ball at the bottom of the bat goes up the pitch. There's no run. Let me remind you the target is 13. As we come down the home stretch of the battle between the Hurricanes and the Pride, played in Bridgetown, the region's Mecca. Here is Ward, comes in, bowls to Carter. Carter is looking to lap the ball away, runs for Barbados, heads out towards the boundary. Would have the legs to get there. One, they'll get a second, the ball goes out towards the boundary, and they will get a third. And they will even contemplate the fourth, but they won't flirt with danger. 3 runs to Barbados, and Barbados are now within 10 runs of victory against the Hurricanes. And what a performance by Jonathan Carter. Well, it's the kind of character that you expect from him. He's been in the side for quite a long time now. And I rate this innings tremendously.
Yeah, the value of experience.
Tremendous. Here we go. So, 185 for 6. They require 10 for victory. Harden is 21. Carter's 63. And Terrence Ward, who I understand is a pretty good football. I think he plays football for St. Kitts. I think my good friend Vernon Springer, he's got a big show there in Antigua. I think he told me that. But lots of interest in this match. And we welcome you to Bridgetown and the region's Mecca. Here we go. Ward to continue the attack as he comes in to bowl to Harden. Harden is back and clips the ball away. Down to short, fine leg. There's no run. This is the first time I'm really seeing Harden bat. I mean, I've seen him before, but he can bat. There's no doubt about that.
He's looked good.
Yeah, looks good. He's on what? He's on 21. Here's Ward. Continues in, bowls to Harden. Harden is forward and drives. The bowler picks it up, goes back to his mark. Carter just saying to him, just stay calm, stay cool. He settles, he waits. And here's Ward. Walks first, gentle run up from the northern end, comes in and bowls to Harden. To this levy, Harden went back and plays it very capably, like a number 3 batsman, pushes up to mid-on to end the over. At the end of it, Barbados are getting even closer. Carter 63, Harden 21, 10 to get 185 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
And Barbados firmly entrenched in search of this target of 195, just requiring a further 10 runs. And the sun, the shadows have cast across the entire, partially the entire field. Is only up by the scoreboard. Getting the score there from in Guyana?
No, it's a different kind of a score because I'm now told that the curfew has been discontinued on February the 14th. Yes, and of course that's Valentine's Day. How could you have a curfew on Valentine's Day? Oh, that would be a sin, really. And it's Michael's birthday. He's going to go to Sandy Lane. Here is Cornwall in bowls to Carter, back, turns the ball to forward short leg. There's no run, so no curfew on your most important day, Valentine's Day, a day of love. 185 for 6, and there'll be tremendous love in the country if Barbados wins this. Here we go. As Cornwall continues, he's in bowls to Carter. He's looking to lap the ball away. There's an appeal for leg before. That was more an optimism than a real conviction. It was headed down the leg side. He said, how's that? And umpire Blaze says no, as Carter essayed the big sweep. Here's Cornwall to continue tossing the ball from hand to hand. The big man from Antigua and Barbuda. Lest we forget, he comes up now, he's in and bowls, and Carter's forward and drives it down to long off. Gets one. Will he come back for the second? No, he won't. A little gentle push by Carter down to long off for 1.
All along the carpet?
All along the carpet. That man from St. Andrew, I believe after this performance, he may be promoted from an honorable mention. Yes, my king.
I think the king had requested a public apology.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did. So who's winning? It's 200 for 9, so it's getting even tighter there. They need 3 more to win. So the Guyanese should possibly nip that one per Malcolm bat. And of course, we see what happens. That game, of course, is in the land of Calypso. And, well,
here in Bridgetown, Barbados need 9.
They need 9 for victory. And Harden has really stood tall. And this has been a tremendous performance from the young man. Came out at a time when his country was in all kinds of contortions in terms of the scoring rate, in terms of everything. And they went on to do a good job. They've added 58 precious runs. Here's Cornwall, continues the attack over the wicket to bowl to Harden. Goes past the umpire, now in bowls to Harden. Harden is forward, capably. Looking like a number 3 batsman up towards that mid-wicket area. There's no run. So 186 for the loss of 6. The target is 195. The Barbadians are getting even closer. Cornwall continues. He's in and bowls, and Harden is forward. Ball in the leg stump. Just turns it neatly into the onside, down towards the position of mid-wicket, and there's no run. He's playing the off-spinners very well. I think Cornwall may go with the arm ball here now. And he comes again on his way to bowl to Harden. Harden is forward with a bat as broad as Orange Hill and plays it up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. Keith Holder writes me a note. Is that a victory for Guyana? No. So Keith Holder is writing me something. Is it about the curfew again, Keith? Or is it about Valentine's? So 80% capacity will be allowed for the second test match in Barbados against England, of course. So that's an official call from the CEO, Dr. Roland Toppin. So thanks to you, who he had as a special guest yesterday. Right. Thank you very much, Keith Holder. Oh, and hoping that the local season will start. Okay. So Keith Holder tells us that when the English come a-calling, 80% capacity. Dr. Roland Toppin just confirmed that. I'm sure that will please Cricket West Indies and all the hard-working staff. My good friend, Mr. Johnny Grave, who always loves to come on Mason and Guest. We can invite you again, Johnny. And of course, Dr. Shallow, my good friend from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Here we go. Ward, round the wicket, comes up now. He's in and bows to Carter, and Carter is forward, pushes into the offside, down to cover, just waiting for that bad ball to pounce. 186 for the loss of 6. They require 9 for victory. Ward, round the wicket again, the off spinner. Comes into Carter, who's on 64. He's in. Bows to Carter. Carter is forward, pushes out to cover, gets a run. Good cricket. The return comes in. Harden, you'll never beat him. He's a quick man. He's an athlete. And the ball is picked up by Louis, a single. So they require 8 for victory, Barbados. And what a victory this would be, because at one stage they were really in lumps of trouble at 128 for 6. These two have done a wonderful job for a great country. Ward will bowl to Harden. Taking his time about it. Forward short leg is in. There's a slip.
Just drying his hands.
Just drying his hands.
Sweating a bit.
Yeah, he's sweating. And he just tosses the ball from hand to hand, Wardy. And he starts to move in to bowl to Harden, who's on 21. Comes in, bowls to Harden. Harden down the pitch. When he gets there, is almost playing the ball into his stumps. There's no need to do that. Pitched up, hit the bat, and went very close to the pad.
I think he might have been missed stump, Andrew.
Was he missed stump? Oh.
It'd be interesting to get the replay.
Yeah, but I mean, there's no need to do that.
Looks disappointed.
There's no need to do that, really. Oh, well, we'll have a look in a minute. I'm sure David Green will bring that up shortly. Here is Ward. Comes in and bowls to Harden. He's forward, turns the ball away for a single. Easy cricket. This cricket is about a washman of common sense, you know. And he just worked it into the onside, down to square leg for 1. Have we seen the replays yet?
I'm sure it will come shortly.
It will. Our good friend, Mr. David Green. Here we go. Describe it for me, Mr. Yard.
Comes down the wicket. Yep.
Oh, he was
missed him. And the keeper missed him.
He missed him, yes. 188 for a loss of 6 now. Jonathan Carter, with Barbados requiring 7 for victory, settles and waits. And here goes Ward. He's up to the wicket and bowls to Carter. And Carter is forward. One of the off stump. Pushes down towards extra cover. There's no run. Maybe when you speak to Carter, he may tell you this is, in many ways, one of the best innings he's played for his country. 65. normally would give you an opportunity, a chance. Ward is in to bowl to Carter. To this delivery, Carter is forward, beaten outside the off stump. What a lovely delivery. And by to be taken by the keeper to end the over. At the end of it, with Barbados just requiring 7 for victory, Harden is on 22, Carter 65, 188 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and a good over there by Ward in the circumstances. But Barbados is very comfortable, 188 for the loss of 6, just requiring 7 runs. And it's not a matter of overs, because there are another 15 overs available, 68 available in this innings. And it's not a matter of time, because the cut-off time today is at 5:45, so we're another 6 minutes away, aren't you?
Yeah, well, the Guyana side, they've won, and by 1 wicket, 203 for 9, and that man Versami Permal made 20 not out, got good support from Niall Smith 4, and Guyana able to get over the line. Well done to them. That last player added 20. Well done, Keith Holder, working for his big pay. 188 for loss of 6, thanks to Keith. That's working to ensure that all of our listeners get the information, and of course the viewers as well. Cornwall is talking to his captain, and what are they going to do now?
They call it for the helmet, so it seems as though the helmet. So Cornwall has asked for a fielder, more than likely he will come in the silly mid-off position. Cornwall needs 1 wicket to get to 227 wickets, which will carry him alongside
Gavin Tong.
So he has a personal milestone that he can achieve.
You're saying he needs 1 more to level?
Yeah, he needed 7 for this game. He's gotten 6 so far.
Okay, good. You think he'll get 7? Where's your money? It's in your pocket?
No, I don't think he will get it.
No, you don't think so?
Not in this game.
Well, he's now gone for some aggression in field place, and there is
Is it too late, Andrew?
Silly point and a forward short leg. A bit late, I would say. And he comes on his way to Harden. The light is going, but still good enough for play. They require 7 for victory. In he comes on his way. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and Harden is driving firmly down to long on for 1. Oh, they'll get. He raced through for 1, looking for a bit of a misfield. There was none, and they got a single. So Barbados,
inch ever so close.
They're inching closer and closer to the victory line, and they must be inspired by the thought that, when you look at it, our leader here today, of course, in Carter, he's been a former captain, and he must understand that the leader must turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. I'm sure he's inspired by that thought. Here we go, as this delivery is played away, square in the offside down to gully. There is no run. Carter battling away. And what a story this will be in the local papers tomorrow. They require 6 for victory. Cornwall again continues. He's in both to Carter. Carter is forward, pushes into the offside, looks for the run, gets it too. Well done. Oh, cricket, this is about common sense. A little push to cover for 1. So they are now 5 runs away. And we want to say hello to all of you who stay with us. We welcome you all over the world. I understand we've got people from Pakistan, people in Egypt, maybe Mohammed Salah's watching, and the Egyptian, the musician as well. 190 for the loss of 6, and Joe Biden in the White House is watching as well, don't you think? Good old Joe. Of course, Barack Obama may be watching as well. Here we go. And it's going to be the bowling of Cornwall. He's going to bowl to Harden. He's in bows to Harden. Harden is forward, pushes up the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. And Cornwall, in frustration, throws the ball to his keeper. 5 to get. And from Crab Hill in St. Lucie, Barbados is only female parish to the best parish in the country since the Republic. We were a republic long before Barbados. Barbados are just about to win the battle between the Hurricane and the Pride in Bridgetown. 190 for 6.
You think they're still watching in the Leeward Islands?
I would think so. Vernon Spring and Company. Here's the delivery, which is on the line of that middle stump. The batsman is coming forward, pushes into the offside, down towards cover. There is no run to end the over. 190 for 6. But I watch the light here now. It's still good enough to play, but I think Barbados will want to try and maybe win into this over, because you don't want the umpires conferring and then you never know. But at this stage, 5 to get, and this has been a remarkable story. I would imagine that Jonathan Carter may be on the front pages of the nation tomorrow. I'm sure he's going to be mentioned in Barbados today and yesterday by Keith Holder, the noted journalist, with a man 50 years of experience, Keith Holder, and 190 for the loss of 6. Mike King has promised to come to the ground. He's the king of stats. And I'm asking you, Michael, to elevate Jonathan Carter.
I know he asked you for a public apology.
He's asking for public apology. Not as yet. I'm thinking about it. I've got to check with Ralph Thorne, QC MP, who's my lawyer. 190 for loss of 6. I've got to get the wording right, you know. Here we go, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Here is the off-spin of Ward. Comes in to bowl to Carter, in bowls to Carter. Carter is driving down to the boundary for 4, wide and off. And that man from Babylon Road has seen his country very close now. They require how many now, Miss Bell? 1 for victory. And Jonathan Carter with a sumptuous drive wide off, long off. The ball goes over the big fat rope encircling to the ground, and Barbados are in a position to win this. And Jonathan Carter's story is well told. This has been a fantastic performance from Jonathan Carter. What a story. 1 to get. Barbados were under pressure and feeling the squeeze like the world economy, and they've recovered very well here. And they are just a run away from victory. Here's Ward. 1 to get. Comes in to bowl to Carter, and Carter is on the back foot, puts into the offside, down towards the third man area, and victory to Barbados. And that man from deep in row Barbados, St Andrew, Jonathan Carter, using all of his experience to see the flock home, 71, and his first off was 123, and Barbados get over the line, 195 for the loss of 6. Congratulations to the pride of Barbados.
Yes, and congratulations to Barbados Pride on winning this game by 4 wickets. Congratulations to Jonathan Carter on a well-played, well-constructed knot of 71 at the time when his team was backs against the wall, 120 odd for 6. And together in partnership with Keon Harding, who played a sheet anchor role, he batted well, and together they formed a crucial partnership that got Barbados across the line in a very, very exciting day. 4 days of cricket here at the Kensington Oval, and for me, cricket really is the winner here. The game going right down to the very, very end. The play having been scheduled to finish at 5:45 with the 2 rain interruptions we had today. Is now 5:46. So the game, as I said, going right down to the very end. A seesaw, or Barbados slightly always in front. They opened up a huge gap with that first innings deficit of 152 that they lead, which they had over the Leeward Islands, who clawed their way back with a wonderful second innings total of 346, which set Barbados a total of 195 for victory. And it turned out to be a fantastic game. And I think both sides can walk away feeling well with the overall results, which favors Barbados. But at the end of the day, we saw a couple half centuries. We saw a century from Devon Thomas and several 4-wicket hauls on a good cricket wicket for 4 days. Andrew.
Yes.
Keith,
thank you very much, Andrew. You told all and sundry that I refuse to come on and be the ball-by-ball commentator after you. But I just want to state that I will give a lot of credit to a conversation which I had going since 4:30 with none other than Dexter Toppin.
Okay.
Now, Coach Dex knows all of these guys tall. Right. And he comforted me along the way while he was also following the progress of the game at Queen's Park Oval, which, as we told you a couple of minutes ago, Guyana won by 1 wicket coming from behind against the Leeward Islands. But there were some words in the WhatsApp messaging with Dexter that really lifted my spirits in relation to Keon Harding. While the focus would have been mainly on Jonathan Carter, Dexter was telling me, Keith, Keon Harding works very hard on his batting. He may not be a favored guy when it comes to playing the spin, and he was determining how Jonathan should dictate the pace, especially when Louis was swinging it all over the place. And I think this can be considered to be perhaps the best knock part that Harding has played in a winning cause for Barbados. It was vital. Let's remember that he joined Carter with the score 128 for 6 from 36 overs and 1 ball. So effectively, they added 67, and Barbados Pride set 195 for victory in a matter of 66 overs, got home in 54 overs and 2 balls. One would say that on reflection, the first innings, he was given out, a bit unfortunately so, very first ball. But with the rampage that Louis was on, the role played here by Harding is so big. Even towards the end when it was getting rather close and the catch was dropped at slip by the substitute, was it James?
Kofi James.
Kofi James off Raheem Cornwall when Carter was missed. With the score 173 for 6, that could have been a turning point in the 40th over. We consider Jonathan Carter to be a moody guy, but today he really justified why his experience continues to be merited in a Barbados side which on paper you would say was one batter short. Lyndon?
Yes, I agree with you 100%, Keith. You can't underestimate the role played by Keon Harding. I thought he looked well, and what was most enterprising and important for me in assessing his approach, he just come out when Shane Dowich was castled along with the other half century maker in the first innings in Shamar Springer, both by Louis, who was bowling these big induckers. The ball was just seaming back nicely, reverse, getting the ball to swing back nicely. 2 big induckers that got 2 good wickets, 2 good balls. And what impressed me most about Harding is that he was prepared to get onto the front foot. So he was meeting the in-swinger with an open face bat. And more importantly, his bat was very, very close to the pad. So at any point in time, and he should miss, it would have had to have deviated beneath the inside portion of the bat onto the pad. So he started positively, and I think within maybe, let's say his first 8 balls, he had maybe 5 scoring strokes. So he took the initiative away from Louis with that ball ducking in big. And I think it allowed Carter to sell. He had one injudicious, one rush of blood late in the innings when he ran past the spinner. Maybe with 10 runs to get. But other than that, he played a very, very good supporting role. He knew his role, and it allowed Carter to continue along. And also, what was critical in the partnership was the running between the wicket. They challenged the fielders, who I thought were not as alert as they needed to be inside that circle.
I agree with that. Very, very, very good assessment, Lyndon Yard. And you're getting some pretty good reviews as well, Lyndon. Good work. That's why we selected. I spoke to Keith Holding and said, yes, Lyndon is a good man.
Yes, one has to feel a bit sorry for Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah.
Back in 2017, when the Leeward Islands wiped out Barbados by an innings and 4 runs in just 2 days, November 1st and 2nd, right here at Kensington Oval. He played a vital role, 6 for 69 and 3 for 43. And he also, with the bat, showed his all-round ability by top scoring with 62 not out. I recall, Andrew, he came right up into the commentary box and he was interviewed. You know what I mean? He spoke intelligently. Somewhere along the way, he lost it a bit in terms of sustaining that form. But injury, I believe, also was a vital part of his lack of progress, so to speak. And for the sake of cricket, what he produced here today with big swing, and when you see a bowler like him swinging the ball late on the final day and removing the middle and off stumps of Dowich, and then the fellow Barbados Pride first innings batting hero Shamar Spring in quick succession, I would hazard to guess that even die-hard Barbadian fans would decide 128 for 6, Louis on a roll. There's no way they're going to get this 195. So while from a parochial perspective, one would want to focus on the wonderful work done by Carter and Harding, let's not forget Louis. And also the effort put in by the Leeward Islands in their second innings, especially the last wicket pair again, frustrating Barbados from 312 for 9 to 346. So there were twists and turns. We may be critical of the fact that having established a first innings lead of 152, Barbados should not have allowed the Leeward. But again, that's looking at it from a one-sided perspective. That tremendous 100 by Devon Thomas at the age of 32, coming of age to follow up his first innings 58. So there were aspects. On the downside, I think that Craig Braffett and Shane Mosley as the established Barbados Pride opening pair must get back in the nets and work extremely hard with the head coach, Vasbert Drakes, and his assistant, Ryan Hines, who's also a national selector, as well as the other coaches. There are guys like the same very Dexter Tobin. Thanks again, Dex, who was the head coach for the white ball tournament, which was last played in February last year in Antigua. And Suleiman Ben, the other coaches who work here at the BCA, Emerson Trotman has now retired and Vasbert has stepped up. But there's a big coaching staff in the context of how modern day cricket is employed by the Barbados Cricket Association. Throughout this match, we mentioned the fact that a couple of days ago we had the presence of Kevin Wickham, and he, having come back from the ICC on the 19 World Cup, was working with the players at Carrollton. So for the first session, there are reserves who are working at Desmond Haynes Oval with the other coaches, and that's a credit to the BCA. You have to keep these guys going. My only regret, and we had that discussion evening last, gentlemen, with the CEO of the BCA, Dr. Roland Toppin here. After these first two rounds, I just think that the Cricket West Indies, the authorities, Roland Holder, you can listen if you're one of the persons responsible in terms of the planning. Jimmy Adams, you're the director, you're the main man. I just think to play 2 rounds, to take a break for preparation for the 3-match test series against England starting in March, and then to say this tournament will not resume until May, that is for me too far a break unless it cannot be avoided. But I don't know, Andrew or Lyndon, if you have double-checked about what fixtures are likely to be on in April that they have decided. One hasn't seen official fixtures, but for me, that's too long a break.
When is the Bangladesh tour?
I'll have to double check in as far as that is concerned. But for me, I would want more correspondence coming from Cricket West Indies to say this is the reason why there's going to be such a break.
Yeah, well, we haven't had anything from them as yet in terms, I understand that there are a couple of teams that will come, but I'm sure we're going to get an official release pretty soon from them, because I understand that our team is going to be coming here after England pretty soon, so we're looking forward to hearing from them. In terms of the overall match, I think it's been a good statement too, Keith, I think, for regional cricket. It's one of the matches that that I've enjoyed. I mean, sometimes you can have a stalemate, but a team coming back after being in deficit by 152 to make over 300, giving Barbados a challenge, even with the last pair adding 34. Anything over 175, you always felt that was going to give some trouble. And then Barbados found themselves at 128 for 6 in trouble. And that man Carter, I think this perhaps will rate as one of his best innings in terms of tenacity and commitment and character, and batting with steely resolve. And Hardin, who played with a very straight bat. This represents, in my view, a very good victory for the Barbados Pride.
Yes, an excellent result, and just not to take it away from you, Andrew, but we've been complaining over the years about wickets not being fast. Now, we must commend the ground staff here at Kensington for this wicket here. This wicket over 4 days offered bounce. It is only on the final day, maybe in the last session, that we saw the ball starting to keep low. So for a 4-day wicket, fast bowlers had every opportunity to utilize the wicket that gave bounce. The batsman could thrust the bounce of the wicket for 4 days. So I think it was a magnificent cricket wicket, given the fact that no cricket has been played for a while outside of the cricket that was played here in the ODIs against England, the T20s against England. So this wicket that stood up for 4 days offered the batsman the opportunity to trust the bounce, which was critical to a batsman getting scores. We saw 4 half-centuries and a century. And we also saw, I think there was 4 bowlers who got 4 wickets all. They just fell 1 short.
Right.
So it was, in my estimation, a good cricket wicket, and kudos must go to the ground staff here at Kensington, because you're saying we don't produce fast bowlers, we don't produce fast wickets.
Right.
But this was an opportunity here, and we didn't see a lot of swing until late in the last day with Louis.
Yeah.
So I think kudos must go to
But let me say to you before Keith Ola comes in, I want to compliment him, because I think this is perhaps one of the best pitches I've seen at Kensington for a long time. And
yes,
don't give
when I mention his name, your workmate, Patrick Estwick, the son of Owen Nobby Estwick.
Yes,
yeah, he just sent a message and he says, "Hi Keith, Jeremiah Louis deserves a further look by Cricket West Indies. I was very impressed with Louis in this game.
Yes.
So you have a lot to discuss apart from selling big insurance policies.
I did. Good old PB, good to have you. And I'm sure, PB, you're happy that there's commentary. I know you were very concerned about that, and I can assure you that there will be commentaries for the upcoming test matches. And I can also let Cricket West Indies know that several stations are going to be taking the broadcast. Myself and Barry Wilkins, we work very hard behind the scenes because we recognize the importance of radio. This is where it all started. Gentlemen, it has been wonderful. I know you, Keith, you don't like to go home, do you?
No. I need to get a break because I have to do work otherwise. I must have that result officially on BarbadosCricket.org.
Yes, indeed.
And Michael Sobers will celebrate his 60th birthday on the 14th,
Valentine's Day.
Oh, yes.
Let there be love.
No, for a moment, I was asking Susan if she could make some contact to find out who was the player of the match. And
who would be your player of the match, Keith Holder?
Brother, let me give you the results of the other two matches first, officially.
Yes.
Just a reminder that before lunch, there was a 3-wicket victory for Trinidad and Tobago over Jamaica at the Brian Lara Academy in Taruba. And they were chasing just 81, so that has a bit of excitement towards the end. And then, as we told you moments ago, the Guyana winning by 1 wicket over the Windward Islands at the Queen's Park. Did Susan say that the player of the match is to be announced very shortly? I'm certain that Michael, as a Valentine's guy, will spare you a minute to officially announce that, and then you can say that you did a complete job. And Lyndon is rather loquacious as well, so talk, Lyndon.
Lyndon, who would be your man of the match?
My man of the match would be Devon Thomas.
And that's the fact that he made a half century?
58 and 112.
Okay. Would you say he created the greatest impact?
I think he brought his side right back into the game.
Okay.
He made the game what it turned out to be.
Right. Would there be anybody close to Devon Thomas?
There were some other good performances. You can't underestimate the performance of Shamar Springer, Shane Dowich, Captain Jamar Hamilton.
Yes, but Carter too was handy with 2 for 8 in the first innings. And he got 1 for 14 in the second innings, and of course the
67
vital 67 not out.
So who's your man of the match, Keith Holder?
I'll wait for it officially.
No, God. For the first time in his life, he's
on the fence.
I see good old Wayne Holder. We're going to wait for that, and then of course we're going to say goodbye. We want to thank Mr. David Green and his wonderful staff, and we want to thank all of you who, of course, are still very much on the stream, because it's still going. We're going to try to get that man of the match, and then we're going to say
pinch that
goodbye. Of course, we'll be back here again on Tuesday for the men from the land of wood and water.
Yes, and CBC 94.7 FM is still on live, Andrew.
They're live.
And David Green has given us the green light, with no pun intended, that he will not cut the live coverage on the stream before we announce the player of the match.
Right, okay, but so can I ask you again, Keith Holder? Who's your player of the match? Come on, Keith.
The Barbados players are now walking down the steps of the Garfield Service Pavilion. The Leewards are already waiting. And Wayne Holder, who is going to have that honor, he too likes to talk quite a bit. I wonder how long he's going to take.
He's going to say the man of the match. He speaks very slowly, Wayne Holder. So we're going to wait for that. It's going to be interesting. Maybe you can tell us who your man of the match will be. Send us a WhatsApp at 253-4679. It's a bit late in the day.
You're imploring, Andrew.
I am, yes. Okay, so, okay, so we're just waiting for the man of the match. And quickly before we get that, let me tell you that Barbados won the game. And at the start of the fourth day's play, 294 for 7, became 346. Hamilton got 47. Archibald a duck, Louis 44 was important, and Simmons 4 for 64 was brilliant. And of course, we had a situation where Brathwaite got 2 for 7 and Warwick on 1 for 55. Set 195 for victory. Barbados lost the early wicket of Mosley as we tried to pick up who is the man of the match. And then it was a situation where Brathwaite was bowled by Cornwall for 29. Reefer, just after the break, at lunch, tea that should be, caught Cornwall bowled Louis 45. Graves leg before to Cornwall for 6. Dowers was bowled by Louis for 4. And Springer bowled by Louis for a duck. And all of a sudden, from a position of 118 for 3, Barbados found themselves in big trouble at 128 for 6. But Jonathan Carter, playing perhaps the innings of his life, got together with his first officer Harding, and they batted with washpan of common sense to see Barbados over the line in their own backyard with an unbroken stand of 67.
Jonathan Carter.
So Jonathan Carter is the man of the match.
Yeah, as I just told you, I referred to his 3 wickets.
But he had the greatest impact on the game. He won the game for Barbados. I think that's the correct choice.
Yes, you know.
It is the correct choice.
Yeah, and by the way, Mr. Sobers, your mate Philo Wallace is listening in London.
Oh.
And he says that he wishes you a wonderful Valentine's birthday, your 60th, come the 14th of February. So, yes, thanks very much, Philo. And he says congrats to Barbados.
Yes,
I'm certain that he will be on your program again.
Yes, he's a
come
staple
Tuesday.
now, and along with Dr. Ford.
Yeah. Abdul, how is Gujarat today?
Oh, Abdul. It's always good to have Abdul. Maybe just Abdul in.
Yes, he was part of the commentary, so we'll give him a chance because he has a big lunch tomorrow with.
Yes, I have. I have a picnic.
Picnic?
Yes.
With Tahir Babulia.
And Babulia, and he's going to show me parts of the island that I haven't seen yet.
Wonderful. Well, you know, I set him up with you, or vice versa.
Sorry?
I set you up with Tahir Babulia.
You did. I mean, actually, it's thanks to the commentary.
Wonderful.
Yes. It has reach.
Yes, he's a good fella. He hopes that Andrew Mason will employ him next week as part of the commentary team. I've said it publicly, Andrew. You must employ Tahir Babulia for the next match.
I will. I'll give him. I'll hear him. You should send a.
Anyway, can I just make a say something? I just wanted to thank you, all of you, for making me so important over these last 4 days.
Wonderful.
I've actually had a ball, and I'm going to dine on this for next 6 months in England. But the first thing I'm going to do when I go back to England is make a call to Andrew Strauss and give him the intelligence.
Oh, you should. I like that very much indeed. Your overall assessment of the game?
Brilliant. It was a very hard-fought game. We kept saying that, you know, one side was never in front of the others, but actually the best team won in the end.
Yeah,
because I think they played the conditions, and more to the point, they didn't panic, and they played, you know, sensibly towards the end.
I agree with that, and I want to thank you for coming through and being very much a part of the team. And you're going home on Wednesday?
I am, unfortunately.
Okay, well, we're going to talk to Auntie Mia, and she will say, look, we're going to have you for another couple of days. It's been an absolute pleasure, and enjoy the rest of your evening and your big lunch tomorrow. Well, we want to thank all of you for being very much a part of the broadcast. What a performance by Barbados after being 128 for 6. Jonathan Carter playing perhaps the innings of his life, and quite rightly in my view, being named the man of the match. 71 from 131 balls. He occupied the crease for 179 minutes, struck 5 fours and 2 sixes. Hardened his first offers at 23, 57 balls, 3 fours, occupied the crease for 86. And when Barbados were very much in trouble, the two pulled him out, and they went on to win. For that position of 128 for 6, Barbados got over the line with a little dabble really down to short third man, appropriately by Carter, to see Barbados home 195 for 6, having made 324 in the first innings. And as you know, the Leewards made 172, batted the second time, 346, giving Barbados 195 for victory, and Barbados, the defending champions, doing well. Louis, 14 overs, no maidens, bowled beautifully, picking up some 4 wickets for 25. I thought he was brilliant. Archibald, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 51. Cornwall had a long ball, 24 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 69. And Ward came into the attack and bowled 6 overs and 2 balls, no maidens, none for 21. So final scores end of the match, 172 to the Hurricanes, batting first, and then they made 346, to which Barbados replied with 324 and set 195 for victory. The Barbados team 195 for 6. It meant that they had gotten over the line by 4 wickets. So victory to Barbados. And from Crab Hill in St. Lucie, Barbados' only female parish, to Nelson Street in the city, the celebrations have started. And we want to say to the Barbados team, they were absolutely brilliant. And to the Leewards, we rate ability in men by what they finish, not by what they attempt. I'm Andrew Mason. Here's hoping for a brighter tomorrow. And to all of the commentators here, Keith Holder, of course, Lyndon Yard. We had Barry Wilkinson, part of the commentary team, Michael Sobers as well, Roland Butcher, and of course the very good work of Susan Bell, our score statistician, we want to say a final goodbye to you. Join us again on Tuesday when we come back with cricket live from the region's Mecca.